The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The nation's finest are back in the U.S. chess capital for the 2026 American Cup in St. Louis. Tournament favorite Fabiano Caruana got the ball rolling with a win, getting a leg up on his opponent going into their second bout. Two-time defending champ Rachael Li is not messing around, decimating her adversary with an incredible three-queen attack for her first win. The leaders came out swinging, but the rest of the field is neck and neck. Day 2 of exhilarating chess coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome to Day 2 of the American Cup. Yesterday, Fabiano Caruana, Rachael Li and Irene are ahead in their matches. Today, we will see, we'll find out who is going to be in the championship bracket and who drops down to the elimination bracket. Stay tuned because all the action starts right now.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm so happy to be here with my amazing co-host Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, sorry, I'm still laughing on the whoop. Irene.
We had a second delay. Yes.
That was nice. That was nice. Hello everyone and welcome to Day 2 of the American Cup. Day 1 sure was exciting as we had 3 victors and their opponents are going to need, are going to need to win to tie the match and to force a playoff. Nasi, do the honors. Tell us the results of Day 1.
We had a very exciting start of the tournament yesterday. In the women's section especially, we had 2 wins by Irene against Zoe Tang and Rachael Li versus Rachael Li. The 2 other games were drawn.
And in the Open results?
In the Open, there was only one decisive result. It was Fabiano Caruana who won his game against Mishra Abhimanyu. All the other matches were drawn.
And tell us about the format for this year's American Cup.
Right, it's an 8-player double-elimination bracket. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. In the champions bracket, they play 2 classical games with the classical time control, 90 minutes with 30-second increments. If there is a tie, they will move on to the Blitz playoff match. If that's a tie, then we're going to see the Armageddon.
And we may be seeing some of the playoffs, so keep an eye on that. And tell us more about today's schedule.
Right, today we are going to see the second classical game. Winner of this match will advance into the champions bracket. Loser moves to elimination bracket. And we might also see playoffs today if the match is a tie.
Wonderful. And we're very delighted to have Maurice with us in the house. Maurice, Day 1 was a lot of fun.
Hey guys, yes, it was a lot of fun. Yesterday we saw some swings, we saw some hits, we also saw some misses. And the top players in the event, the favorites, well, it was a tale of 2 cities. First of all, you had Fabiano Caruana, the reigning U.S. champion, 5 titles he has. And the favorite for sure in this event, the number 3 player in the world. He did win his game against the youngster Abhimanyu Mishra, at least his first game. And I talked to him a little bit yesterday about the significance of this event as it pertains to another event he'll be playing in, that is the Candidates, quite soon as he competes to try to go to his second World Championship match. What's your feeling about this tournament? You just finished playing in one here, the St. Louis Masters, and now you're playing this one. You feel like you're getting in rhythm for that event, for the big one? I mean, the really big one, obviously, the Candidates give you a second chance of becoming world champion.
Yeah, of course. In general, the last few months, all my thoughts have been on the Candidates. But for this tournament, I don't want to think about the next one yet. I mean, I have to play well here, and I mean, how I do here, has no relevance to the Candidates, right? So I would just.
Would you say none? None at all? Like if you torpedoed and stunk up the place, you might feel a little way about it.
No, of course I don't want to play badly, but it's not because. I mean, we've seen many examples of players playing badly before the Candidates and doing well. Even there was this kind of inside superstition that if you do badly in Paikidze, then you're going to do well in the candidates. Right?
Well, he certainly doesn't want to do badly here, no matter what he intimates. You know, he clearly wants to play well anyway as he tries to get in form for Cyprus. Now, the other favorite, four-time U.S. Women's Champion, Carissa Yip, she had a big opportunity yesterday to win her game against four-time U.S. Women's Champ Anna Zatonskih, and she missed that chance. And of course, you know, I drew the short straw and had to bring up what could have been. I know it's been a long game, so I want to jump to another critical moment that happened right around here. And after F4, this moment, rook to E2. And you told me already off camera that someone has told you this, or you, I don't know how you found out. But when was the moment you realized Bishop B4 would have just won you the game?
Actually, Anna told me right after the game.
Oh, even worse. That's when your opponent says, I got something to tell you.
No, I mean, yeah, obviously Black's king is in huge danger. I was so fixated on this Bishop Chief 3 for a while now that I just kind of blitzed it.
Is that something that might plague your game a little bit, like playing a little too fast sometimes?
Well, I mean, here I had like 3 minutes, so I think I had to play sort of fast. But yeah, generally when I'm low on the clock, I tend to put a lot of faith in my intuition. Usually it steers me right, but maybe not this game.
She'll be hoping that her intuition steers her right today as she has a crucial second game against Anna. And we'll see. It's a big day for so many of the players. 5 of the matches, remember, the games were drawn yesterday. So we'll see whether or not someone can break away and seal the deal today.
Thank you, Maurice. And tell us about the brackets and today's pairings.
Yes, Yasser, the pairings are the same as yesterday, but with reversed colors. So now it's Anna Zatonskih who has white pieces against Carissa Yip, Tatev Abrahamyan against Anna Sargsyan, Rachael Li, who is looking to defeat Alice Li in order to qualify, and Zoe Tang also needs a win against Irene Crush.
And in the Opens Champions bracket,
the Open is going to be Mishra Abhimanyu with the toughest task today to even the score against Fabiano Caruana. Awonder Liang is facing Levon Aronian, Sevian against Leinier Dominguez, and Robson against Wesley So.
An elite field, but some wonderful prize money. Tell us about the prizes.
And we'll start with the ladies. Total prize fund here is $150,000. First place takes home $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, and then champions bracket bonus is also $9,000.
Nice. And the prize fund in the Open?
In the Open section, total prize fund is $250,000. First place $75,000, second place $55,000, just big prizes for everybody, and another champions bracket bonus $15,000.
Fantastic. Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for all your generosity. The players love you as we get the playing hall and the players taking their seats. So there's 2 playing halls, one for the Open section, one for the ladies, and there's not really a wall, but there's some kind of a division between. Yes, an arch.
Some players already seated at their boards, getting ready. I saw the Open section was more empty. There was only Levon and Fabi walking in.
Exactly. For the start of these games, do you like sitting and kind of getting in the zen of the, or do you like to just get the nerves and the butterflies by walking around?
Just like I see Irene sitting at her board, that's what I like to do, just to look at the board and remember that, you know, this is all that matters for the next 4 hours.
Exactly. Try to be as focused and as clear-headed as possible. This is me, Fabi. I'd be sitting and just doing, making sure, making sure the pawns and the pieces are. And I did my best. I tried to keep an accurate score sheet. I was very, diligent about that. When I was playing, it wasn't a requirement. It was more like, write your move before you make it.
And now you're not allowed.
Now it's illegal, right? As we see Leinier, okay, here's a veteran player. Every piece is deliberately placed.
Perfectly placed.
Exactly. And then he's one of those who like the knights sideways. I like them forwards looking.
Just like his opponent's setup.
Right.
What do you think, Yasser? So Fabiano today only needs a draw in his match to move on to the next match.
Right.
But of course, Mishra
We'll
he
go
needs to
all
get
out.
a playing position where he can take risks.
Exactly.
But you are playing Fabiano Caruana. How do
Exactly.
you get that type of position?
That is the million-dollar question, and I'm sure a lot of the candidates in Cyprus are going to be looking at this match. And it was interesting while we were discussing it yesterday. Mishra invited either a Grunfeld or a King's Indian, and then we saw E2, E3. Wait a minute, what? E2, E3 by Fabi. And then Maurice reminded us, wait a minute, he doesn't want to give anything away. He doesn't want to give his best preparation for this event. He wants to win the event. Sorry, I do believe Maya may be giving a public announcement.
Yes, I think the arbiter.
You know, this also, we should point out that for Fabi, he's only a smidgen away on the live rating list from 2,800. You know, he lived above 2,800 for so long, but now only two players, of course, world number one, Magnus Carlsen, and world number two, Hikaru Nakamura, are over 2,800. A win today puts Fabi back in that elite club. I'm sure he's not thinking about it, you know, been there, done that, but it would put him and Nakamura, where they already are actually, way above the rating of the other candidates. The closest candidate, I believe, in number 3 is Anish Giri, all the way back down at 27.53, which is a big separation. Those two, both Fabi and Naka, will go into the candidates clearly as huge favorites, at least by rating.
Thank you for that reminder. Yeah, absolutely. That is a huge rating difference.
Are off.
Yeah, and they're
We
up.
see the Sicilian. That's
By
exciting.
the way, I mean, Fabi, well, obviously he's been playing the Rossalimo.
There's a lot of games played against Magnus Carlsen in the match.
Absolutely, G7, G6, and I'm sure Mishra is very, very well prepared for this. You know, it's strange. The players can just basically play everything, but Fabi could just as easily be playing E5 on move 1 as
E6.
open Sicilian. And H2, H3, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, that is a strange way to play for a win. You know, if you're going to, you know, do something crazy and gambit, you
The
know.
goal
but,
is more to take Fabiano out of preparation a little bit.
yeah,
surprise him.
Let me just see what
Just
we've got with this.
Sounds impossible to do.
Exactly. Well, it's actually been played a lot. H2, H3. See, the main move, and there's actually two main moves in this position. The first, as you would expect, is C2, C3, just to try to build up the center. The second, as you would expect, is rook E1, with the intention of capturing the knight and following up with E5. So H2, H3 has been seen before, and the two major moves here for black are one, E7, E5, preparing to put the knight on E7, and the other is the more direct and straightforward development of the knight with knight F6. And it's up to Fabi to remember what his prep is if somebody played H2, H3. The thing about H2, H3, to my eyes, is, you know, I loved it when my opponents were white and they played soft moves. The move H2, H3 is a good move. There's nothing wrong with it. But it's like...
It's not aggressive enough,
No,
right?
it's not the one that's really putting the panic button in my head. And I see a move like H2, H3, and I go, okay, I'm going to have an easy day today. What do I want to do? Oh, I know. I'll get myself some OJ. H2, H3.
But we'll see what Mishra has prepared. It could transpose to some of the main lines.
Yeah.
Maurice, what are your thoughts?
Yes, this move has been played, but not frequently at all. In fact, you have a lot of top moves here white could do as we take a look and drill down a little bit deeper. C3 in this position has been very popular. Over 5,000 games, 5,500 games, in fact, rook E1, another move you could play here. Even taking on C6 with the bishop, I see knight C3. But when you put H3 in, remember I said 5,500 times for the move C3, H3 shows up 30 times in the database. just 30. That's not a lot of sample size.
No.
And that is why you see Fabiano Caruana, one of the most theoretically prepared players on the planet, giving a huge pause at this moment, trying to say, what the heck is H3? Why would my young opponent spend all this time, burn all this energy, and take the white pieces and play, as you call it, Yaz, a soft move like H3? The most popular response has been knight F6 in this moment, to play knight to F6. Or the next one, very close, is to play E5. This is a typical structure in the opening, in this variation. But H3, what's up with that?
We'll keep an eye on that. Talking about soft, thank you, Maurice. Talking about soft moves, I have to go to the game between Tatev and Anna. Those two players drew their first game, but I got to tell you, there was a roller coaster ride getting to that draw. Tatev with the white pieces, E2, E4, E7, E5, and the move D2, D3. When I see this move D2, D3, I understand the problem. Tatev has been studying so many positions and failing to get an advantage in any of them, that out of sheer frustration, she's playing a move like D2, D3.
I have another theory.
Please.
Maybe she used the wheel of fate that Alex
Oh,
has.
yeah, that's probably as good as mine, but D2, D3. So a kind of an invitation to maybe the opponent like to play knight F6 and D5 so that she can get an imbalance. When I see the move D2, D3, we all know there are problems with the King's Gambit.
Right.
If it wasn't for capturing and playing G5, I think the King's Gambit might have some, well, there is D5, but you know what I mean. G7,
Absolutely,
G5
yes.
really puts a kibosh.
Do you really think Tatev's preparing to play F4?
Question. I wanted to ask you that. Do you think that this might be a prelude to F4?
Honestly, given how aggressive of a player Tatev is, I wouldn't exclude that. Yes,
Wouldn't
I think
exclude it. So, for example, after
possibility.
knight F6,
F4.
F4, there are reasons why you might be drawn to this.
Yeah, especially when your opponent's absolutely not prepared for it in one game, it can work beautifully.
I was about to say that Anna's move 1 was very good. She was very well prepared. and now we see on move 2, she's a bit in shock and surprise and thinking about it. You know, actually, a quick one for you. Just a challenge, a spur-of-the-moment challenge. Now, there was a moment in my career where I was playing the Petrov defense or the Russian defense, and very, very successfully, and away we go. So here I was playing Lubomir Leboyevich, and he played D2, D4. So I was a little surprised. I captured. Now he played knight F3. And now if I play a Petrov with knight F6, I'm not in the... No, but he...
You play knight D4.
Yes, exactly. He would get the position he wanted. And I ended up playing knight C6 and playing a Scotch, which was something I didn't want to do. So he tricked me. How can...
Smart move order, yes.
Yeah, exactly. By the move order. How can the move D2, D3 trick?
I don't know what is White trying to avoid with D3.
Exactly. That was going...
Because most of the openings, if the bishop develops to C4,
of course,
or
you can
play
play
pawn D4.
Right, exactly. As White, the bishop's opening, perfectly legit. Bring out the bishop and then play D3, or a Joko piano where you play D3 and your bishop's nicely developed. Of course, you're inviting C6 and D5. Anyway, we're going to keep an eye on that game. Tell us where you would...
I think Maurice has some updates for us, so over to you.
Well, I'm just drilling a little bit now into this very unconventional move D3, because Tatev is not just playing it just for fun. There's something up when you play a move like that one. Very different approach, not something that White would normally want. And what I'm finding is I see a couple of intriguing names here. Playing with White with the move D3. One, Levon Aronian, has played it several times, in fact, with not much success. I see 3 losses. He lost against Fabi, he lost against Wesley, and he lost against Firouzja. 3 times in 2024. He also drew Pragnananda. But I see one Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces here playing D3 as well. Drew a game against Wesley this year. And so clearly it's a move that the players play when they don't want to play any theory. And it looks like she did make a move. It looks like she played bishop to C5 in the game. Now, one way you could trick yourself is to play a move like D5 in this position. This is not something, it looks like it's the most natural thing to do, but white has a slew of wins against the move D5, and apparently just taking already gives white some sort of edge, which I find hard to believe, but white has had great success playing against this particular move. So she did avoid that move and played instead bishop to C5, and that one has had some success. Bishop C5 has been a very good response against the move D3. I'm not really shocked by it. I think she just has to get into the flow as far as Anna's concerned and say, okay, you tricked me. You did it. It's a scary, ooh, D3 move. I think I'm just going to play chess. Show me what you got.
Thank you, Maurice.
D3, bishop C5.
Yes, so should we check how Awonder, Liang, and Levon Aronian are doing?
And they are blitzing. They're in this, I want to call it the Scotch ending, because so many times I've seen this particular line of the Scotch. After castles, bishop G4, that's become the go-to. In the past, everybody used to capture on D5, and then they would play bishop G5 and C7, C6. But modern chess engines has preferred the move bishop G4, as played by Levon. Bishop G5 captures, and we're catching up with the players, as all of this has actually been played before.
I will just notice that Awonder's clock, it's 1 hour 35 minutes. He gained more than 5 minutes.
And
Levon also
Levon
has barely spent any time.
has only gained 24 seconds. But yes, this has all been played before, and there are a couple of moves here for white. There isn't one of those moves that looks kind of shocking, doesn't it? Is to play rook E1 and invite the capture of the knight. No, 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 no. This is like such a well-known trap. I think I must have fallen for it like 4 or 5 times in my career just to be sure it was a mistake the first time. Like again and again. Yeah. I keep losing my queen. No, you don't want to take the knight. But after rook E1, the queen has gone to D6. Not that, well, actually, I see a number of wins at the bottom there for white. But this,
I was wondering if this is just some kind of a forced drawish line.
It feels it, doesn't it? Like a wonder thinking that his chances in the blitz, he has better chances in the blitz than in the classical games, and so maybe
it might also just be his preference. Not that he thinks he has better chances against Levon in blitz, but he just prefers to play blitz at the moment.
Exactly.
More than classical.
All right, so a big theoretical dispute going on here.
Since you
and by the
mentioned-
way, we do we have a move?
No,
Let me just, let me
still
do
thinking. Oh, yeah, rook E1 is on the board.
Yeah, exactly, because I did see Levon's clock start ticking. Sorry.
Since you mentioned theoretical discussion, let's go to Dominguez game.
Yes, as we have two, well, I really have to give both Sam and Leinier a great deal of credit. They are hard workers, and they are great theoreticians. So here we go. So, well, Joko piano, D4. Now this isn't. I mean, in the old days,
D3.
yeah, 200 years ago, D4 was it. End of story. That's what everybody played. They didn't bother with the subtle nuances of modern chess, which is D2, D3. The problem that I think a lot of the modern players have is that the move D4 has been analyzed to such great depths that the players aren't finding an advantage for white, and therefore they start exploring other avenues. Knight C3, again, very, very well-known theoretical patterns here. Almost at every moment that there are a bevy of moves. Bishop G4, by far the most popular. F5, an interesting move, just reinforcing knight E4 is the second most popular. And the third most popular that also makes a lot of sense, especially since the bishop is on e3, is to play the move knight e7 with the idea of playing knight f5 and maybe putting a little pressure on the bishop on e3. Bishop g4, all been seen before. Knight takes c3, b takes c3.
Knight c3 is maybe slightly rare and bishop f5 is more common?
Yeah, that's the more popular move. Let me just pause this and toss it to you, Maurice.
Yes, I want to go back to that game between Levon and our wonderful youngster, Awonder Liang. And this position, you know, you blitz out moves, right? You're going whip, 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 whip. You're blitzing out moves. You've already studied the theory. And then you pause and you say, well, why is the player pausing right at this moment? Is he looking for something new, something different, something original? Well, the move queen d6 is the move that is played all the time in this position, not some of the time, all the time. And you may say, well, does the queen have another option? And it's a great position to just check really quickly. Well, for one thing, you look around and you say, okay, it looks like you can go to d6, you can go to d4, or you can go to g5. There doesn't seem to be any place else for that queen to go. So let's try queen g5. Well, the problem with queen g5 is suddenly you see the eval bar go up because this move rook b5 lands on the board, and all the way across the rank there are just a gaggle of black pieces waiting to be captured. Now if you move your bishop out the way somewhere, your bishop's under attack, then comes the move knight to e7 and you can kiss your queen goodbye. So problem number one, you cannot go to g5. That's out. All right, well, we said there's one more option, and that is a move queen d4. Let's be original with this move. This looks like it's potentially bad. Your first instinct, let's play rook e4, and then suddenly plays queen d5, and you go, I'm supposed to be playing bishop h7 check. Oh, what an idiot I am. Yeah, we have all been there messing that up. But guess what? In this position, there's another rook move that's saucier, and that is rook to b4. And that is the correct one, completely trapping the queen. Well, the queen now can run to f2 and hope for the best, but then after rook to f1, now we have a gorgeous trap of the queen. The queen has literally no squares to run to. And you may ask, well, what if you play bishop takes? Well, we get that old trap back. Bishop takes on h7 and queen takes queen. Oh, wait a minute, I get the rook. No, you don't. Give us that bishop with check. And the problem, one of your problems is don't go here to g8 because knight e7 check could show up on the board just to create a nice little Anastasia's mate possibility. You'd have to play the king here. Now queen takes, threatening to go to the h4 square. And so clearly after all that thought, he decided the right thing to do was play queen d6 as we see there. And now knight e7 check, king to h8, and queen e2 on the board will go to the live position that I have here. And there it is after those moves. So he may have spent some time, did Levon, but in the end, he settled on what was the not just theoretically approved move, but actually the tactically necessary queen d6.
Maurice, if you don't mind, continue your analysis down this, because the players are still in theory, and shocking to me, there's like a choice of 4 moves that have been played from this exact position. What's going on?
Well, there's no real advantage according to the engine and according to the moves we have seen for white in this position. I think that Awonder is going down the line. He figures if Levon knows what he's doing and doesn't really want to fight, I'll just make a bunch of moves. I think he's really aiming for that draw and plans to play the playoffs, which, you know, Levon is really good at that format. He told us that, in fact, yesterday when we interviewed him. He's really good at these knockout formats. So surprising that Awonder decided I'm just not going to challenge him. I'm going to go down a path that looks reasonable, and if we make a draw, we make a draw.
Right, and at the same time, I'm looking at the clock and I'm seeing 6 minutes added at the start of the time control to Awonder. So he's still in his wheelhouse. Everything is prepared. How deep, Maurice, can Awonder's preparation go? I mean, he's already, blitzed out, 16 moves?
18 moves.
18 moves of theory?
Well, I'm finding 8 moves, 8 games in the line. One game in particular I see here is a game Nakamura actually beat Gukesh
Yes.
from this position. And after queen e2, Gukesh played rook a b8, and and even that wasn't anything necessarily so special. But bishop g6 is a very natural move here as well. So they're following, at the moment, they're following some games, to be sure. I mean, no question about it. But it's one of those lines. You play right, you should be okay. You shouldn't lose this with accurate play. But maybe the element of surprise will mean something, and that's what Awonder could also be counting on.
Good point. Thank you, Maurice.
I do think Levon wasn't really surprised, though, because if we check his clock, too, he's barely spent any time.
Right. He's playing
just remembering, making sure the line is pristine, and he's not going to walk into any trouble.
I just had to... Maurice, back to you.
If I may jump in, I just want to say, sometimes it's not about being surprised. It's about the potential surprise, right? Like you're sitting there going, okay, I know this line is supposed to be okay. Why is he going down this route? Let me just check everything, because I know what I want to do, but he should know too that this line is fairly nondescript, fair, you know, I should be fine. So this is, I think, the only thing as a professional you'd be concerned about, because this is not a main line. This is not like, you know, the cat's meow, everybody's fighting it out, duking out, there's wild options everywhere. This is a lot of pieces being traded off. You could easily see this going down into a bishop of opposite color position really quickly. And so Levon is just making sure there's just no craziness for him to worry about. He's going to keep playing solid moves. And here you see he played the move rook a to d8, keeping things simple and straightforward.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Maurice. Levon is thinking, does Awonder just want to make a draw, or does he have some novelty on move 25?
Exactly. How deep is the preparation? I wanted to go back to the game of Tatev and Anna Sargsyan for just a moment, because that soft move, the soft move d2, d3 on move 2 by white, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, like, did Tatev manage to outfox her opponent? And you know the crazy part? The answer is yes.
Yes?
Seriously, it's really remarkable. Check out what happened. After d2, d3, bishop c5, very, very natural move developing. Knight f3, d7, d6, and Anna gets to pat herself on the back and say, ha, 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 I'm much more clever than you are. I've developed my bishop outside of my pawn structure. Ask your bishop on f1 how she's feeling. And Tatev said, that's fine, knight c3. And by the way, because you put your bishop out on c5 early, I'm going to try to hunt it down and win the two bishops. I see you. No, you're not. You're not going to take the two bishops. Well, okay, then let's trade and do me a solid favor. Double up my pawns, and then I will get the half-open f-file. No, no, no. We're going to trade. We're going to trade on my terms, says Anna. Go ahead and capture, and I'll recapture with the knight. And this is the current position. And I'm thinking to myself, I would love, as white, to play the move d3, d4. Now, the first thing I would criticize myself for is, well, I stutter-stepped. I lost a tempo playing d3, d4. But I look across the board and I say, well, in return, the extra tempo I gave you is a5. Enjoy it.
Yeah, black didn't use it for a good move like knight f6 or some good development.
Precisely. And in the meanwhile, I've actually tricked, Tatev has tricked her opponent. The knight on d7 isn't exactly, your knight would rather be on c6, your bishop would have on the, and I would actually like this position for white. I can see that there's possibilities in the near future of going queen d2 and castling along and creating a game full of fight. And, you know, I'm charmed by the fact that you can make an advantage with d3 on move 2. Pretty funny stuff. She has not played d4 yet. Maybe she's thinking about bishop e2.
Maybe
but
she plans to go queen d2 and long castle very early. Maybe that was the whole choice for today.
Also, yes, queen d2 castles early.
But I like your d4 move.
Also,
it just shows, here, I gave you a tempo. What did you use it for?
a5. Where would you like to guide us?
There's a lot of games we haven't looked at yet. Let's check how Alice Lee is doing. against Rachael Li.
Now again, Rachael, for those of you joining us late, Rachael needs a win. End of story. She lost the first game at the Classical. She needs a win to tie the match and force a playoff with Alice Li. So she, against this knight c6 Russell Limo move order, no bishop b5 as Mishra has played, but knight e2 as played by
Sicilian.
Yeah, as played by Bobby Fischer in the 1992 rematch in Stefan and Belgrade. So the idea of Bobby's, it was twofold. First of all, if you're going to play a Sveshnikov with e7, e5, I've kind of sidestepped it. In other words, if you've tried to play e5 now, I'll go knight to d5, followed by knight on e2 to c3, and I'll say, okay,
It's a very different game.
Yeah, very different game. If you play g7, g6, guess what? You're not in a Sveshnikov anymore.
We're in dragon territory
You're in
now.
dragon, and maybe that was not what you intended. So the idea was to make a tricky move order, and now after knight f6, there is f2, f4, and the idea behind f4 is to play for e5. There is d2, d4 transposing, and then there is g2, g3 is also played by Bobby. Now takes
I like this move, knight
knight
d4.
e4.
Just threatening mate in one, no big deal.
Let me overlook it. There it is. Knight f3 checkmate. Lovely
So I
smothered
assumed
mate.
here Rachael was forced to go bishop g2, but I just saw that she took on d4. I'm not sure that's a good move.
Let me just check the games in the database.
It's been
Knight
played
takes
before.
d4 has been played a third of the time, so that's a surprise for me as well. Bishop g2, and after bishop g2, I would assume, yes,
Bishop
of course,
g4.
that's the only reasonable follow-up.
Probably white castles.
Yep.
And black's compensation for the d5 pawn. Oh, actually, it's a take right now. Knight d5, it's hanging.
Right. Knight takes d5.
That's what probably Alice was expected, but this knight takes d4 move, if we go to the live position, it looks like black has achieved a lot in the opening.
It does, doesn't it? Like, okay, so what is...
Alice took, and white played knight b5.
apologies again, I just... Little tickle. What did...
Knight b5 was
Knight
played.
b5. Gift.
Very
Mishra.
sharp position already, and it's only been 7 moves. What if Alice plays e5 here? I'm looking at e5.
I
Black
mean,
is
that
so much far ahead in development.
the highly desirable queen takes d5 has a small
bit of a
detail.
drawback.
Yeah.
Just the,
So e5.
yes, I know, Yasser, you don't like to sacrifice pawns, you like to grab them, but I love sacrificing pawns if it means I develop pieces, I have the initiative, and look at white's development.
Not impressive, huh?
No, there's only one piece developed, and it's the knight on b5, which is badly placed in the corner.
Okay, I'm pausing because obviously I can capture and play bishop g2. And looking at that position, I'm looking at another position,
Ooh, that pawn structure.
which is really very, very strange because you can capture, and I'm not sure.
What if I included a6 just so your knight has to go to a3?
Correct, and a very, very good move. And no, I'm a pawn up, but I'm not happy. Let's pause our analysis and go to the confessional booth as Awonder is going to confess his sins.
Oh, hello. Very excited by the snack selection today. We have here, it's a little crostini, looks like part of a baguette. I have some cream cheese, smoked salmon, capers, and a little bit of red onion. I don't know if you can see. I've already ate 8 of these so far, and we're only 10 minutes into the round. So it's been quite a success from that perspective. Yeah, just fantastic, as you can see. Every year and every round of every tournament I play in St. Louis, I specifically request, the lox on crostini with the capers and red onion. Because the red onion just provides a little bit of that acidity, really balances out the fattiness. And Chris Bird has told me year after year that I'm just not high-rated enough to be making those kind of requests. And so, yeah, I've kind of just been trying to grind up, trying to get to the point where we can have this every single round, and I can just eat about 15 to 35 of these a day. And yeah, we haven't quite gotten there yet, but I'm very glad to see that they've brought it back. And so today is a good day.
With Awonder Liang, yes, and nutritional.
Well, that was
nice.
wonderful.
That was edifying, and I don't know about you, but I feel like it's lunch.
Made me hungry too.
Like 8 of them. Well, he's definitely
Maybe
on a
Awonder
roll.
is soft launch in his cooking show or something.
Exactly.
Maurice, over to you.
Your take on that one, Maurice?
I've done commentary, I don't want to tell you how many decades, okay? I don't think anybody's ever talked about food while we're doing a chess show. Like, chess and food. You know what? Actually, there is a TV announcer. Actually, he's more like a host for a morning show. His name is Maurice Dubois. And Maurice Dubois was telling me many years ago how he loved to play chess. And he would get together with his buddies and their wives, and they'd have chess and chicken day. That's what they had. They had some nice chicken cooked up by everybody, whoever did it, and they'd play chess, and they'd be. And I was like, that sounds actually pretty good. Chess and chicken. So there is that good combination of chess and food, but that one's this one is original. Back to the chess. The game between Abhimanyu and Abhimanyu Mishra really took a fascinating turn. And I want to go right to that opening. We saw that move H3 that Fabi stopped and thought for some time. And look what happened next. Fabi decided to play the move E5, which you see here on the screen. And Mishra blitzed out B4. There are a lot of moves you could play right here. There's only one player who's ever played B4, at least according to our database, in this exact position. That was Frederick Svein, the 22-year-old German, against America's own Hans Niemann. In this position, Hans took with the knight. He said, I think I'll just take this pawn and see what happens next. And after bishop to B2, a critical moment in the game, Hans smelled a rat because you could try to keep this pawn if you want to. You can't play the move D6, unfortunately, because there's a bishop pinning your pawn. But you could start with queen to B6, challenging the bishop. Now, that's a bit of a tricky move, bringing your queen out this early. It is actually engine approved if you're looking at it from this distance. But as you start playing a little bit, the move knight A3 is quite interesting. Now threatening knight C4, where you can't take the bishop because of knight to D6. I mean, that's the threat, is my point. Knight C4, the bishop's not hanging. And as a matter of fact, after the move A6, which happens to be the top move, bishop to E2 is now playable, now with the idea of knight to C4. Now, black could keep this going. Black could play queen C7, and now after knight to C4, play the move knight to C6. By the way, right here, right now, it looks like, can't we just play D6? I mean, after all that, I got your bishop to leave. I'm up a pawn. I'm going to bring my knight back. Except there is the hidden and explosive D4. And no doubt Abhimanyu had this prepared. C takes D4. Now knight takes D4. And that's the kind of sacrifice that will wake you up real early in the morning. ED4 is met by bishop D4. And white has full compensation. Not quite winning if king F8 is played. But who wants to play like this? Your opponent starts dropping a knight on B6, and you're like, whoa, 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 back up, back up. So back to the moment, knight to C4. If you don't play, you shouldn't play D6, you play knight to C6. What is white going to do? Well, check this out. Knight takes on E5. The point being that after you take, we're going to drop F4 on you. The line does continue. D6, FE5, DE5, now knight to E3, eyeing the D5 square. When you try to hurry up and develop with knight to F6, hitting a pawn, you say, you can have that one too, because our queen is headed to the H4 square, and that's not going to be fun if you take the pawn and give us all this initiative. Plus, knight D5 is still in the house if your knight develops. This is exactly zero fun, and no doubt some of the preparation that was in Abhimanyu's mind when he went for this line. So when he played the move B4, Fabi probably had an inkling and saw this game somewhere and said, no, my young friend, I'll just take with the pawn. But this line is not supposed to be good for black at all, thanks to the very aggressive gambit style of A3. And this is the line we have gone down. Fabi decided to shut things down by playing B3, and we are in a completely original position now after knight C3, castles, bishop to C4, all the top engine moves, by the way. So no doubt Abhimanyu thought about this, and white is supposed to be slightly better in this line as he plays all the approved moves. And this is where he has stopped, the engine giving a really not massive advantage, clearly, to white, but saying it's white for choice here. The move B5 is supposed to be the best move, challenging black. So the kid came prepared, needing to defeat Fabiano in this game to stay in the match, and he came out all guns blazing.
Guns blazing indeed. Thank you, Maurice. We're just going to pause our analysis because we have another confessional. This time, Alice Li. Please, no more salmon. Or lox,
or
sorry.
More salmon.
Or capers.
Let's see what Alice had to
onion.
Hi. So, interesting position right now. I played this Sicilian against her, and I actually started thinking on move 2, so, move 1 surprises. I think she was probably expecting me to play the Petrov, but I played the Sicilian, and there was not really any thought behind it. I just spun my opening wheel and to pick some Sicilian, so I went for it. And I did look at the line that we have in the game, but maybe half a year ago. So I'm not sure if this is actually correct. So yeah, in the current position, after knight d4, I think white should play bishop g2, and then after bishop g4 castle, there's some lines with knight takes d5. I think f3 might be the move, and then there's some or maybe it's taking on d5. There's always some lines with f3, but yeah. Anyways, I did look at this before, so yeah, castles, knight takes d5, f3, knight takes e2, queen takes e2, bishop f5. I think the engine says that it's around equal, so yeah, I'm not too unhappy about the position, given that I kind of know this and she's still thinking, so yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. Also, check out my shirt. It's under the blazer, but life is better with cats, so hopefully the rest of the game will go as well as the first 5 moves have.
Hope the shirt works. Hope the shirt works.
I share her love for cats.
I think the move knight d4 has actually surprised Alice because the analysis that Alice was sharing was that bishop g2, bishop g4 was her prep from ages ago. And when you play the move knight d4, you're really kind of not expecting that your opponent is going to capture and, let you attack the knight with a gain of a tempo. But the move knight b5, it comes back to what we had looked at. The move e7, e5 is perfectly reasonable. And there's actually a number of games that have gone like this with bishop takes e6. And here, it's funny. As white, I would be really, really anxious to want to play the move bishop g2 and castles and whatnot. But the main line has been to play c2, c3, which is
This can be good for white.
Yeah, but the knight on b5 is offsides. So you're not afraid of queen d5. We've already established
what about
that
bishop
has...
d5?
And I guess after bishop d5, there's no real choice. I have to probably play f2, f3.
Maybe king f2 and develop that way.
It's not exactly what we would call a
not
classical
ideal.
approach, but yes, exactly. But for the moment, it is a pawn sacrifice for Alice Li, and for Rachael, who, as we know, needs to win. A little chaotic game is all she could have possibly hoped for.
That's true, but it looks like it will be chaotic, but in black's favor.
Likely, yeah.
Likely. There's still a couple of games that we haven't checked yet.
Please.
Let's go to Irene Crash's game.
Absolutely. Irene won her game 1. She's in the driver's seat, but she's playing black against Zoe today. Let's see what happened. you know, all you need is a draw as black, you know, choosing wisely. So in this position, after the move C, you know, like I'm going for the Botvinnik.
Bishop G5.
Yeah, you just got to go
Would you take
crazy.
on F6 or just go Bishop H4 and go to the craziest lines?
I would go for the
variation?
crazies. I'd go for crazy and just hope that my prep, you know, will
Hope that
get
your opponent doesn't remember the line.
as well as you do. Bishop d3. So now we're in a Murano. Back in my day, this exact position was one of the most difficult problems we had in chess. I mean, what did all the grandmasters of the world consider? Here there were two, I mean, literally, there were two moves, and there were schools of thought that said, you know, you should just play bishop b7 with the intention of playing b4 and c5. Let's go. That was, and the other approach was, no. Why create weaknesses after the move b4? Why not just play a6 and play c5, and then you go. After a6, I mean, Michael Tal and so many others had gone down a pathway that just went forever and forever. And I mean, really, really deep.
These are such fun positions to analyze. I remember when I was a teenager, this was very popular. All the top players were playing it.
Exactly.
And I was playing it with both colors as well, white and black.
Okay. And,
yeah, this opening got me to 2400, so it's very popular.
And b4 was not on our radar. Again, bishop b7 and a6. Those were the two main moves. b4 became popular, takes, castles. And this is the, so to speak, the drawback of the move b4.
I do think Irena's bishop e7 is not the most common. The bishop usually goes to d6.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there are some newer games with bishop e7. But I've seen bishop d6 most of the time.
Exactly. I would think in either case, white is probably doing the same, which is a2, a3. Like white's problem, of course, is this bishop on c1 needs a better life. And you can try to put the bishop on b2, but there's no guarantees that the bishop will be that great on b2. But a2, a3, however, helps solve the problems. If you capture on a3, you're doing me a solid favor, because then I can go b3, bishop takes a3, and hope that I can exploit the split pawns. I'm not saying there's a guarantee that I'll be able to do that. a3 on the board, a5, queen c2.
Kind of stopping the castle.
And stopping, and kind of intimating that, you know, you can't play knight f6 anymore because that's now a check. I may not be threatening it, but well, if I can take it with check, I will. h7, h6, takes, bishop b2. And let me just check the games if there hasn't been...
To me, it seems like black has equalized. What do you think, Yasser? I think we have a new position.
I think we're in a new position, which I find...
surprising.
Totally, because it's everything they've played so far.
I think
so
this exact position with bishop d6 probably exists.
But
with
okay.
Bishop on e7.
So yeah, I would say, well,
Close to equal.
For me, the jury's out a little bit. Is c6 tender or not? I mean, it's like Victor Korchnoi says, a weakness is only a weakness if it can be attacked. And in this position, I'm just not 100% sure. Maurice, weigh in.
Well, I've got another game to look at, and you talked about it, Yaz. You said you think that Tatev has indeed gotten the upper hand on Anna, and she played. Not only that, you're going to see it's even worse than that. It looks like she got her exactly in the position that she had already seen, and I'm going to tell you why in a second. We have this position where the knight is threatening to get this bishop with the move knight to a4. So a5 is played to try to stop that from happening, give the bishop some room back on a7. But now bishop to e3 gets played, and that says, well, now that you've spent a tempo with a move like a5, I can challenge your bishop, and why don't you trade it off? And now you feel silly because you played the move a5, and now you're trading off the bishop, but it's still a bishop for a bishop and not for a knight in this kind of position, and that was, in fact, the best move. Instead, she played the move knight to d7, defending her bishop, trying not to lose a tempo. That is such a logical thing to do until the move d4 lands on the board. Now, you seem to have lost the tempo playing d3 to d4, but remember, black lost the tempo playing a7 to a5. And we have this setup where white looked unnatural a moment ago with the pawn on d3, but now looks completely natural. Everything placed on ideal squares, and it's black who looks slightly unnatural with the pawn sitting on a5 and the knight blocking a bishop on d7, not on the ideal or more ideal c6 square. So that just two minor, seemingly minor details make a big difference to the position, and it is now white who has an advantage. And it is an advantage. As a matter of fact, there was a game played between one Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces playing against Dukmin Lai. And this was an online game, so let's not use it and say, oh, this is some kind of deep, perfect play. But I'm going to show you how this game went because it proceeded thusly, and it was quick, as a matter of fact. After castles, rook here, and now bishop to d3, bishop b4, and Fabi played knight d5. His opponent took the pawn and got hit by knight to b5. And despite this fork, trying to get a lock on that knight was not easy because Fabi continued munch some more, give me some more food, and now thank you very much for the extra exchange. And he went on to win this game. So there is no question Tatev, who is good friends with Fabi, both reside here in St. Louis, knew this line and knew this variation, probably even knew this game cold, and knew to play the move d4. Now, I'm surprised she's pausing because knight f6 was the move played in the Fabi game. She is thinking about what to do next, and maybe she knew just this far. Bishop e2 is normal. Queen d2 and castle queenside is also possible in this position. Both moves give white the clear edge.
Remarkable. Thank you, Maurice, for that. Yeah, the d3, the latest trends in chess. You know, you can do everything you like in the opening circus.
It just shows that you can get creative, and it will work in one game.
Yeah, and just because, again, the knight on d7 looks a little strange. For me, I like queen d2, and even the idea of g3, bishop g2 crossed my mind. Maurice, back to you.
Thanks, Yasser. Sorry, I misspoke. The move bishop e2 is not the best move here, and maybe that's why she's giving pause. The move queen d2 is by far the best, and then there's f3 as well. Bishop e2 is one of those soft moves, as you called it, allowing her to castle and getting into a natural position. So bishop e2 is not a great move that Fabi played. Remember, it was a blitz game. Yeah. But queen d2, and by the way, if you think knight g4, that's a typical recipe against queen d2 when you have this setup. But suddenly bishop g5 comes, and you're not at all happy that this bishop just got a free tempo on you. Obviously, f6 is a disaster after knight to e6. I say obviously. You'd have to allow this check, but when the king moves, suddenly black is going to get murdered after this move, knight to d5, and that's all she wrote. c7 is hanging, you can't touch the knight. This is really bad news, despite it looking a bit sharp. So the actual key move here, and funnily enough, I'm not sure if she remembers bishop e2 was what Fabi did and that it wasn't that great a move. It's interesting that she paused right here because maybe it's her instincts or maybe something in her brain she remembered from the conversation with Fabi or something, that better is to play queen d2 in this position. If she plays queen d2, we'll know this, well, maybe she figured it out at the board. But this is a critical moment right now to play for advantage. Queen d2 or f3 are the two moves that give the biggest. Queen d2 by far, and then f3 with a nice edge. We'll see if she plays it. It was just a moment to wait for.
Great.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you.
I think one game that's headed towards the end is Awonder Liang against Levon.
Exactly. I've just pulled up that game, and bishops of opposite color. I mean, the players are rushing to a bishops of opposite color position. The move king went. Actually, let's just go back to where we left it. We left it after the move queen e2, and the players continue to blaze their way. Just again, for those who are joining us, what happens if this game is a draw and the two players are tied?
Well, you're going to have to play the blitz play of this evening after all the classical games are finished.
Once all the classical games are gone. And then just to remind ourselves that we'll play a pair of blitz games. And in case that's a draw, those games are drawn.
They'll play
Another pair. So 2 pairs max, and then?
If it's still a draw, then Armageddon.
Armageddon. Well, we're going to have maybe a long day because we got 8 matches, right?
Yes, very likely.
Very likely that we might see an
Cancel the
Armageddon.
dinner plans, yes.
Exactly. G3, King G8, and again, this game is likely to be a draw. Just to share that during a break, which we may be going up to soon, Irene Sukandar, newlywed, I want to say, Irene, congratulations to you and your hubby, Eric Rosen, making their home here in St. Louis. Well, what do? When you're married, you exploit your partner. Irene will have Eric on the show during the break, and they invite you to ask them any questions you would like, mainly about the openings,
Yes,
of course.
send your questions. She's managing all the social media for St. Louis Chess Club, whether that's Instagram, X, Facebook, your choice, and she will address your questions.
Exactly.
And today it will be her and her husband, Eric Rosen, as well.
Especially gambits. Eric's specialty.
Yes.
Yeah, Eric's specialty.
Yes, so let's take a look at our pie charts.
Yes, statistics. Have they changed from the start of the tournament?
Right, this is the pre-round 1. We had Carissa, big favorite, no surprise there. She's at 38.8%. Second, defending champion Alice Li at 23%. And then there's a big drop-off, almost 11% for the newcomer Anna Sargsyan and Irene Crush at 10%. But after yesterday, not that much has changed. Carissa is still the favorite, but the gap is smaller now. Alice Li is right there with 30%, and Irina, because she won her first game, now in third place with 15%.
A little bit surprised that Irene didn't jump up a little bit more thanks to her victory. And in the open section?
The Open, no surprises there either. Pre-tournament, the favorite was Fabiano Caruana, 41.4%. Wesley in second, Levon in third. And I'm sure after round 1,
they didn't.
Since Fabiano was the only one who won his game,
he didn't hurt his winning chances. Let's see what it jumped up to.
now
From 41 to 47.
Yeah, it's almost 48% now.
That is quite a move. Like he's got half of all the chances, as we
But
see.
right now, we already discussed this, but Mishra had a fantastic preparation. He actually managed to get a position where white is slightly better. Look at the clock difference. Mishra has more than 20 minutes extra over Fabiano out of the opening. You don't see that often.
No, you don't. Really, actually, in truth, it's an extraordinary achievement. People do not surprise Fabi at in the opening stages whatsoever. His, gosh, I want to say his opening shield is so very, very good. To find even the smallest chink is very difficult for those of joining us late. It was a Rasalimo with this, I want to call it the wing gambit.
But do you think, Yasser, we already talked about this, that he has to keep some opening prep secrets for the candidates, so that could be the reason why he walked into this as well.
Yeah, in some ways, maybe Mishra is taking advantage of the fact, like, look, you're not gonna be surprising. You're gonna stay with your repertoire, and essentially what Mishra has achieved is he has more active pieces. The bishop on c4 versus the bishop on g7. Your bishop on g7 is doing a good job defending the king, but it's basically on a closed diagonal. Knight d4 isn't necessarily going to help you. The other thing is you just look at the pawn structure, identical pawn structure, nothing to talk about. But whose pawn, the d6 pawn or the d3 pawn, whose pawn is potentially more vulnerable? Asked and answered with the move b4, b5. So what Mishra is hoping that he will be able to achieve is he's going to recapture on b5 with his knight, and he's hoping that he'll be able to play a3, a4, bishop a3, and essentially wrong foot, if you will, Fabi on the d6 square. Keep in mind, we just saw it in the Rachael Li game. There's a knight c7 fork. So you can't play against Alice Li.
Oh,
you
yes,
can't
yes.
you can't play D5 and solve your problems that way. Yeah,
Even though
it still
black
works.
is castled, it still works. Yes.
Exactly. So this is what Mishra is hoping for.
What is Fabi supposed to do? Not take on b5? Because what you showed with the knight on b5, bishop on a3, that looks very unpleasant.
It looks like White's having a lot of the fun. On the other hand, if you do play the move knight a5, and I do, for example, drop back with the bishop, he kind of asks, did I solve my issues, or did I make them worse? White is still aspiring to play his bishop to a3, and I think that's one of the reasons for the time difference as well, is because Fabi is behind on the clock, because he is recognizing, wait a minute, the young man is putting pressure on me. Who invited him to this tournament? Maurice, jump in.
Yes, we were talking about that game and the theoretical nuances and trickery, in fact, that Tatev had on Anna. And she tried to combine two ideas that do not work together. In this position, as you see there, she's stopping to think about her next move. But in this position that we have, just a moment ago, before Black had castled, this move knight f6 was on the board, and she decided to play bishop to e2, which is what Fabi did in his game. The engine feels like this is a full loss of tempo, simply unnecessary, because knight g4 is not a real threat. You can play queen d2 immediately here and not, as I pointed out before, have to worry about knight g4 because there's bishop g5. And the knight e6 idea, if you try to gain a tempo on this piece, is just way too strong. So that would have been an easy way to go if you plan to play the move queen to d2. Now, what is wrong with trying to combine the ideas? Well, bishop e2 is a little too slow. After castles and now queen to d2, well, actually, her opponent diverged, because here Black had an actually fantastic move, the move bishop to b4. And this already puts enormous pressure on White's center. You see the pawn on e4 is hanging because of the pin. And if you defend it with f3, what else are you going to do? Well, you could try bishop g5, but h6 is coming. Suddenly the move d5 wakes you up. And Black is just not supposed to have the move d5 in these structures, because once Black achieves it and you don't have anything to prove, Black is just perfectly fine. This would have been great for her opponent. Bishop e2 was a loss of a tempo, but she wasn't punished directly. However, the move a4 has now appeared on the board, giving her a free move. But what to do with it? She wanted to castle queenside, but that a-pawn is now staring you in the face. You've lost the tempo with bishop e2, so now the advantage that she would have had is now completely gone, or more or less gone, maybe a slight edge after a3. But rook f3, the point being a3, rook to e8, and f3 coming, there's still this d5 business you have to think about that will open the game in Black's favor. White's advantage just dissipated. The one soft move, I like your word, Yas, I'm going to keep using it. Bishop to e2 really cost her in this position. At one tempo, that's just how chess is. You slow, you blow.
Whoa, you slow, you blow. a4, yeah. But I understand why Anna was attracted to that move, a5, a4. Because when your opponent is playing these moves, bishop e3, queen d2, potentially g4, g5, they're telegraphing, they're castling long. Now the move a4 is setting up for a3, and talk about a nasty pin. a3, b3, bishop b4. Nobody likes to play chess like that. I mean, no, we don't like to be in those types of pins. So we are looking at a3, we are looking at rook e8. No other convenient way of defending the pawn on
There's still d5.
e4 other than f3, move. And then there is this move d5. Now, the crazy part is I was actually thinking about this position, and in some ways, okay, imagining I lose a pawn. So I've already, I've checked out. I'm going to lose a pawn, and I'm asking myself, well, what do I have for it? Well, there's some development issues, right? So imagine I just kind of play casual like I got this all figured out. I'm going to play a pawn down. Just laying a pawn down.
I think here tactically it doesn't work out because he takes f.
E takes, bishop takes c5.
F takes e2, and then you will. I
Takes
can take on
e2.
c5.
What?
On knight e2, there's knight e4.
Though
But Yasser, if you move the knight to f5, I think it would work
knight f5. All
Yes.
right, let me try that one.
because now the bishop's overprotected. On
Got
e3.
you. So any captures on e3. So just to play the position of pawn down, not that I like playing positions pawn down. Let me be clear, but
No, white definitely has compensation here. Black is very awkwardly placed on the queen side.
I felt it as well. I just didn't know if it was full compensation or not. But yeah, after rook e, she has played a3, by the way, live in the game. The
Yes,
other
Anna
thing,
is thinking, and she'll probably play rook e8, the most logical move.
it is the most logical move. The other thing is if I castle, you take on e4, I sacrifice a pawn like that, but then I don't get the good,
Yeah,
easy...
less compensation there.
Yeah, I don't feel like, let me just put that on the board. Castles, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook takes e4. You know, it's like, am I...
Maybe just go g4 and let's go all in.
Yeah, exactly, in G.
Yeah.
But it would be great if you have to win.
Yes.
Playing recklessly like this when you don't have to win, then something's a little bit wrong. So we are expecting rook e8 in our analysis. We're expecting f3, and then this whole clash in the center to occur after the move d5. I'll keep an eye on this one as well. Have they made a draw yet in the...
I'm keeping my eye on it. They're still
Awonder?
playing, but I think they're looking for some kind of repetition because
They're professionals. They'll find it before too long. There has to be games we haven't seen.
Yes,
Let me just
there's
take a quick look
there's
at
two of them. Yes, one is Ray Robson against Wesley So, which was Berlin.
Berlin. Again, this is Ray Robson as white. Wesley So. Wesley has had the Berlin in his repertoire for, well, I'm going to say most of his
Most
career.
of his life, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he knows it as well as everybody. And the funny part is, like, Wesley had a game with Gukesh.
With the white pieces.
Yeah, flipping colors
And he
for a
won.
moment. Yeah, and Ray Robson in his preparation said, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to play like Wesley So.
It's quite good. So, and
He's really
especially
good.
defeating the world champion must be a good line.
Exactly. So what is going on here? This bishop on, I would love to capture this bishop, okay, but I lose my knight and my king side has been ruptured? No.
Yeah, the only game
The only
is
game in
Wesley
the-
versus Gukesh, and it was bishop h3 here. Maybe that's what Ray's trying to remember.
Okay, that's a cute move, right? And the idea is, of course, you're attacking the knight. And how did the game continue?
Knight d4.
Whoa, okay, and do we know?
I think she takes h.
Now we take. So we included the, and I
Black
guess we
takes the
take.
knight.
Yeah.
And c3.
C3.
I don't think white got an advantage out of the opening. He did win the game, but queen
And
takes
was it-
h4 happened here.
It wasn't because of the opening.
Yes, seems definitely.
Quite a strange looking position, I must say. Not
Out
your
of
usual.
Berlin, you don't really expect this.
No, not your usual patterns. Let me refresh the position for a moment. And then the last game that we have missed
I think it's
is
Carissa's game against Anna Zatonskih.
Carissa. My goodness, how have we avoided looking at Anna and Carissa? So, opening. Okay, this is a...
I think we saw this yesterday, right? Who was playing this? It was Zoe Tang against Irene. I can't remember, but we saw this.
Well,
A5,
it
this
wasn't
exact.
the pawn. It was queen a4 check. Queen takes
Yeah,
c4.
that was a different game. But we saw bishop d2, a5. It was somebody's game yesterday. You'll come to me.
All right. Okay, so not a queen's Indian, not
it
a
was
queen's
Alice
gambit.
Li against Rachael Li, and then she played queen c1.
Yes,
Yes.
queen c1. Oops, no, that was fast. I hit the wrong button. So we have, there was a player from the 1930s, Efim, I think I'm pronouncing it right, Bogolyubov, or Bogolyubov. Bogolyubov. He introduced bishop b4 check and queen e7, and it became known as the Bogo Indian. Because when you've got a name like Bogolyubov, forget about it. And his way was to play queen e7, eventually trade off the bishop and play for d6 and e5, a very different approach. A5 became popular, and also in my day,
C5 used to be popular too, yes.
And still
Very
play
sharp.
today. A5, g3, d6, bishop g2, knight d7, castles e5. Also, Joel Benjamin, he added this in his defensive repertoire, and he did quite decently, had decent results on the black side. E2, E3. Again, one of those moves you just have to say it's soft. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with
That's our theme
the
today,
move.
soft moves.
Soft moves. Okay, E3, bishop takes D2, knight takes D2. And my first impression is that...
Well, it's comfortable that, not a huge advantage, but we have a little bit of space, and the bishop on C8 is undeveloped, right?
Well, it goes a little bit deeper because there's also there's always this potential issue that Anna is going to use the e4 square. She'll end up capturing the rook on d1 and go knight e4, knight d6. So for the moment, I might ask a question. Suppose I play the move h2, h3. The idea is, yes, that was exactly what I was waiting for. Thank you so much for obliging. Is takes, and let's say knight e4. And just to ask you what you think about this, I want to say spatial advantage, right? Again, if I can exploit the square d6 or not.
I think you can. Anna is very comfortable in positions like this.
Yeah, the tactics, in a sense, it's strategical chess, positional chess, which she excels in. She's very, very, very good maneuvering. I don't think of Anna enjoying a tactical melee. I mean, that is Carissa's wheelhouse. I think Anna would like to play strategic, technical chess, and Carissa would like to play full-throated attacking games.
Yeah, of course they both can play any type of position, but there's preference.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, as we get ready for break, one last look at the Awonder game, because we have been expecting a draw and it's still no. What are we doing on break again?
Well, I think Irene and Eric might catch this draw because they're going to be joining us. And while we go on break, you guys have the opportunity to talk to Irene and Eric. Welcome, guys, to our show.
This double elimination match format can be very challenging. What's your mindset coming into this event?
Well, obviously it's a very tough tournament. I think it's my 5th American Cup, right? I mean, I have lots of ups and downs in American Cup, finished second twice. It's hard to say exactly what's gonna happen, but just try to play some good chess, try to play well.
It's my first time playing, so I have no ideas really. So I don't know what to expect, what to really prepare for. But for me, I think it's the same. Chess is chess, no matter what the format is or how things change. So I think for me, I'm just happy to play and get the experience against a very strong opposition.
Yeah, I mean, I take it as 2 separate tournaments. One has the classical portion and one has the rapid portion. And I prepare completely differently for long games and short games. And something unique about this tournament is early on when we had American Cup, it was classical, rapid, and then blitz. And now it's classical, and then we jump right into blitz.
Right.
So the mindset, like the shift is crazy, going from a long game to a very short game. And that's kind of exciting for spectators and honestly for players as well.
Well, I mean, no one's planning on like losing a match, so I think it's still pretty much the same. You want to try to win every match as if it was just a single elimination, but I mean, obviously it's good that you do have a second chance in case something goes wrong. But I guess also the time format changes a bit, so that's the other factor. So
Like playing blitz so quickly
blitz
after.
and also rapid if you lose. So that's the only difference.
I don't have a lot to lose in this tournament.
Right.
And therefore my mindset is to go for broke. Last year, I very, very nearly knocked Hikaru out in the first round of the American Cup. The classical games were not great. I was lost in both of them. Hopefully this year I'll play better in the classical portion, but in the blitz, Hikaru is considered one of the strongest blitz players in the world, if not the strongest, the single strongest. I mean, it's a debate between him and Magnus, but they're both very close. And the fact that I almost knocked him out in blitz gave me a lot of confidence that on my good days, I can play as well as the strongest player in any format, in classical as well as I've proven in the Grand Swiss and many other tournaments like Tepe Sijiman in the 2023 BL in 2024 that I can play. The problem is getting these good days, and that's something I've been working on, but if I'm able to showcase my powers, I think I have a very real chance of knocking Fabiano out. It's also nice because you're the underdog and nobody really suspects you, but of course in this field everybody is very strong and everybody has to be taken very seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to have the second chance. But for me, I think most of all, it's great to be back at classical chess.
Right.
I'm playing a bit less, I mean, much less than I used to in previous years. So I think my last classical tournament was the American Cup from 2025. So it's definitely nice to have the chance to play a few games, a few classical games, especially against such field. And it's always nice to play here in St. Louis as well, like, get all the friends and the family around. So it's...
Afraid of a little bit of rust?
Yeah, that's the only worry, but I've been trying to get some practice and hopefully it'll be fine.
It helps people who are slow and rusty.
You're describing.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. And it gives you a chance to come back in the tournaments.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think it's a great format.
I still think I would approach it pretty much the same way, just maybe there would be a bit less tension before you lose the first match. But you don't want to lose a match, so I would still approach each match the same. Like, it's not the end of the world if you lose, but you're still in a pretty difficult position after that. So of course you want to go as smoothly as possible if you can.
Exactly, but a double elimination, does it make you more risk averse or less risk averse?
I think about the same.
About the same.
Yeah, I still view the risk about the same, because you have to be kind of objective in chess. If you're in a must-win, then of course you can throw objectivity out the window and you go all out for a win. But in an equal match situation, before any points are scored, I don't think that you should be taking undue risks.
Hello everyone, welcome to the show break. And today I'm not alone because now international master Eric Rosen is here to be our guest commentator for the show break. Thanks for coming, Eric.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here. Yeah.
Okay, we've been talking about during the past few minutes about this game because it looks like, again, Awonder and Levon have been playing very equally from the start until present position. And we predict, I think everyone is predicting that it's going to end with a draw. What's your take on this?
Yeah, we were just looking at the position here before bishop b5, and we were actually predicting bishop c4, rook e7, rook b8, rook e8, rook b7, and threefold. But bishop b5, maybe another possibility. I imagine this game will be probably the first game of the round to finish, so I don't think there's much more to talk about.
Yep, I think let's move on to the game between Robson versus Wesley So. This is also interesting. I think our commentators before, Yasser and Nazi, already touched on this, that I could pull this one up from my own memory because I was there physically watching this game. This variation happened between Gukash versus Wesley So versus Gukash, and Wesley was in this position. In this game, Wesley was white, and it was in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz last year in August, and Wesley could beat Gukash. And now Ray in this position took so much time to think what to do next, but he came up with a different move than what Wesley did during his game against Gukash.
Yeah, so Wesley ended up beating Gukash with the move bishop h3. And I'm very curious if Ray was aware of that game. I'm sure Wesley is very well aware that it's the same position. But Ray took, between 20 and 30 minutes to play the move 93, which we saw is the engine's second choice behind bishop h3. Maybe still a small edge for white. They played a few more moves after takes, bishop f6, e4, d5. I wonder if Wesley is still in preparation here. Queens are traded, and even though Ray is significantly down on time, it's a pleasant positional game for white because black has this isolated d-pawn. White can exert pressure, potentially with bishop g2 and c3 and bishop e3. So imagine that Ray might be trying to milk this position for a small edge.
Right. So I guess this match is also very much looking to the playoff after the second game, I guess. And let's take a look in the women's section. Which one that caught your attention, Eric?
Yeah, there were two games that really caught my eye in the women's with some really tricky openings. This is the first one between Rachael Li and Alice Li. If we just go back and look from the start, I know the commentators covered this a little bit, and Alice also talked about this in the confessional, but there's a really, really cool opening trap from this position. If white plays a very natural bishop to g2, simply fianchettoing the bishop, Alice would play bishop g4, and Alice had mentioned one of the main lines she was preparing is castling kingside for white. I just want to take a pause and acknowledge the move pawn to d3, which also looks very natural, and maybe it looks a little bit shaky at first. Black is able to play knight f3, but white is then much better after king f1, preparing h3, and black's position is unstable.
Which is unusual, yeah? Because white already lost the right to castle, and yet white is better in this position.
Yeah, because black has kind of overextended and doesn't have a follow-up here. So if we just go back, there's a really beautiful continuation for black in this position that I'm sure Alice would have found if Rachael played pawn d3. I would encourage viewers, if you don't see the tactic, feel free to pause the broadcast, try and find the best move for black. Do you want to do the honors?
Knight takes d5.
Oh no, my knight. So this is the beginning of a sacrifice sequence. First of all, if knight takes d5, we just take on e2, queen d2, knight f3, and the forks are coming in strong. Takes, black is winning either the knight or the rook. And the more beautiful line is if bishop takes d5, black can play queen takes d5 and say, oh no, my queen. And if the queen is captured, then it's checkmate into very beautiful mating pattern. There's an additional line here. If castling kingside, then there's another queen sacrifice after knight f3.
Okay.
Okay, if king g2, then we can double check and mate.
Right.
So king h1. And now it's black to move and force mate. Do you see
Knight
it?
g5.
Knight g5. Oh no, my queen.
And then bishop f3 and knight h3.
Yes. And I don't want to go on too much of a tangent, but there was a game between Andreykin and Karyakin that featured this exact same tactical sequence. I'll just go and show it real quick if we go from the beginning. It was one of the games that inspired me to play the English opening after knight f3, g6. It's basically a reverse version of what the ladies got in their game. Bishop g7, bishop g5, knight e7, and in this position, knight takes d4. And Andreykin was white, Karyakin was black, and walked into the same trap after bishop takes d4, queen takes d4. If the queen is taken, then it's checkmate. And after castling knight f6, king h8, knight g4, Karyakin resigned. This was a 10-move game at the World Blitz Championship.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely useful to know such a trap, especially today we will see a playoff. I'm sure. I mean, it's guaranteed. It's not guaranteed yet, but out of 8 matches, how many matches do you think will go to the playoff?
Ooh, I'd say at least half of them.
Half of them?
Yeah, because yesterday the majority of the games were draws, and I think statistically we're likely to see probably at least half in playoffs, which will mean a longer day, more exciting day of chess.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I cannot wait to see actually, because playoffs in the way faster time control would be very, very interesting. You told me there is another game that you would like to look at.
Yes, the game between Tatev and Anna Sargsyan. I know the commentators were enthralled with this game after the first two moves, e4, e5, pawn d3. I want to give my own perspective because I discovered this move a couple weeks ago when preparing for the St. Louis Masters. Fabiano was top seed in that tournament.
Right.
And I thought just for fun, I would download all of Fabiano's recent games and see what he's been playing recently. And he's played this at least a couple dozen times online in Title Tuesday, some of the Thursday Blitz tournaments. And he's been having very good success with this from the white side. And this is not just a way to avoid theory entirely. It's a way to basically go into new theory that a lot of top-level players are not familiar with yet. And then after the tournament, after St. Louis Masters, I didn't end up playing Fabiano, so I didn't get to maybe exploit his D3 line. But he came up to me at the American Cup Blitz tournament and told me he wants some help to make this opening more popular. And because I'm very passionate about tricky openings, I had already explored this in depth, and there's a lot of tricky ideas for white after d3 that an unsuspecting player could walk into. First of all, if knight f6, then white can get a basically improved version of a king's gambit.
Or Vienna.
Or Vienna, yeah. Knight c3 is definitely a resource. But after pawn f4, it's new territory. Engine will say white is slightly better. After takes, there is bishop takes f4, and a lot of players play d5 online. Fabiano's had a few games in this position, after which pawn e5, and white is already pressing, gaining space with knight f3 to come. What happened in Tatev's game, there's also some tricky lines that Anna did not walk into, but after bishop c5, knight f3, it looks very natural for black to play knight c6 here, defending the pawn. But this walks into a reverse version of the center fork trick after knight takes e5, takes, and d4.
That's a very typical fork, yeah?
Yes.
We see this in many of the e4, e5 openings as well.
Yes, and it's something that you could get a little bit surprised with if you're black. Maybe one more idea I can give. Anna played d6 in this game, knight c3, and then a5 was played because if knight c6 again, okay, we don't have the center fork trick, but we have knight a4 to get the bishop pair. And Fabiano has had this position online as well. So some new Super Grandmaster theory that's worth knowing.
It's definitely very interesting, and especially if you don't have enough time to prepare for your own game, and then this could come up with a good surprise to your opponent. Well, thank you so much, Eric, for joining me, and we hope to see you again on our future show breaks.
I hope so too.
Thank you, and let's go to the studio.
Thank you very much, Irene and Eric, for sharing your analysis. Very interesting games indeed. Yasser, where would you like to go?
Well, I had expected that Levon and Awonder Liang would have drawn by now, and I was a bit surprised as we came back into studio.
They're still playing?
Not only that, but Awonder actually won a pawn, which is kind of a bizarre thing. When we left, but the position was so drawn when we left, even this extra pawn with the bishops of opposite color, and I think for the first time in the game, Awonder's actually interested in the position.
Well, his rook is now trapped. He has to trade it, right? He can go rook b7, Levon will play rook e7, so he can't avoid this trade.
Right, so let's just take a look at what would happen if he captures. Now, the nice thing, now because we've got an extra pawn, we have to start thinking ambitiously. The nice thing is these pawns on h7 and g6, we'd really like to keep them on the light square. So for me, the move I would find very attractive is the move g4. And the idea is as simple as it looks. I want to play g5. Yes, I'm putting my pawns on the dark squares. I'm giving your bishop a job. But I'm more thinking about trying to keep these pawns on light squares and making them vulnerable. Even if I win a pawn over there,
It might still not be enough.
you know, like if you play h6 and, for example, I play h4 and I'm trying to play, and you might play g5, I might still not be able to win the game is the problem.
Yeah, there's just so many different ways black can equalize here.
Exactly. So I don't expect this game, I still expect a draw, but I just think it's kind of funny that we left it and it was such a dry position. I just thought the players were going to find a repetition.
Well, it's possible. Awonder wants to keep playing because he's enjoying the snack so much.
Exactly. Maurice, weigh in on these positions as we come back from break.
Well, while we were away, something amazing happened between Mishra and Caruana, and the board is aflame. And I don't know what's going on because the variations are extremely complex and difficult to assess. In this position, remember we left, I believe it was after b5, and then a b5, knight takes b5, and then d5 was played by Fabi. You see the eval bar sky up. Now after e takes d5, which was played, e4, and now d takes e4, which is now played. There is a rook hanging in the corner. You could, now Fabi is paused, so we're at the live board, and look at Mishra get up and walk away. He's dropping a rook. Well, of course, Fabi's knight is under attack, but if you take on c6, that ain't much. This position, Fabi is no doubt happy to see, and he'd be thrilled if he got this position. He's probably evaluated this to be okay for him. That is not the problem, and he might be smelling a rat right now because bishop takes a1. We don't want your stinking knight. We're going to continue down the sharp line. Bishop takes on h6, and count them 3 pawns at the moment for the rook. With a knight's hanging on c6, a bishop's hanging on a1, the rook's hanging on f8. You start smelling a lot of wood hanging like that. You're thinking, I think I'm doing okay. Is Fabi going down, guys? I mean, this is really bad for him. Bishop g7 looks like the top move here, and the youngster would do well to keep this bishop. You could play bishop g5. You could also play bishop to f4 and just prevent the knight from going to its strongest square. And by the way, the line knight to a5 right now, don't try to play bishop c7. Just be wasting your energy. Just drop your bishop back and say, I am down a full rook for 3 pawns. Okay, it is 3 pawns. It is some nasty pawns. Black's pieces look silly. Is it enough? I don't know. The engine's saying, yeah, we like this for white. This is an insane position. I'm just hoping it lands on the board. Please, please, please happen. Please happen, please, because that is absolutely wild. But listen, at least we know right here, right now, the number 3 player in the world is down 2 pawns against the youngest grandmaster in history in a barn burner. And Fabi definitely is looking at this and thinking, well, wait a minute. I'm not sure. I did sack 2 pawns, but now I'm looking at it. I'm not sure it's all that good. And I don't want to lose this game and have to go to a playoff.
That's exactly right. I mean, Fabi's coming into this game with a win already in his pocket. All he needs to do is make a draw. He hasn't made his life easy. Actually, I had gotten to this position in my mind's eye as well of Mishra's bishop takes h6. And the moves, bishop f4 or bishop g5, they really had not occurred to me. I was thinking that Mishra was better after bishop takes g7, king takes g7. And I like to keep the queens on the board whenever I see my opponent has a vulnerable king. And likewise, like this could probably be good for white as well.
That's also good, but yeah, the lines that
But
Maurice is showing are so much more fun.
Dropping a whole rook, it forcefully reminds me of when Maurice and I actually met for the very first time. He has reminded me of the story a number of times. I was playing in the New York Open, and I was playing against a top grandmaster. Maurice was relaying the chess moves of my game on the board so the spectators could watch. So I just thought, you know, he's a part of the tournament staff making the moves. And after the game, he came up very gently and said, Mr. Seirawan, could your opponent have played this? And I said, well, you see, there's a rook in the corner. And Maurice looked at me and said, I'm giving away the rook. Brooklyn was in the house. And I was like, dang, okay. So then I looked, and it was brilliant. It was right. He was sacrificing the rook. And I said, good move. And then he was like, okay, I can play.
It wasn't just me. It was a couple of other brothers from Brooklyn who were hanging out. I was the one who spotted it because I was doing the demo board back in the old days when you had to actually move the pieces as opposed to having a digital board. But I was sitting there. I was about 2,400 at the time, so it wasn't like I was weaky, but I was up there because they needed somebody to do the board, and it wasn't above me to go up there and do the board of grandmasters. And here was I think you're playing Bagirov, maybe?
Yeah.
And anyway, Yasser is playing. We're talking the 80s now. Yasser's playing, and I just see this line, and I'm like, looks interesting. Maybe we sack an exchange, and we're giving the rook in the corner. We're coming back and winning some line. Later engines proved that my line was not that accurate, actually, and there are better ways to play. But it was interesting, and it was cool to fluster one Yasser Seirawan, a top 10 player like that, who make him realize, hey, Brooklyn now. we don't care about no stinking rooks.
Well, it's not every day that you're just sitting there at the board and the tournament staff says, I think your opponent missed an opportunity. You're like, what? And you were right.
I was doing commentary even then.
There you go. Natural born. But rook sacrifice.
Yes.
Rook
it's a great
sacrifice.
Sack. It's a great sack. The more I look at it. By the way, your line bishop g7 is slightly better for white. And he may go for it if he can't assess the complexity of actually staying down a rook. I mean, Tal and Bronstein, they'd be like, we're not trading for you, buddy. No, we're going to go for the sharp line. But will he do that against Fabi? Play bishop back to f4, g5. But I think all of that doesn't even matter because I think Fabi went into this thinking that his position was just going to be A-OK. And now, as we've gotten here, and he's seeing with a bit more clarity as the position proceeds with his analysis, and he's starting to think, there's something, this could be really bad, actually. And he may have spotted that there's no need to trade on g7, that he can actually, that is, white can actually drop the bishop back. I'll go back 2 moves right here. This move, even bishop g5 is interesting. I mean, there's d6 threats, your knight's hanging. Look at black's pieces. There are 3 pieces in the game have developed. 2 of them are sitting on the second rank. The bishop on g7, okay, let's not talk about that. One knight's pinned, the other's under attack, and all the other pieces are sitting on the back row. This feels wrong. It just feels wrong. Now, you did have to give up a rook. For 3 pawns, though, it's 3 of them. By the way, if I ever get to play a move like e5 as well, you just start feeling bad things. Clouds, as they say in the books, are hanging over black's position.
It's crazy. I'm trying to, in my own practice, I remember sacrificing a rook against Vasily Ivanchuk for some really nice compensation, but just for simply 3 pawns. I think dragon players are used to sacrificing a rook for
nothing.
for pawns and checks. Let's leave it there. But this would be an intuitive and marvelous game. Keep a close eye on that one with Mishra and Fabi.
You know what this reminds me of?
Maurice, please.
I mean, there are a lot of rook sacks we've seen, but rooks for pawns is what you're talking about.
Yes, specifically.
And somehow it reminds me of a line in the Alekhine Luborovich played
against
in the
David
4 pawns
Bronstein.
attack.
Yeah, David Bronstein.
You know the game I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Super famous.
That's how it feels. It feels like you're just percolating with compensation.
Right.
That's a nice way of putting it. Percolating with compensation. Anyway, it's good stuff is what it is.
It's good stuff.
It's good stuff. And if we were in Brooklyn, I would change that word stuff to something else. But yeah, we're definitely having a good time. I want to see this line on the board. I really hope this is where we go.
Wow. Quick story. Miguel Najdorf was playing in a tournament with Alexander Alekhine, and Alekhine sacrificed his rook against an opponent book or book, B-O-O-K, with the umlauts above the O's. So book and there's just Alekhine sacrifices an entire rook. So Najdorf's doing his tour of the boards and looking, and there's Alekhine getting himself a coffee, and he goes up to Alekhine, who he called Doctor. Doctor, how are you feeling? And Alekhine looked at Najdorf, and he said, there's something in the position. It was just this intuitive, here, how can you calculate this? You can't.
No, you just rely on intuition here.
It is intuitive. It's an intuitive call made easier by the fact you have to win.
Yes, because you have nothing to lose. You have to take such risks.
Exactly, and that's and Mishra is probably very happy he's getting this opportunity to take such a risk, and guess what? We do have
Yasser.
bishop takes a1 on the board. Yes, tell us about that.
That's also a big sign how great Mishra is doing. Mishra has hour and 15 minutes against 27 minutes for Fabi.
Wow, and here he is going into the line.
And we're only
Bishop
on
takes
move 16.
a1.
This is still very early in the game, but yes, we're going to see bishop takes h6 for sure.
Absolutely.
Fabi's going to go back with the bishop, and then the critical moment, will Mishra just give up the whole rook for 3 pawns and play that position with bishop on g5 or f4?
The position is definitely percolating. I love, it's just, gosh, again, if you told me you're going to sacrifice the rook right here, and I would be thinking of bishop f4, bishop g5. I personally, I hate being in pins. I had just too many bad experiences of having. So for me, bishop g5 is such an easy choice because I'm pretty sure I don't want to take the knight.
You want to take the other one?
But I'm pretty sure I do want to play d6 and capture on e7 with a pawn. So for me, bishop g5, I find myself drawn into that, and I don't even know what black is supposed to do.
I think black has to prepare f6 and get out of that pin, so the king has to move.
Which isn't the easiest move to just toss on the board when your knight is hanging, and again, it's 3 pawns for the rook.
Yeah, it's a prophylaxis move while half of the pieces are hanging. But this game is finally finishing, and I think they found the 3-move repetition.
Right.
So Awonder and Levon will be
in
playing the playoffs.
The first in the playoffs. And by the way, there was this, Awonder did manage to somehow win that pawn on g6. I'll just go over
I think the players are analyzing and discussing and laughing.
Trying to remember what their preparation was, but there's joy as
They're both in good mood.
Yeah, we will have a playoff, and how that will go is all of the classical games will have to be completed.
I believe they have to finish first, and then
there will be a pair of blitz games, and in case they're tied, another pair of blitz games, and in case those are tied, a single Armageddon. So we will have playoffs later, and we have at least one match. Where would you like to take us?
I was just going to ask you, how many playoffs do you think we're going to have? If you were to make a bet.
8 matches. We've had 3 decisive in the first. I would go for half the field. Half.
Yeah, I'm with you.
4.
Yes.
4.
We'll see,
but there
at
might
least
be an
4.
over and under on that one too. By the way, picking up between Tatev and Anna, because that was a game that we kept our eyes on. Anna found all the best moves, including d6, d5, breaking up the
Tatev
center.
sacrificed the pawn this way.
And here we go. I think we were looking at knight f5.
Oh, yes. Knight f5 was very interesting.
And Tatev recaptures, so she's inviting, shall we say. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook takes e4.
It looks
and
scary.
now, where's the crescendo? What is Tatev going to do?
Intuitively, it feels black should be in trouble.
Okay.
There's f7 weakness, h7, of course the last rank, the whole d file. The rook on e4 is in the way, but how do I take advantage of it?
Exactly.
It's not that simple.
You've got to come up with some great ideas. You mentioned...
It's like we have too many options here, too much to calculate.
Maurice has quoted Levon on numerous occasions by saying, if you give me a position where I have a lot of good moves, I don't like it so much.
Yes.
But if you give me a position where I have one good move, I like it. Here it's like there are a lot of good moves for white. Rook e1, bishop f3, bishop c4, maybe even knight f5. But you've got to find the right precise moves.
It's much harder for us to do that.
I'm very glad that they're on the board. Okay, that's Tatev's game. I want to go to Sam, Sevian, and Leinier. Leinier and Sam drew their first game. They are also in a kind of a bishops of opposite color position at the moment. Very, very balanced. Rachael Li needs to win against Alice Li. When we left it, we had left it at the position, very unusual opening, and instead of e5,
that we liked.
she played a6, and Rachael, I'm 2 pawns up. I'm 2 pawns up. What are you going to do about it? Well,
Now e5.
e5, still 2 pawns up.
3 pawns maybe?
What's going on?
Can we take
Is it a day of being 3 pawns up? Queen takes e5, castles.
Yeah, that's
We have to
dangerous.
say it's dangerous, but it's 3 pawns. Nope. 2 is enough. f3, d3. Okay, consolidating. Consolidating.
Computer really didn't like this last move that Alice played, queen c6. So you can see the bar
I-
changing.
I can see that Alice has very good compensation. In fact, the computer actually favors Black's position. But queen c6 seemed to have been a step in the wrong direction. Is that because I
sure
can
why.
castle?
Bishop g2, you mean? Oh, you're
Well,
castling
see,
long.
I was trying to. I'm a pawn grabber. If I work so hard to win a pawn, I want to hold on to it. But I guess at a5, I don't
Yeah,
know.
you're walking into
Castles.
this direct attack.
A5, yeah, look at that. The engine is thinking A5. I walked into an attack. I didn't like
I was thinking give up c2 and go into the endgame with an extra pawn.
No, I just, you hold on, I'm only pawn up, right?
Oh, you're right. There's only 1 pawn left.
Yeah, if there was 2,
Yeah.
I'm with you. But okay, maybe it's C3.
Yeah, why not c3? Of course,
Okay.
now we're weakening the d3 pawn, but
But just a
Rook
few
D1
more
is coming.
moves. I can consolidate. I can keep my extra pawn. Okay, Alice Li will have to prove her sacrifice. And let's continue our Ray Robson versus Wesley So. Oops, this is another one of the
Not much to
playoffs
say
games.
here.
No, yep.
But let's go to Maurice because he's with a guest.
Yes, we're with Awonder Liang, one of the top players in the U.S., over 2,700 now. Even after graduating school and going to school. That's impressive, to say the least. You have a match against Levon, and 2 draws is not a bad starting result.
Yeah, I think we both probably decided to play pretty solid. Maybe me a little bit more than him. But yeah, that's sometimes the way it goes in modern chess.
You're feeling strategically when you came into this game, because this line is known to lean into a draw, although we've seen famous losses like Nakamura beating Gukesh, for example. What were your thoughts about this game? Was it just shut it down, or was this a real attempt to win?
Yeah, I think like what happened yesterday, I kind of steered the game into very solid waters, and I think here also he played the line. I mean, I played a very solid line to begin with, and then he played bishop g4, which is kind of the most solid response. So that's just kind of how it goes. You know, I think we talked after the game, and you know, he said he understood. I saw e4, e5 on the board, and I was like, you know, yeah, it's tough, and I felt kind of okay about it. I thought, you know, we'll just play something, and if he wants to, if we're both solid, then it's a draw. And I think in a match strategy, I don't have as much match experience as him, but I thought it was pretty reasonable, and just keep the match alive.
Well, how's your blitz game?
I think pretty poor compared to him, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, maybe I'll get lucky. So that's that's the plan.
Sure, very modest of you saying that. We did see something that was a first in my experience, and I believe the same in Yasser's experience. You went in the confession booth and started talking about salmon, I think it was?
Right, yeah. So it's actually been really good news that my...
that you are enjoying that food, boy. What is that called again?
No, it's a salmon crostini. It's they've had it over the years, I think, from the very first U.S. Championship I played, but only sporadically on certain days. And so I've been waiting patiently for it to come out, and today has been the day.
You really had some commentary. Yasser was saying it was going to be a new food show by Awonder Liang. Chess and food somehow combined.
I mean, I think the way I play chess is so boring that sometimes I need to get another job or something like that. So that's the plan.
Are you a foodie typically?
I wouldn't say particularly. I like eating food. Making food has been a bit of a challenge, but yeah, no, I enjoy the snacks here.
You certainly did seem to be enjoying those snacks. Well, get yourself well nourished and well rested. We look forward to seeing this playoffs with Levon.
Thank you very much,
guys.
Thank you, Maurice, and so far the results.
Yes, we have one draw between Levon and Awonder, and they're going straight to the playoffs.
Yes.
Which will happen today after the classical games finish.
I think Leinier and Sam are most likely to draw, and
Wesley
as
and
well.
Ray as well.
So three.
And Mishra has a chance also.
And let's go to that game of Mishra because he went for the material line. And I can't blame the young man for doing that. After taking the rook, he took the pawn, again, emphasizing that's his third pawn. And after bishop g7, he could have just played the position intuitively by continuing with a move like bishop g5 and or bishop f4 and just said, hey, look, you know, like we have this crazy material imbalance, but your pieces as black are not very well coordinated, don't have very effective squares. What are you going to do? Mishra's approach, kind of, I must confess, a little bit like mine, was the materialistic, bishop takes g7, king takes g7. And as you can see from our chess thermometer on the left border side, the computer said, yeah, it was okay, but you gave up a significant part of your advantage by regaining the piece. So he's got two pawns for the exchange, and I think in some ways, Fabi's kind of breathing a little sigh of relief, like, okay, I'm glad I didn't have to, you know, struggle with the extra rook, which is kind of a funny thing.
Yeah, I do think Black's king is still weak, but we need to quickly open it up with e5 and have the rook involved. It's not that simple because, yeah, Black stops e5, and then how do we really get to the king?
Exactly, and to get to the king, maybe we should have started with e5, but at the same time,
queen f6.
Takes, queen f6. I'm
you don't
not
trade.
Trying to trade to,
You have to play f4 here?
Yes, bishop f4. And incoming news from VAR in our production telling me that Ray Robson and Wesley So are about to make a hearty hand clasp.
Well, they haven't started repeating yet, so it'll be a minute. They just traded the rooks. And yeah, we know this is an equal endgame, but
3 versus 3,
they'll
2
probably
versus 2.
You know, bring the kings out, improve the pawn structure, and then repeat.
Yeah.
That's typically how they do it.
How it goes. All right, but a draw expected there. Zoe Tang, one of the players in the first round who had lost her game to Arena Crush, she, like Mishra, needs to win to equalize the match. And let's see, Arena, somehow in this Maran, had actually kind of nicely, but check it out. She just got everything perfect. I mean, takes, rook d1. Okay, this is a little confusing move. She didn't have to play rook to d8. Is there a reason why she doesn't?
It's very, very concrete. So she's giving up a pawn, but if we go to the current position,
I'll get
but
there
she
in a
didn't
moment.
have to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She could have actually just played rook c8, defending her bishop, maybe ready to drop back, and that looks pretty even. Again, Arena needs only a draw to continue in the champions bracket. After the move rook d8, however, okay, Zoe said, I know it's not much, but it's bishops of opposite color, and I'm the one with the extra pawn. Sorry.
Is she keeping the extra pawn, though?
That's, from Zoe's point of view, she
So
certainly
knight
hopes
d5.
so.
It's all, there's a couple of
All very
moves.
forcing moves. Okay, so knight d5, the bishop has to maintain contact, so to speak.
Let's
with
say I
an-
play rook b1, attacking the pawn. You can't play b4. You have to play rook c2 or rook b5.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Bishop a6.
Okay, and
You can give me a check. King h7.
I finally get a chance to breathe and maybe get my pieces off the back rank. King here with the idea of please, please, please let me escape.
I ran out of forcing moves.
but everything was so concrete. Yeah, I attack you, I attack you, I attack you. Still.
Oh, rook a1.
Rook a1.
There we go.
Okay, rook a1.
Bishop d2, and maybe I can force the repetition here.
Bishop to d2,
Rook
and
b1.
keep attacking. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and
That
she'll be
looks
very
like
happy with the draw, of course, staying in the champions bracket.
Absolutely. So that's her idea there. Let's just jump to the game of Anna Zatonskih and Carissa, because I kind of liked I did like, full stop, end of story. G7, G6. Okay, Anna went right away. Okay, she went 94, and what I was wanting to do as white was really to take control of the square d6.
D6, yeah.
So mentally, I have it in mind that what I really want to do is play b4, c5, and on a very good day, the rapture.
Yes.
I get my knight to d6. So I was thinking she would play rook b1, just as a prelude to, and just saying
like
to
that
black,
a lot,
okay,
yes.
your last move was g6, a kind of an indication
Knight
that,
f8,
yeah, that
bishop
you,
f5, you want to do something on the king side.
right, and I want to go rook b1 and b4. Anna immediately went for the square, but she does allow Carissa this move knight c5, and I think it's very, very important not to play knight f6
Because on knight d6, right?
and yeah, and now I get to play c5.
c5.
And that's why the knight belongs on c5.
But to Anna's point, I think the reason she allowed this is because of the next move, because she has b4 here, maybe, but we don't have a knight anymore. We'll get to play c5, but what piece do we put on d6? The rook is not as good as the knight would have been.
I guess.
Maybe she has
b5?
different plans now, right?
Yeah. So the whole trick, of course, is that's a double attack suddenly. So there's no AB in the position. So we're assuming the queen will drop back. Let's just say c5.
c5 or b5, two different ideas, yeah.
Exactly. To Carissa's point, a moment ago she played g6 with the idea of liberating her bishop with a tempo, maybe even if we're going to develop with a tempo, let's even be more direct about it. And we do
She's
have
played
c5 on the
They're
board.
following our
Okay, so
analysis.
this is the current, and immediately Carissa's like,
Carissa
I've been
likes the
waiting. I've been waiting to play the move bishop to g4. Okay, I would say it's actually
Very close to
balanced.
equal, yeah. It's very balanced.
For me.
And
Where would
we
you
add
like
this
go?
to another possible playoff game?
I think so. I think so. So I'm going to go back to.
Let's check Mishra and Pat.
Yeah, because that is
That's
such
the
a
critical
huge game. For those of you who are joining us late, there was an extraordinary moment right here in the game. Mishra sacrificed a rook on a1, and he could have continued in the same style as that rook sacrifice by simply playing moves like bishop g5 or bishop f4. He went the material approach, and I don't fault the young man, but oops, sorry, that looks like my analysis. I'm just going to hit the live position for a moment. We actually didn't complete our...
Yeah, after queen f6, I think the...
Oh,
you should
sorry.
take first, because if queen f6, I'll play f4.
Right. But if we do go down
Queen
this...
f6, I give you a check on c7.
Isn't this a little bit
Well, my
uncomfortable?
rook is stuck on f1 because the f2 weakness.
Okay.
And if I can include the rook in the attack, how do I have enough pieces to really go after black's king?
Okay, question. Where does the black king go first of all?
which one's safer, h8 or h6?
Well, either way,
either
way, I was going to go knight d6 and knight f7.
I'll play bishop e6, however. So let's play it safe. Go to h8.
Okay, in the corner you go, and
bishop e6.
Okay. Now I have never gotten an ending where I'll have a knight and 2 pawns, and there'll be only 1 pawn on the king side for Fabi. This is, I'd rather be white. I mean, I feel like I'm taking no risks in this particular position. So you can't take on a3, bishop, whoop, and that's the old double attack. So still, not an easy game for Fabi. But e5, knight takes, maybe queen f6, f4. Interesting game going on here. I'm really not too sure myself. But Maurice, weigh in on this one.
This position, I'm still stuck in the past. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm still stuck in the past in this position with bishop, keeping the bishops on the board. As we look at this position here, I'm trying to understand the difficulty. This is what I'm doing. I'm trying to understand the difficulty of remaining down, of keeping the bishops on the board and remaining down a rook. How hard is it? Because, of course, all of us count material, and we don't want to be down material. So that's just a fact. So you'd have to have sufficient compensation and a path forward in order to decide you're going to go down that road. Well, there are a couple of bishop moves here. Let's not trade. Let's not play queen a1. Let's not dissipate our giant d pawn in the middle of the board. So as we look at the board here, I mean, their position is much further along than the one I'm looking at right now. As you look at this position, the move bishop g5, your move, Yaz, is really compelling. Even though bishop f4 is what the engine wants to play, this move is really intriguing. Why? Because this d6 possibility is definitely an issue. If you move your knight, let's say, to e5, well, we just trade and play d6 and hand over the cookies. And this is not the kind of position that black wants to see. So here, the engine plays what to it is the best move, the move king to h7, getting away from the pin along the long diagonal because now it can play the move f6. What's interesting about this position is you have to now assess, well, what am I doing? Do I take the knight now? Well, now my queen's in the way. I don't want to trade queens necessarily and then have the other knight take. So there are different moves you could play. Bishop h4 is the engine's top move, quite fascinating. But then there's this counterintuitive as heck, queen to c1. You're moving the queen out of the way, but why c1? Well, now it becomes a little bit clearer that you can go to f4 and then to h4. That's a deep move. Now we're going up a level, not the kind of move I'm going to tell you at my weight level, you're going to find too easily. Queen c1, keeping all the tension. Now, knight to e5, knight takes, and again, bishop takes, again runs into d6 because bishop takes on d6, bishop f6, and suddenly, you might have thought it was rook d1, right? Nope, bishop f6 with the idea of bringing the queen over to that side. Black's pieces are being tied down hand and foot. He's up a rook, and even more now that he took the d pawn, but with nothing to do. This is the kind of bind that AlphaZero showed the world that he was able to do, where he would just sack stuff, and the bind would just be so severe that you couldn't untangle, or you couldn't untangle in a good way. You'd have to give something else up. And that's why if you read a book like Game Changer, the book about AlphaZero, and you see those kind of games, you realize why we don't stand a chance against the engines now. Because this kind of ability to assess, it requires very deep analysis to realize you're not getting out of this. It looks like I'm down material, but in fact, you're not getting out of this pure bind that I have no matter what you do. This, I'm going to tell you, would have been extraordinary for him to find and to feel, to properly intuit. Back in the day, people like Tal and Lebojevic and even Bronstein himself, who lost that great game to Lebojevic, they would assess and say, I like this path and I'm going to find some solutions here. They'd feel good about it. But these days, with the defensive skills of the top players start avoiding these kind of nebulous, murky lines and go for things that are more concrete for fear that they just might be missing something. And so, again, we can't fault Abhimanyu for going down the path that he chose.
Exactly. Thank you, Maurice. And yeah, I was going to throw Alexei Shirov, Veselin Topalov, and Gary Kasparov into the mix of people who are very, very happy sacrificing and keeping that dynamic tension in the position. And if Mishra had played the move Bishop G5, I mean, regardless of the outcome, is like, where's the golden coins and let's shower.
To convince yourself that you can be down
at the board.
And you have enough conversation.
That internal dialogue at the board. You don't know why, and you feel like an idiot after the game if they come to you and a journalist said, well, why didn't you take the knight? And it was like amazing. Maurice, back to you.
Yeah, I got to say, yeah, that was something we wanted to see that, right? The pleasure of seeing those kinds of positions. We don't see them very often, but it's been so saucy to be able to commentate on and look at and see the players battling and trying to solve. I'm pretty sure Fabi realized it, though. I'm pretty sure if you asked Fabi afterwards, he realized that was in there, was tickling his mind, but he couldn't assess it, and he couldn't do anything about it anyway because he had stepped into the mess. And it was really on Abhi to solve the problem. So that would have been an interesting one. The thing, though, as I look at all these games, listen, most of these games at the moment are looking so super solid, equalish. Not much going on. I mean, there's fights, of course. Some games have some more content than others. I got one here with Rachael Li and Alice Li. There's a ton of stuff still left on the board. Time pressure is creeping up on Alice because she's only got 90 minutes for the whole game. And no matter what, in this game, she has already made only 15 moves. Am I on the live board? 15 moves in, and she has 27 minutes left, over an hour used on the clock. And this one looks like we got a draw. Again, like I'm saying, a lot of solid games. It's like everybody careening like a race car to a boring draw and playoffs. It's time for the playoffs. That won't be boring. I'll tell you that right now. That will be very exciting as we look at it. And you see the two players there, the two friends, college roommates playing at the highest levels now. I'm not sure what's being fixed with the clock. Like, that's
claim. 2
Looks
minutes
like a
to
drama
Wesley's or
around
race clock, yes.
clock.
False
Looked
claim,
like
but now
false
they
claim.
can.
like an incorrect claim actually got made. Who made the claim? Ray Ray? You don't know how to claim a 3-4 repetition?
Yeah, now he's
Or was it Wesley?
No, I think Wesley made the wrong claim, and now Wesley did it the right way after Chris correctly gave Ray an
I
extra
just saw
2
Wesley
minutes.
mouth to Chris, what happened?
That was nice.
Yeah.
That was nice.
And yeah, we're going to see these players play in the Blitz playoff right after the classical games finish.
Yeah, by the way, it just gives me an opportunity to do a little pet rant. What you just saw was a false claim. In the case that you falsely claim a draw, your opponent will be rewarded or will get 2 extra minutes on their clock. So the worst thing that could ever happen for you, beside the embarrassment of making a false claim, of course, is that your opponent gets an extra 2 minutes. So it very, very often happens that you're playing a rapid game or a blitz game where you're trying to defend and claim a draw after 50 moves.
Right.
But you don't know that there's 50 moves. So what you got to do is, I claim a draw. And then the arbiter will say, well, you're 8 moves short.
Great.
Great. Well, now you know, right? It gives you this, and it only costs you 2 minutes. So it's just something to think about. That
Well,
the
I
worst
agree
thing.
with you when it's a classical game. You can't do that in Blitz, though.
Why not? You
Well-
can, if it's a drawn position and you're just trying to get to that 50 move moment.
I guess so. In Blitz, it's riskier, but still.
There you go.
Let's look at the scenario since we are definitely expecting some playoffs today.
Okay.
So we're going to see first the two-game Blitz match. That will have 3 minutes with 2-second increments. And colors will be determined by luck.
Right.
If it's still tied, they will play another two-game Blitz match with same time control. Colors will be reversed from match 1. And if it's still 1-1, then we will see the Armageddon where white gets 3 minutes, black 2, with 2-second increment, and black, of course, has the drawing odds.
Maurice, over to you.
As we look at this, is who gets black in the
That was
Armageddon?
my question. Yeah, I think it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, it'll be random,
drawing
yeah.
of lots. Yeah. As
A drawing of lots sounds, just the luck of the draw, huh?
Talking about Armageddon for a moment, we're used to the traditional white gets 5 minutes, black gets 4 minutes. Here we're giving 2-second bonus. On a 5 to 4 in an Armageddon, would you take white?
No, I'm taking black.
And
4
the
is a
draw
lot of-
odds.
Yes, 4
and
minutes is a lot.
And in this Armageddon,
Here
what are you
I
doing?
think white has a big advantage.
A big advantage because of the 3 versus 2, that extra minute.
2-second increment is really not that much.
I mean, it goes by so fast. Yeah, Maurice, weigh in on that. Do you prefer this Armageddon that we have for this event or the traditional 5 versus 4 Armageddon?
Well, I got to say that 5 versus 4, I do feel like black has an edge. I think black, like definitively what Nazi said. I'm taking black, right? Because you get draw odds. I think fairer is probably less time for black. Maybe it's 3:45. Maybe it's 3.5. We get to the number where Nazi doesn't scream for black.
Right.
Right? Like she's too comfortable saying, I'm taking black.
Right.
And I think most of us would be comfortable taking black. So I think that is not a great one. 5-4 is just, with the draw odds, not enough variance there. 3 to 2 is brutal. 3 to 2, 2 minutes. But I got to say, I play bullet all the time now. It's all I do, other than creating chess studies, is play bullet. So to me, it's like 2 minutes. Let's make it 1 minute.
That's a lot of time.
I'm kidding. 2 minutes is more than enough time as far as I'm concerned. But I can understand for players who are not like feeling very fleet of hand that they would rather have a little bit more than 2 minutes. And I actually think, probably. If because if you think about the comparative, 5 to 4, 5-4, it's not the same as if you cut it in half.
Right.
It should be 2.5 to 2 if you cut it in half, right? So if you're going to give white 3 minutes, then black probably should be somewhere around 2:15, 2:20, something like that. Why 2? That seems pretty draconian.
Well, there you go. Make it that much more difficult in choosing. You feel relief about getting black or not? Well, there you go. This is our playoff format. We definitely have playoffs already
I have
booked.
one more question.
Please.
For the Armageddon, who gets white and black? That will also just be random, right? Because it
It'll be a draw. The arbiters will invite the players to draw lots.
And let's
there.
not forget, they have to do this after playing a classical game. To switch to such fast time control right away is not an easy task.
Well, they will have this window where they'll be waiting for the final playoff of a classical game to finish. And then there'll be like this 10-minute pause. So, but yes,
10 minutes.
you don't reset.
No.
That easily. Let's take a look at other games. Has Sevian and Leinier made progress towards their potential playoff? Because when we left it, another one of those bishops of opposite color positions, maybe I prefer white a little bit because slightly more vulnerable king. I can imagine that I will play f2, f3, plant my bishop on d4, and make pretenses of harassing the pawn on g7. we'll keep an eye on
Yeah,
that
I think
one.
it's still early to call it a draw, but it's definitely headed that way. Should we
Alice
check how
Li?
Tatev and Anna doing? Because
Absolutely.
from the current positions we have, that one seems the sharpest to me.
Before I go there, I just wanted to check in on Rachael Li again. Rachael lost her first game. She's trying to tie up the match. She needs to win with white. She's a pawn to the good, playing on bishop g2.
I mean, Alice definitely has compensation.
Yeah. But if Rachael tucks her king in, gets ready to play queen takes e5 and or f4, f4, f3, f4.
If Alice allows all that.
Yeah, well, then it's going to be another playoff. But I'll pause and toss it to Maurice with a guest.
I am with one of our favorite chess players, Wesley So, as he has completed the second draw against his roommate, former roommate anyway, Ray Robson. Is it tough to play Ray? You guys were such good friends, rooming back in the day when you were aspiring to be great players. Now you are indeed fantastic players.
Yeah.
How is it like playing him now?
Well, first of all, you're my favorite commentator. So.
Well, thank you for that. Yasser's going to be very upset to hear that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can only choose one. He's my second best. But
you don't have to butter him up.
Oh, okay, yeah. No. There's also Peter Lecco.
No, just stay on me. Just stay on me. Keep the love right here. Keep the love here.
You okay?
Yeah, the thing is, for sure, we were roommates for 2 years in Webster. And I know him very well. But he's also a very strong grandmaster. Like, he's had a pretty good career. Like, I mean, I think he's a bit underrated right now. Like, he lost 40 points in the last few months. So he clearly was in good shape. But, yeah, in a 2-game match, I mean, obviously, if I play the Berlin, then basically you're happy to draw with black. So, it's tough. But I know Ray very, very well. It's always a pleasure to play him. But he's also very good, you know.
No doubt. Anything fascinating about this game you want to share with us? Personal thoughts?
Well, just the opening. I mean, it's a nice memory for me because my win against Gukesh in the Singfield Cup. So play Bishop H4. I normally don't play this line, so I wasn't sure if Ray would be prepared. But apparently he remembered that I played it, but he didn't come prepared. So I think maybe Bishop H3, Knight E3 was the main line, apparently, but it's also very close to equality. And and Ray chose safely, Bishop F6. Yeah, the thing in the American Cup, I think everyone plays safe, you know. I mean, I made a mistake in the World Cup a few months ago because I wanted to win the classical portion. Obviously, you want to go all out, and then I ended up losing it against a much lower rated. So, I mean, a good thing with match is that as long as you don't lose a game, right? And I think in the American Cup you have 2 lives, so it's even better.
Yes.
But obviously, yeah.
But is it the right thing then? Because maybe somebody is better blitz player or maybe better form at the faster version for some reason.
That's true.
Or is it just like people just want to be safe and forget it? I like when you go all out. You play some incredible chess when you go all out.
Oh, thank you.
I'll never forget when you played against Gary, that Immortal Blitz game that we saw played here at the club. And Yasser and I are still got stars in our eyeballs over that incredible game.
Yeah, I need to increase my opening repertoire because if you play Berlin, obviously you're not going to get games like that. Yes, I mean, I was a bit surprised he played e4 because he's been playing a lot of d4 the last few months. So, I mean, obviously I should play the Sicilian or something if I want to.
Yeah, I want to see Wesley So in the Sicilian.
Some Najdorf,
That's what oh my goodness, that sounds exciting.
But when you see Rook E1 Berlin,
No.
Yasser already moved, yeah?
We didn't even pay too much attention, I'm going to tell you the truth. You don't give us a good chance to do great commentary when it's like these kind of variations.
Yeah, that's true. The opening really matters a lot these days in order to get a position, in order to get fighting chess.
We do have some interesting video, apparently, of you at the very end of the game with Chris Bird. And we see here Chris Bird, you look a little bashful or something, a look on your face.
Yeah.
What happened here?
Well, actually, 2 interesting things happened. But earlier, it was raining and there was water dripping on Ray's chair.
What? What? First
You
it's
didn't know?
sunshine on you and now water on Ray?
There was water on Ray's chair, so we have to move. Chris helped us move a few inches forward. So that's a different chair that Ray is sitting on. The one who's
What is this deal with you and weather, Wesley? Now, there's a reason for an umbrella. He had an umbrella the last time we were playing Hans Niemann, right? He had the umbrella, and now he needed an umbrella. At least this time he didn't use the umbrella and moved you over. So that's funny.
But big shout out to Chris. He goes above and beyond, right, with the umbrella thing.
Absolutely, that is hilarious.
He won't let Ray play on a wet chair.
I would think it would not be fun getting dripped on.
But the last position I claimed the draw with Bishop E6, but I was wrong for the first time in my life.
First time in your life?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm never wrong with claiming draws. Yeah.
So what happened?
Well, there was pawns on A5 still, so it's not threefold yet. White has to play Bishop E2 because I thought I traded the pawns, but apparently not yet. So.
It's a good thing you didn't forfeit something for that claim. But
My pawn got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah. Fortunately, it's not a loss. Yeah.
Not much happening in that position. Yasser made this comment. He said, one pet peeve of his, before I let you go, he said he hates when players. He doesn't understand why when players are down on the clock and they're trying to make it to 50 moves. And they don't know what number it is. Is it move 40? Is it move 45? Is it 50 yet?
Yeah.
Why don't they just say, I claim a draw, and have the arbiter come over and say, incorrect claim, it's really move 45, and your opponent gets 2 minutes. But that way you know it's move 45. Is that something you've thought about?
Yeah, it's a good strategy. Well, actually, it works if you got very low time. So like maybe World Blitz or World Rapid. Yeah, it's a good strategy, right?
Is it something that you thought about before now, or is Yasser giving you like a great tip for the future?
No, I thought about it, but just never had the courage to do it. But
okay.
It actually could work, yeah, if you're desperate in time or you have to think or.
You know, Yasser comes up with good ideas from time to time, every once in a while.
You saw my game against Prague though last month in Kolkata. He had like 1 or 2 seconds, and then he was looking for a queen. But
yes, the queen.
And he just paused the clock, yeah?
Yes, I did see that.
But the arbiters weren't giving me a win, so actually it could be useful tactic sometimes to just. But he didn't mean it intentionally, but I mean.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, for sure.
He would never do that intentionally. Okay, well, we kept you long enough. You've got. Oh, sorry, I do have one final question for you.
Yeah, anytime.
You've played 2 classical games. You've been playing very slowly. Nazi made this point. She said, you're playing so slowly, thinking about everything. Now you've got to switch and play blitz. And it could literally be 5 games, right? 2 games, tied, 2 more games, and then blitz. Are you going to go back to your hotel room and like play some blitz or something to get yourself in that mode? Or are you just going to go and relax and wait until the game?
Well, I've already done my blitz before the tournament. Also, I played the American Cup Blitz. Also, I play online this cycle Tuesday, every Tuesday. So I've had my practice, I think, right now.
So you feel you're good?
More important to rest.
Okay. All right. Thanks for all that strategic insight. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Do your preparation before the tournament. That's the ideal. Yeah. Like Fabi, I just come with 100 opening ideas and you win. Then you win the tournament.
I wish it was that easy. All right. Well, thank you, Wesley, and good luck in your game.
Thank you so much.
Guys?
Maurice, thank you, Wesley. And the results so far?
Yes, we had 2 results. Levon, Aronian, and Awonder, Liang drew their game, and we're going to see playoffs with that match. And also, Wesley So and Robson drew both classical games, and we will see them in Blitz playoffs as well.
And no results yet in the ladies. But the correct thing for Wesley to have said, and yeah, that's a very interesting idea about claiming a draw. Thank you, my favorite commentator, Yasser Seirawan, for sharing that in-depth insight. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Helpful.
I wanted to turn our attention to the game between Tatev and Anna because remember, when we left the game, Tatev had offered a sacrifice to pawn, essentially with captures on e4. And we thought, yeah, but the compensation is tough. Anna said, look, I don't want to take the pawn. And please.
Yeah, it looks like she just wants to finish development and not worry about the pin knight on d7 for the rest of her game.
But at a certain moment, if you don't take the offered goods, you don't get to keep them. And this is what Tatev has just done. She's played the move bishop f3, saying, okay, you can't take the pawn on e4 anymore. I've got it. And by the way, do me a favor, capture, and open up the G file for my rooks. After the move bishop f3, we saw the move c7, c6, and we're up to date with the players. You know, it's funny. I always like playing against the isolated pawn, but the traditional isolated pawn. This is a different. These types of pawns I like playing with.
Really?
The isolated pawn, because I like the half-open f file. I like, okay, so if I just threw out a move here, for example, h2, h3. And just put the question to the bishop.
You're provoking bishop f3, right?
Where are you going to go?
I think I have to take it.
And
I'm going to accept that I'm giving you the G file and hoping that I have enough on the queen side.
Exactly. And it's one of those Donnybrooks where we're going to see who's got the better play. My play against your king on the king side, I'm going to go knight f5. And
I'm trying to remember what the opening was, because now we're like in the Sicilian opposite.
D3.
Yes, that's what it was.
D3, move 2.
Yes.
The latest rage.
If you want to get sharp positions,
D3 on move 2.
Move D3.
All right. And where would you like to guide us?
Well, let's check in with Mishra and Fabi and see how that game is going. Absolutely crucial game.
When we left it, Mishra had an imbalance of a minor piece.
Fabi's down to his last 15 minutes.
2 pawns for an exchange. And Mishra had been playing essentially solid moves. Queen b2, bishop to d5. We were looking at more aggression with e5, but that kind of allowed a lot of trades.
Right.
And Mishra said, look, you're down on the clock. I want to keep a lot of pieces on the board.
Keep the game going.
And that's exactly what he did. Bishop d5, bishop d7, rook c. In my view, it's easier playing white. The 2 pawns, well, the files, while they're open, it's not that easy for the rooks to, and there we have rook on f8 to c8. I think that was a very good move, by the way.
At the same time, I feel like white has improved its position to the max. What do we do next?
Good question. No,
because
seriously.
Black will start offering trades of pieces.
Exactly. And it's going to be very, very difficult, maybe next to impossible, to avoid them. I find myself, well, okay, imagine I play the move rook c3 and just say to my opponent, okay, your turn. Are you going to play knight e5?
As long as I'm not a blunder in something. But I think b7 is safe for now. So yes, knight e5 looks good. How do you avoid trades?
Well, I'm still probably I should not. I'm trying to avoid trades, but I'm not doing a very good job. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
It's that time again, Yasser. We're gonna head to the break soon.
Oh, so questions the audience can ask for Irene and
I hope you're sending your questions to Irene, and today she's joined again with her husband, Eric Rosen. We're going to go on a short break, and then don't go anywhere. They have a lot of stuff prepared for you.
Years of preparation, decades of battles, brilliance, heartbreak, and fearless sacrifices have led to this moment. 8 elite grandmasters will face off, and only one will earn the right to challenge for the World Championship. 2 American powerhouses return to the gauntlet, chasing redemption and a shot at the crown from the youngest world champion in history. Is this their year, or will a new contender seize the spotlight? The road to the title runs through the 2026 FIDE candidates. Watch it at stlouischessclub.org.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the show break. And now I'm convinced I'm convincing Eric to join me again on another break, and thank you for.
It's good to be back.
Yeah. Always happy to have you here.
Thank you.
So, Eric, we have already 2 guaranteed playoff matches, yeah?
Yes.
Awonder versus Levon and Robson versus Wesley So. So what if we're going to predict about other matches, whether they're going to go on a playoff, or is it going to be done just on this round?
Yeah, we can do a roundabout about the ongoing games. Maybe starting with Sam Sevian against Dominguez. 2 very, very solid players. They drew yesterday. It looks like this game is heading towards another draw. You see the opposite color bishops here. Black does have these scattered pawns on b6 and d5, which could be weak, and we see a very small advantage for white according to the eval bar, but I'm predicting a draw in this game.
I think so too. Although now, with just the recent move by Leinier, Queen f6, it gives a slight edge to the eval bar here for white. So it might be quite tricky actually, because this is like opposite colored bishop, and all the major pieces are still on the board. So technically, they're still in the middle game, although anything can still happen.
That's true. Yeah, opposite color bishops do have a drawish tendency, but when queens are on the board, sometimes there's more of a decisive tendency if one side can attack. So this could be one of the longest games of the round, just given the position on the board.
Right.
But perhaps we can move on to another ongoing game.
Alice Li, yes. Rachael versus Alice Li. And we saw this earlier, and then you showed us a very good matting trap for white and also for black. And it didn't happen in the game, but now we saw a very interesting middle game where Rachael decided not to castle. Instead, she just moved the king to f2, and now black has a pair of bishops, although white has a pawn up, apparently.
Yeah, it still looks like an amazing opening success for Alice Li. Bishop pair, safer king, and she won yesterday in very convincing fashion.
Right.
She only needs a draw to advance in this round, so my money is on her.
Okay. So let's see the next one. It's Zoe Time versus Irene Crush. It's the same situation. Irene Crush won their first game yesterday, so technically she just needed a draw to clinch the match and stays on the championship bracket. And how do we look on this position? What do you think?
Yeah, if we count material, Zoe is up a pawn, and she needs to win this game to force a playoff. However, Irene's pieces are very active, especially this rook on b1, pinning the knight on the back rank. The b2 pawn also very vulnerable. Did I make that move, or did Zoe make that move? Or did Irene make that move? Maybe
no.
I accidentally made that move.
Because the e4, well, e4 bishop is hanging, but also if you take on c4, it's bishop c3. It's a double attack.
Ooh. So,
but there's bishop b7 too.
Yeah, this is a funny line. Rook takes b2, which was a mouse slip on my part. I was just trying to point out the rook being active. And at first it looks like white's going to win a piece after bishop c3 to attack the rook. The bishop's still hanging.
Yep.
But you mentioned
there's bishop b7.
Bishop b7, and now it's a counterattack. Materials equal. Opposite color bishops. This would probably be very, very drawish force in Irene's favor.
Although it's not ending there. There is still like rook here. Oh, but then there is this one, knight d5.
Wow.
So yeah, white has to be careful. Probably already at this point, maybe you just have to given up to the fact that, okay, draw is a very objective reason here to play. Yeah.
And Irene has plenty of time to calculate maybe the tricky counterattacks. So yeah, she's probably likely to draw this game and move on in the champions bracket.
And another one, this one, Anna Zatonskih versus Carissa. What do you see in this position?
Right. I mean, Carissa loves to attack, and this game appears to be no different. She's pursuing her passion of attacking her opponent's king. We only see a small plus for her according to the eval bar, but practically this looks very, very scary for Zatonskih. Not to mention the time situation, Carissa over 50 minutes, and Anna with just over 10 minutes.
A big plus on the clock, right? And yesterday, Carissa missed a big win. So naturally today, she would like to redeem herself. And then, well, she's been playing such a great game so far.
Yeah, this looks very unpleasant. I would be terrified if I had the white pieces in this position.
Right, so let's move on to the next one. It's Anna, Tatev Abrahamyan versus Anna Sargsyan. And I think this is the only game that, as you can see on the board, the e-file bar has just jumped up right for Tatev's favor here.
Yeah, after Anna's last move, bishop h5, apparently this is a big mistake. We have the eval bar, we don't have any engine lines visible, so we have to figure things out for ourselves. But after bishop h5, it seems like white is in good shape to attack on the king side. Yeah, g4, h4, etc.
Like what Yasser said yesterday, if you're attacking, you have to bring all the party to the attack. So
bring all the pieces to the party.
Not only, so not only the pieces, we are also bringing the pawn to the attack. So g4, although you see the eval bar is gone back down.
This is kind of the issue. After g4, bishop g6, black has counterplay against white's e-pawn, which is isolated, has a hard time advancing. So maybe we have to be a bit more patient as white.
But this has been also like an ongoing issue for many chess players though, because g4 looks like such a natural move, right? It's looking very natural. It's like the move that you're going to play within a second if you're playing this in a blitz game. But in fact, it's not the most accurate move in this position.
Yeah, I would encourage viewers to maybe try and figure out what to do from the white side along with us, because you don't want to just consider g4. You want to look for other possibilities in the position. I wanted to share some small insight going back from the opening, because I did have a chance to talk a little bit about this very tricky d3 sideline earlier, sharing some of the opening tricks and traps from the white side. But I made the discovery that Tatev was actually following one of Fabiano's blitz games. Fabiano had this exact line in an online blitz game against a national master from Vietnam, and they continued to follow the game for the next few moves. After bishop e3, Tatev was playing exactly like Fabiano, pawn d4. White gets an improved version of the Scotch opening. This is usually what you dream of in the Scotch, which is very good piece harmony. White's controlling more space with the pawn on e4. And after knight f6, Tatev played a very logical move, bishop to e2. And funnily enough, Fabiano also played this move in his online blitz game. And you see the drop in the eval bar. And you might be wondering, why is bishop e2 a mistake? It looks like a very natural developing move. There's many cases where you just want to develop and castle. Bishop e2 is also useful in preventing knight g4, or if you put your queen on d2, knight g4 can happen. It turns out that bishop e2 is a loss of tempo. And the best approach for white here is to delay the development of the light squared bishop and go for the very quick plan of castling queenside.
Wow.
The best move would have been queen d2.
And what happens after knight g4?
And the point is, you don't need to prevent knight g4. If black plays it, bishop g5 is very strong. White has initiative. This knight is in no man's land. And castling queenside is coming with the eventual f3. And the knight will be used as fuel for white's eventual pawn storm.
And you don't have to worry about f6 here, yeah? Because any pawn moves around the king, it just makes more concession around the king. So
yeah, f6 weakens this e6 square, which looks very juicy for white. So I was analyzing this a little bit to fully understand what the engine wanted after queen d2. Let's say black castles. White is a bit quicker to castle queenside compared to the game. And again, if knight g4, bishop g5, white's in full control. And if rook e8,
f3.
We don't play bishop e2, we play f3 to support this pawn to g4 pawn storm. And this would have given white better attacking chances compared to what happened in the game.
And we see this type of structure in other openings as well, mainly in Sicilian, I guess, yeah, because you have this long side castle with e4, f3, and then coming up soon, g4, h4, and all of this pawn storm. It has its own book, actually, how to play with this type of strategy with the pawn storm attack. Wow, it is very interesting. Let's see very quickly what's happening on the game between Abhimanyu versus Fabiano, because it looks like Fabi was suffering a little bit, but
he was
now
out-prepared in the opening.
Right, but now the eval bar says that it's just equal again.
It's incredible. Like, Abhimanyu completely out-prepared Fabi in the opening, but Fabi is such a tough nut to crack, and even when he gets worse positions, he can play like the engine. And yeah, it looks like he's recovered from an opening gone wrong.
Right. So I guess in the next hour, we will be able to see the full results of all games. And yeah, we have 2 guaranteed playoffs, and maybe there will be coming up more. So thank you for tuning with us, and see you on the next break.
Thank you again, Eric and Irene, for your great insights. And let's take a look at the results so far. We'll start with the women's field. I think so far everybody's still playing.
Absolutely, and especially Zoe and Rachel need a win.
Absolutely, to stay in the champions bracket. And let's take a look at the open results. There we have 2 results, both draws. So we are expecting to see Levon versus Awonder Blitz playoff later today, and as well as Wesley So against Ray Robson.
Exactly. And I was just looking at the game of Mishra, because Mishra needs to win, as we just saw from. And it's funny, they followed my analysis, but my analysis led to a dead end. And it was this move, knight e5, that was so off-putting. And essentially, from Fabi's perspective, he just needs to engineer some trades, in particular, a rook trade. Going back to the position as I was walking into the studio, I was thinking, you know what? I just need to avoid trades. And I was thinking that you should just play rook d1 and say, okay, if you now play knight e5, the b7 is hanging to begin with, so that's not a good idea. But the idea was simply to avoid trades. But now the current position, I was going to say, it feels like the threats, the worries are disappearing, and the clock times of 39 versus 11, I think it's just the clock now that is Fabi's.
True, but at the same time, because the position
problem.
is simplifying, at least
Exactly.
2 pairs of pieces are going to get traded, whether it's the knights, maybe bishop for the knight, rooks. It's going to be so much easier for Fabi to handle that, even with 10 minutes on the clock.
Exactly. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Well, let's check how Carissa is doing against Anna.
Okay.
I think she has a bit of an initiative.
Who does?
Carissa.
No kidding, because it was one of those positions where, when we were getting the knight to e4 and getting control of the d6 square, I kind of thought that Anna was dictating. So when we left it, yes, I remember it now. Well, I thought it was very balanced after the move bishop g4, f3.
Do you like how Carissa provoked f3, e4?
I do. I do, especially because essentially, you know, we won 2 tempi, but we buried our bishop.
Yep.
And that was the drawback. In fact, if we wanted to go back to actually this exact moment, the move I was thinking that Anna might prefer to play is b5 in order to blast that diagonal open and kind of set up a trap of sorts of, you know, sacrificing an exchange for getting this pawn on c6. So I thought b5, she played c5, and now I think Carissa's doing just fine. And it feels like the game is very, very even. Bishop e2.
It is even, but at the same time, this last move Carissa played h5 indicates that she wants to
She's the one
try
pushing
something. Yes,
bit.
exactly. Objectively, it's equal. And the main thing is that Anna's down to her last 5 minutes, while Carissa has 47 minutes. So this is where you can mess up and make inaccuracies.
Quick question.
Rookie 2, right?
Yes, exactly. Exchange sacrifices. The point is this bishop is incredibly good at safeguarding the king. And, okay, I've won one pawn, but I always feel like I've got perpetuals.
In your pocket, right?
Right. I don't think the exchange sacrifice is a risk-taking decision. Would you take the risk?
Absolutely. I would take on e2 because I'm not really risking. It's still a drawish position, but I do have a chance. If I end up winning another pawn like h4, then of course black is playing for a win.
Absolutely. So a moment here for Carissa. She's eyeballing this exchange. The other thing too is the clock times you just mentioned down to the last 5 minutes versus Carissa's 46. That's really huge. And from Carissa's point of view, she knows that rook takes e2 is the one continuation that's unnerving, right?
Exactly.
You know.
I was also thinking if Carissa does anything else, let's say drops back queen f6, Anna will trade the rooks. She'll play rook d2.
Rook d2 or
even rook a1, yes.
Yeah, and to
Force them
ensure
trade, yes.
that, and then
That's it. There's nothing left here.
So, and no more time troubles to take advantage of either. So, yeah, I agree. Dropping back with the queen makes life easier for Anna.
I would say it's 100% Carissa's going to take on e2.
Okay. And
Fits her style as well.
And is it serious or not? How else can, well, the first thing is, what is white supposed to do?
Yeah, that's a very good question because I need to keep the e5 pawn under attack.
Right.
So I can't really move the queen.
And you need to keep f3 well defended. You're ready to trade your h4 pawn for the e5 pawn, provided bishop c4 doesn't terrify you.
It does, actually. Maybe rook c1, just so that the check doesn't exist.
Okay.
But I'm playing defense, right?
Yes.
And that's uncomfortable.
And it's kind of like you are seizing the defensive. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to put my king on f6 and I'm going to go queen takes h4.
Found a nice way to defend. I thought you were going to play f6, but f6 has a drawback.
Yeah, then I weaken.
The 7th rank, right?
Yeah.
King at g7, king f6. I did not see that.
And Nimzovich, who I despise as a writer, I like his games, he did have his moments, and he was very, very witty turn of phrase. But he also introduced one concept that I liked, and that was the absolute seventh. So the idea was that whenever all the pawns are off their original square, the entire rank is open. You put a rook on this very open rank, and that was the absolute. And I did like that insight. And we're waiting for Carissa to sacrifice an exchange, very much like Mishra has. I want to go to Rachael Li and Alice Li, because again, Rachael, wall against her back, she's got to win. And after bishop b4 check, she made a remarkable move. Wow.
Not c3.
I thought everybody blocks checks with tempo. Why didn't she play c3?
That is surprising.
c3, the idea of castles and maybe on a good day f4. She did not. She played king f2. Alice, I don't think Alice was afraid of g4 or...
Maybe she wants to play f5 or something.
Maybe she just even wants
and
to...
bishop c5, right?
Yeah, yeah, just capture this knight and play bishops of opposite color. Whoa. I don't like that move. You're creating a couple of weaknesses in your camp, and quickly Alice has pounced and said, just a second. Are you going to go rook a1? And we actually up to
This is
date
the
with the
current
player?
position. After queen a4, Rachael has been thinking. I very much like Alice's position here. I think b5 is even coming next move.
It's easier to play back. Definitely Alice has the initiative. When I use the term initiative, I'm being very, very clear with my phrase, the ability to make threats. Black has the ability to make threats.
Yeah, with the two bishops and white's king on f2 and then some weaknesses on the queen side. I don't think Alice will run out of threats.
Exactly. So she's definitely in the driver's seat. Is Alice Li, who needs only a draw to win the match and move on in the champions bracket.
I'll draw your attention, Yasser, to another game. Let's go to Zoe Tang against Irina Crush. And let's remind everyone, Irina only needs a draw, but they're in the end game, and Zoe managed to keep the extra pawn, and we didn't see any perpetuals that we were analyzing.
Right.
So this game keeps going. There's opposite color bishops, but there are other pieces as rooks, knights. Do you think Zoe has a chance?
Whenever you're pawn up, you've got to feel, okay, I've got something I can at least be playing for. This last move, King F2, it's kind of a funny moment because this knight is terrible. If you took the pawn off the board on E3, I wouldn't even be thinking twice. I would be capturing because I know I'm dominating the knight. However, here I'm hesitant because if Zoe can play the move E3, E4, she'll actually
shut down the bishop.
Exactly. And then later the knight can make a nice leap into the game. So I'm not so eager if I'm Irina to play knight takes C3.
Yeah.
But of course, good activity of the pieces for black, but an extra pawn. I mean, you got to like white's chances.
And it's 30 minutes against 17. If she can maintain this advantage for a while and put more pressure on Irina's clock, then I would say she has a real chance to equalize the match.
Yeah, and for Irina, she'll be a little bit annoyed because what we saw some way for her, Irina, to be more forcing of a draw. And something kind of went wrong here for her.
I also have a big update in another game, Tatev versus Anna Sargsyan. Seems like Anna made some bad moves.
After bishop f3, c6, we've seen this part. h2, h3, yeah. An invitation, please, capture on f3. Tatev was hoping that after capture, she would secure her center pawn and maybe on a good day start to look at opportunities of maybe queen g2 and again, hopefully with the gain of tempo against the queen, go queen g2 and knight f5 and launch a kingside attack. Anna said, no, I'm not going to help you. I'll drop back with the bishop.
There's a problem with that now. Black knight ends up on h5.
There's a double attack, right? Rook f5?
There is, but I guess black can handle that with bishop takes d4.
Is that super
I'm not happy about it.
Help me out here. Well, I'm missing something. Give me your bishop.
I have to
give me your knight. No choice. Okay, give me your knight.
I don't want to play g6. I'll get mated. So knight g3.
Careful. Oops.
Why didn't Tatev play rook f5?
You gotta play knight f6 and trade queens.
It's not looking good. Look at the Deval bar going all the way up to the 7th rank.
A4 is going to be weak in an ending.
Yeah.
I'm missing something. She played bishop f5. She did not play rook f5. Tell me what I'm missing after queen f. Sorry.
After rook f5. Okay, there's only one more thing. Maybe black can play rook a5.
I did not see that move. That's
so
a beautiful. Tricky. That's a beautiful hidden, tricky. Wow.
It's still not looking so great for black though. Maybe there is some knight c6s here, right?
Right.
It has to be calculated, but it's not looking good for black.
Just a second, because
This
the whole
can't be working, right?
The whole trick is wait a minute. I'm still winning a pawn. Okay, she did not play it. She thought, that is to say, Tatev thought, well, wait a minute. I still have, knight discovered attacks against the queen on d8. I'll get my queen out of the way with a gain of tempo against the pawn on f7. And Anna said, a while ago I didn't want to take your e-pawn. You can have my f7 pawn. I'm like, what? I live for these moments.
No, I don't think that's correct. Yes, or sorry. Black played queen c7. At least that's what I'm seeing after queen f2.
Okay, let me refresh my live board. Go.
Yeah.
Okay, so did we get a transmission error?
I think so.
Oops, because otherwise it's like, two hands, I'm just like going for that pawn. Queen c7 defends the pawn on f7. Very good. And now
Tatev played knight f5.
Queen f5.
She looks good.
Okay. She
Bishop.
still has the initiative, doesn't
Absolutely.
she? Takes. Knight g6. And we're up to date with the players.
There's some knight d6, g4. There's so many options for white. However, I liked your rook f5 a lot. I think that was just maybe winning for white.
I'm still crying. Does Tatev have the possibility of a king hunt? No. I see the eval bar doesn't believe me from. Oh, of course. Sorry. Queen f4 is check.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
King needs to be on b1.
Yeah. To begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's start with knight d6 instead of g4, maybe.
Well, we can.
But why knight f6? Couldn't black play knight f4?
No, you can't play knight f4. No.
You gotta prove it, Yasser.
No.
h4.
h4, h5, h6.
Yeah, it's unpleasant.
Yeah, harry the h pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, if you go back this way, aren't I still, going?
Yeah, definitely. Tatev's the one putting a lot of pressure on Anna.
Right.
Time-wise, it's 13 minutes against 20, so I feel like time troubles come in. In some critical moment, it might all come down to the clock.
For sure. I have seen Tatev play oftentimes in time trouble. Anna's a little bit better, I think, with her time management.
Very well, yes.
Yeah. So we're looking at g4. Tatev is thinking over her move. Hold on, is queen g4? I'm thinking to myself, what else could she be thinking about? Queen g5? Maurice, jump in.
I like your move g4 there, Yaz. It looks great to me. Go for it. Push those pawns. Opposite side castling and the like. But I would like to ask you two a question. Your instincts. So if I could pull you in on the game between Sam Sevian and Leinier Dominguez. Sam has just dropped the move queen d7 on the board, attacking the d5 pawn. What would you do in response to this attack? What's your instinctive move? First move that comes to mind.
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4, that was my move. The engine said that move sucks.
Set us up.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't the only one. The engine says you can't play bishop c4 because now you get caught. And he has played it. All of us have fallen for it, including Leinier. Why is this a bad move? I'm going to show, the engine shows why this is not a great move. Because now the bishop, which looks like it's gaining a tempo on the a2 pawn. Like, how could you not play this move? Seriously, it looks so natural. Defend my pawn, attack yours. That's chess. The engine said, a terrible move. You have to give away the d pawn. And now the move bishop to d4.
Right.
And the point of this is nobody cares about the a2 pawn. What we care about is the opposite color bishop attack. When you're a position with opposite colored bishops and the major pieces are still on the board, we know the principle is that the side with the active bishop has an extra piece essentially. And there's no way to defend against that extra piece. Bishop to d4, there's no piece to oppose it. There's no bishop that can counter it. So now bishop to d4 is a monstrous move, and black will be down a piece, even worse, made even worse by the fact that his bishop is imprisoned on the c4 square with a bishop sitting on d4. You can't even sack your pawn and play d4 yourself, so your bishop can come back to help. After bishop d4, there's a whole heap of hurt lined up for you. For starters, don't touch the pawn. Like, just don't touch. You see the engine go nuts. Because rook e7, and you are toast. You can try some checks. We're just going to move. You can try another check. The king's, actually, rook back is the key move here. And now you got to go stop mate. And then there goes the bishop. You should never have touched it. Also, by the way, bishop takes a2. Bishop takes on a2, rook e7. Actually, there's nothing to do in that position. So the other defense after bishop to d4 is the move rook to f7, which you hope makes sense until the move rook to e8 lands on the board. You got to drop your rook back. And now this is the intriguing moment. Now you cannot play rook to e7. There's some accuracy needed because now this check is a problem. After king up, queen c2 check, you don't have rook e2 anymore. You got to go up board if you're trying to win, and suddenly you got caught in a perpet. So precision would be required. But remember, you haven't sacrificed the pawn. So let's go back to this moment here. You can start with the move rook to e6 instead. Now you don't have the square g6 anymore to come back to. The perpet no longer works. Let's take a look at it, because when we go to g3, there's no queen g6. The rook is sitting on e6. So now it's your bishop and queen that are out the way. Rook f7 obviously doesn't help, because after check, the rook has to go back. You get mated. So what do you do after this key move right here, rook to e6? You play queen g5 and hope for a new perpet. Not bad. Good try. And this is where he would have to find to drop the rook back to e3 and just stop and say, okay, we're going to play this position. The threat is h4, and include the h-pawn in the attack. We have a dark square attack at a very high level. Bishop d4 played by Sam Sevian. He's on the way. An incredible, and he's stepped away from the board as well. An incredible assessment, a logical assessment. When you look at it, you go, yeah, that's right. But based on the basic principle, opposite colored bishop positions, when there are more pieces on the board, particularly the majors, it is not drawn. It has no drawish tendencies, as a matter of fact. In fact, you are more down a piece if an assault appears on your king. And this is what we're seeing here. Leinier Dominguez in huge trouble.
Wow, what a turnaround. Thank you, Maurice. That was a key, critical moment. And Bishop d4 emphasizes, just as Maurice is saying, it's the bishops.
Mm-hmm.
And white's bishop is attacking g7 and black's bishop is attacking a2. Help yourself to the a-pawn. I will checkmate your king. I'm looking at the game of Arena Crush versus Zoe Tang, and I'm in shock by what Arena Crush has done. Bishops of opposite color, when we left it, we've more or less left it in this position. Yeah, I'm not that happy, but what the heck. I am taking this bishop, and let's just play that position. Arena said something I just can't believe. She did something that is, to my mind,
she's going after the b2 pawn, but
completely shocking. You're right. Obviously, she was going after, but she just trapped her knight.
She did. I wonder if she has f6, e5 planned.
Well, she did play f6, and I'm expecting Zoe to instantly play the move e5, followed by knight f3, and well, we'll continue the game thereafter. I might go g4, h4, g5. But what I'm emphasizing is this knight is stuck.
It's never coming back.
You're on the edge of the board, and it's terribly, terribly placed. And a moment ago, it was on this beautiful centralized outpost on d5. So an extraordinary just taser moment there. Like sometimes you see, like, oh, I want to force the b pawn to move or something. And Zoe, I think she's now a favorite to win this game, tie the match, and force a playoff. And that would be an extraordinary turnaround for Arena. Oof, these mini matches can be so tense.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's still very early to call that Zoe's going to win, but this is the best chance she's ever had in this game.
Yeah, and we have...
Irene played bishop e4. I'm guessing she's going to put the bishop on c6. Oh, the Valbar really didn't like that.
Well, in a sense, knight f3 is coming with a gain of tempo. Oh, well, eval bar did... Yeah, and look at that. The eval bar is saying that this is not... It's not so... But this... Oh, the knight is trapped?
Rook b4?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
bishop c6. That's why Irene played bishop e4.
Well, eval bar, we're not finding. There's a moment here. There is a...
Sometimes eval bar gets too excited,
Yeah.
Because, rook b4, bishop c6, and... we're not seeing how exactly white is winning this. Maurice, help us out.
Yes, well, we can join in, or you guys can join in, because yes, rook b4 is definitely on point. Bishop c6, I had this idea. I like to create studies, and when I saw this knight on the square, I saw this is very study-like. I would love to play the move b3 and win the knight. Maybe I need my rook protected, but I can't protect my rook in any way along this file. I'd love to have my rook on b4 and my knight on d3, and then my rook would be protected. What's even better is that the b2 square is protected in that case. And so by working backwards in some way, you get to the solution. f4 is correct. Bishop to c6, rook to b4, bishop back, and now knight to d3. You guard the rook, you guard the b2 square, b3 becomes a threat, and the knight is indeed trapped. And this is the problem for the opponent. Now, there's still calculation to make because obviously black has a rook. So this is as far as I got. Rook d1 challenging the knight. You got to display something, king to e2. And now move the rook away from e2, maybe rook g1 seems like the most logical move. Very logical indeed until you see the study-like move, knight back to e1, burying the rook away from the other side of the board and the other pieces. Now, that is absolutely study-like. I know I've been torturing you guys with my studies. You guys got to say, this looks just like one of somebody's studies. Beautiful maneuvers to connect the pieces and then to play knight e1 back a reversal like this. Absolutely gorgeous. If we see this happen in the game, throw the gold coins because that would be a spectacular way to win.
Indeed, it would. And again, Irene is like a self-inflicted wound there by misplacing her knight on the edge of the board where indeed it's dominated. It's trapped by the bishop on d4. And Irene Crush, one of our favorites, in trouble. And down on the clock, 20 minutes to 15 minutes.
Yeah, clock situation is not so bad, but the position's getting really dangerous for her.
Absolutely.
With that knight on a4, even though if there is a way to somehow maintain this position and not lose, psychologically, you feel like you messed up. You put the knight on a4, it's stuck, it's never coming out. So you already feel like you're losing.
Exactly. For me, a big surprise, and please, I must be missing something. You know, I can see the eval bar saying white's winning. And for me, the first move I thought, oh yeah, well, of course white's winning because of knight f3. I'm threatening knight d2. And if I force you to take, then you see the eval bar. Yeah, goodbye to the knight. So I was wondering, why wasn't knight
I guess
f3?
Bishop c6 still?
No, rook c1. Rook c1 and get your knight out of there.
Oh,
rook c1 and get the knight out of there.
Rook c2.
I see.
Yeah.
Knight c5.
Your knight's tracking c5, and then you're going to go back. You know,
it's sort of like, well, I made this horrible idea of trapping my knight. Look what I did.
But the thing about this position, your move is very natural, Yaz. And the thing about this position is it's interesting how both knights are actually dominated by bishops. Of course, the knight on a4 looks much, much worse than the knight on e1 that has easy path back to civilization. So your timing has to be very good. If you wait around and play knight f3 so your knight gets out, then the other knight is able to get into the game. But by playing this move first, and then importantly playing knight d3, knight d3 guards the b2 square, guards your rook, guard c1. Now that you made your point about knight f3 and we're seeing that, guard c1 so you can't play rook to c1 yourself. That's just incredible. It's all, of course, the cancerous knight on a4 is the real culprit here. But this idea is just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and burying the rook away from the queen side so that you get to play b3 and capture the errant knight. Very nice. But wow, I mean, it would never have occurred to me to put my knight on a4. I want to jump.
But that said, I'm sorry, that said,
please.
It has to be done quickly.
Yes.
Right, we're seeing all this. But look at your natural knight f3. Knight f3, then suddenly she's out.
Right.
So
Missed
time is of
opportunity.
the essence. You need to find it right now. So we'll just keep track to see if the youngster Zoe finds this move rook b4 and this knight d3 idea.
But it's very compelling. Love attacking my opponent's pieces. Rook b4 looks good.
Yes, sir. I think we should go to Mishra's game against Fabi because there's some tactics I'm seeing, and it's a very critical position right now.
When we have left it, we thought that Mishra, or pardon me, Fabi was in a situation where he gets to make some favorable trades. Off came a pair of rooks. Again, he's offering
Of course, Mishra's trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. How do you like that knight d8 move?
I'm not sure I do, actually. Okay, whoa, well, excuse me, I may take it back. There is a peshki hanging. It wasn't taken. Nobody likes peshki.
It came off.
Nobody, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Well, Mishra has an idea. He wants to play queen c4 and attack Black's king. Okay, whoa.
Yeah, I thought.
Okay, things are getting.
The plan here was Fabi took after e5. I thought knight e5 was working, but I guess it's not because Mishra just dropped down with the knight to c2. Take, knight e6 check.
Looks good.
King f6, queen f3 check.
Looks like a checkmate on
f5,
f8.
Queen f5.
Oh man, just when we had teed up a checkmate, and you're not playing.
That's what I was looking at, but yeah.
You're not playing.
Shots. Maybe there's perpetual queen c3, but that's not what Mishra needs.
No. So what Mishra did instead is he played knight c2, give me the rook.
Gave back the material here.
Okay, and at the end of the day. Capablanca would say, well, you've got 3 pawn islands. I've got a much better
But there's not enough pieces
grouping
left on the board. Like another trade's going to happen.
Well, I don't want another trade to happen. How can I avoid another trade?
Mishra has any chances here anymore.
Really? Is it that bad? Like it's all... Well, queen and... I don't know. Maurice, jump in. Please.
Yeah, that looks pretty dead, unfortunately, for the youngster. It looks like he's going to go down. But I'd like to get your take on another position. This position here between Zatonskih and Carissa Yip. The current position, she's actually down an exchange because she sacked it, did Carissa. And I'm not sure, it looks like it recently happened, but let's just catch up to this moment. Rook takes e2, king takes and queen takes on g3, rook down with check. And how do you evaluate this position? The engine's giving it as virtually equal. Smidgen, not even enough to comment, bit better for Black right now. Black can always draw. Black has an easy perpet against this king. The king won't try to run away from the position. But can Black win this game? And would you try to win if you had this position? Note, the b7 pawn is hanging and dead. It will go lost. What would you evaluate here? Like, would you play on if you were Black, thinking that you had some chances?
Whereas I think if Carissa can play g5 and create a passer, then I would play this for a win with the black pieces.
And she's not playing g5 just yet. And your evaluation is spot on, but it's not as though it's something you can necessarily do immediately. When your king is on h7 to just, after rook b8, play this move, g5. Actually, no, the engine thinks it's worth it. It's worth a shot. Like, just go for it and see what happens. It still thinks the position is fairly equal, but g5 is a move you could play and go for it and just create this hassle of the passed pawn. The white king will never have shelter, ever. But you kind of did play g5, so your black king doesn't have too much shelter either. What a wild position. Will she go for it or won't she? As I said, she has her perpet in hand. She just played the move queen to g2 with check, and this king is not going anywhere anytime soon. So we'll see whether or not Carissa goes for it with that idea of g5.
Quickly, Maurice, I just want to ask you a quick question, because Carissa didn't take an approach that I might have taken. King g7, rook b8. So your idea was to play g5 and h4 and let's go. My idea was to take the pawn on h4, play check, and go h4. But first I wanted to defend.
F6,
so
right?
if Carissa had put her king on f6, would it have made a difference according to the chess engine analysis?
You said f6. The king had gone to
f6. King g7, king f6.
King g7, rook b8, king f6, so you can take on h4.
Yeah.
Queen Well, first of all,
queen
be very careful. Queen d3 is being given as a move. But also be very careful about the move rook to g8.
Rook to
What is the rook g8?
G8. I didn't see rook g8.
Well, it's just a move to be careful about because now your king doesn't have a way back home. But it turns out it may not be the most accurate move, but just something to watch for. But queen d3 is the move that you would have to be most concerned about. Now you can't take on h4. And there's a queen d8 siding.
Gotcha.
So little problematic here to play like this. You're not taking the pawn anymore. Your king probably needs to back up, get out of there. But there is a queen d8 now actually coming. This concretizes the draw pretty quickly for white.
Gotcha. Thank you, Maurice. That clears some cobwebs.
Yep.
As we're looking at the game of Mishra and Fabi, Mishra's boy, he had set the table for having to win on demand. He had set the table beautifully, sacrificed a rook, but then didn't follow up with some really beautiful moves.
Computer moves. Let's be
crazy,
honest.
crazy. And now they're in an ending of queen and knight and 3 pawns versus queen and knight and 3 pawns. We think it's balanced.
Yes, sir. I think we should go to Sam Sevian's game against Leinier because Sam is very close to converting his advantage here. We looked at this position after bishop d4.
I thought that this was
Leinier
the crucial
took the
move,
pawn.
the crucial question. Bishop a2 was losing. We know that. And now h4. And just saying, your turn. Go ahead. Make a move. I've got
And Leinier is
h5.
also in a bit of a time trouble, 7 minutes for him. He went back rook f8, but now I think there is a very concrete line. Rook e7.
Yep, give me the pawn on g7. Now, checks no longer scare me. I don't have to, I'm not walking, the f-file, I'm just going king h2, so what can I do?
Play rook f7.
I've got no choice.
You could include the check. We don't know if that makes a difference.
We'll come back to it in a moment in case if it does.
Right, and now here I want to give a check. Queen c8.
This is almost like kind of puzzle rush
Yes.
territory, right? Okay, queen c8 check, I have no choice. I have to
I just
block.
want to show you what I'm planning. Queen e6. Go
Queen
ahead, take
where?
the queen. Queen e6.
Oh, I'll play ball.
Yes, rook g7.
I'll play ball.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's checkmate, but rook g6 is good enough.
And
Good
I have
enough.
to put my rook or
win an-
queen, it doesn't
I
matter,
win an
in the way.
exchange.
And yeah, I think that's winning.
Yep.
We're going to
And
get...
we're 2 moves away from this position. If Sam finds it, and he
Wow.
has plenty of time to find it.
So queen c8 check, but did I have a choice?
I don't think so.
I
And
mean,
this is
king
already-
king h8 doesn't...
Oh, no.
I mean, I can play
Queen
queen,
g6,
queen
bishop
takes
g7.
g6 and...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so there's no choice.
No
Rook
choice.
f7, and Sam, with queen c8 and queen e6, wins the game. Nice line, Nasi. Nice. Wow.
You know, when I was a kid, that was my favorite type of tactic.
I love the windmill. I saw some games with that. I set it up once in my life, and it was just such a, I mean, it was awesome.
It's the greatest feeling.
I mean, it truly is. I mean, I was dancing under the stars.
Do you think I'm sure he's seen it. He's probably double checking. There's so
Well-
many other options too, right?
Well, the other thing is, it almost feels, wait a minute, can't I win the other way?
How?
Check.
Queen. Well, I have rook f1 in between move. And then king goes to f8.
Oh, no.
It might still be, no? See, eval bar completely drops.
Well, let's see, the evolve bar goes through the roof after, the evolve bar doesn't go through the roof even
That's
after
shocking.
this. That is shocking. But
Yeah,
I
F1 will be
respect your intermezzo. Then
Yeah, here black is safe.
Yeah, if your king was on h8, I thought it'd be toast.
Should be.
Yeah, right. But apparently you can even play this. Well, you should play this position. Remarkable. So no queen e8. There's no other.
But if you do it with checks, queen c8 and queen e6 check, there's no that rook f1 intermezzo and white just wins.
Gotcha. Any other? Nice.
Sam has 13 minutes to figure out which check is the winning one. I'm sure he'll find it.
You know, when you originally set this moment up for me, and I was still grasping for it, I thought you were going to do one of these crazy, like putting your queen for whatever reason.
Like in the studies.
Yeah. The queen's not on duty. Maurice is getting to us. I think,
We've been solving his studies, and now that's all we think about.
Yeah, it's like some kind of a toxicity. Now we're thinking it like a study problemist would. No, you need your queen on A7 before you
But
get.
Here it turns out the queen is already perfectly placed on B7
C8.
and C8, and yeah, we can use the E6 square.
And
to
clock
win the game.
time's favoring Sam as well. 12 minutes. He has this very nice win.
While he's looking for this win, Alice Li is also very close to converting her position into a win.
Let's jump to Rachel. Oh.
Actually, Maurice has some thoughts he wants to share.
Well, while you guys are trashing me over there, especially Yasser.
Me? What? I respect you.
Oh, yeah, sure. What I will say, however, is just from the mind of somebody who no longer plays good chess but likes to create all these studies, what the point that you made about the queen doing what it just did, what's fascinating is that if the queen were actually on A7 to start, so let's get that. Let's get that position, this position right here, right? And now Rook F7. Now you do it the reverse way. Okay, you didn't have to go away, but now you do it the reverse way. You come back. It would be nice to play this check, more beautiful to play this check, to play this check, to play this check, to play that one, to now play that check. That now, just for you rookies out there who are trying to figure out how to create these kind of things, that's how you would do it, and that's a beautiful way. If you could win like that, now, oh yeah, okay. all the great true study creators, I consider myself just mid-range compared to the great people like Pervakov and of course the great ones from the past, like Georgiev, who did stuff without engines. I can't even imagine how they did it, but that one there would be really cool.
Beautiful.
Actually, that is really, really cool, and thank you for that, Maurice. Nice. But we do expect Sam to win, and we do now expect Alice Li to win. She's just played D3 captures E2, regaining the piece. She's the one now material ahead, and Rachel's position is just buckling.
And I think it's about to end, honestly. Let's take a look. What can Rachel do? You have to take on C7.
Yeah, no
Otherwise, you lose a
choice.
full rook.
Exactly.
I'll take with the queen.
Yeah,
You
just
have
to
to play-
keep E8 protected. Very important.
I have to play rook E1.
What else? And now, I'm a
there's-
materialist. I
of
would put the.
course.
But
There's also queen C2, I believe.
I think Queen C2 is
Yeah.
actually another way of potentially winning the game. But this pawn is so good. But yeah, several ways of now winning for Alice.
Yes.
And she only needs a draw to continue her quest. She's our defending champion.
Yeah, and she's a two-time champion.
And a two-time champion at that. So Rachel in trouble in this one. Let me just update my board. Nope, she has not captured.
They followed our lines, rooks on C7 and E1.
Has it happened? Okay, Maurice, over to you.
Well, it looks like there's fire and brimstone happening on many of the boards now. We saw Sam's game. He's going to win this one that you guys are pointing out. And Carissa Yip is also taking down Anna Zatonskih. Based on your idea, Nazi, I don't know. Maybe you should be playing in the event. So that's what I'm thinking, because you're spotting all these great wins.
Carissa Yip won.
She won already.
All right, is the game over?
It's over.
Okay,
Wow.
well.
We see Carissa by herself.
There it
at the
is. You're
board.
right. Okay, well, let's do the replay, the instant replay to get it there, because look at what happened here right at this moment. She played a check. She got her opponent to go to E2, and then she played the move G5. That's the move you said, Nazi. And after takes this check, this one was suspicious. Just to say, a suspicious move, bringing your king to the back rank. She thought it was the best thing to do. And then the move Queen D3, trying to trade queens, unfortunately for her. H4, there goes the pawn. You can't offer the trade of queens because of, oops, this check comes out of nowhere. And the bishop lords itself over two separate diagonals. If you go to D1, you get mated on B3. She went to F1 and got mated on H3. Wow. We can expect the kind of courage from the U.S. women's champion, and she showed it here and managed to win a very fine finish, at least. The game should have been balanced, but to the victor goes the spoils, and to the courageous go the victories. And there it is for Carissa. She won the match, and no playoff necessary.
Thank you, Maurice. And a little bit of an echo of yesterday, because it was a bishop move that would have led to a checkmate had she found it. And in this case, it was a bishop h3 checkmate.
Yeah, she was not going to miss a second opportunity.
That was a shocking denouement at the end.
I really liked how she put pressure on Anna towards the end when Anna's down to 2 minutes. Anna was playing a very good game, but at the very end, it's so easy to blunder when you only have 2 minutes and you have to make this accurate moves with your king. Seemingly, it doesn't make a big difference, king e1, king d1, but as we can see now, one gets mated and the other would have been equal.
Exactly. Wow.
Congratulations to Carissa.
And our congratulations indeed.
She moves on into the champions bracket.
Wow. Okay. No playoff in that one.
Actually,
let's go.
Another big congratulations to Sam Sevian for winning his game against Leinier Dominguez, and he also moves on to the next round in the champions bracket. No playoffs.
Just a second. Hold on. I have. Yes, he did. Did he do? Yes, he did play the queen e6, and Leinier said. Yep, I see exactly.
He didn't let him do the
yeah, I see the finishing touch. Bravo.
So what is it called? I forgot. The rook.
Kind of a discovered check, but.
There's a specific term for it. That windmill. Windmill. Thank you.
Yeah, the windmill.
Yes.
Here.
It's so beautiful. You have to allow it on the board.
Yeah, actually, yes, it is nice. It is nice.
Very nice.
And for Sam Sevian, by the way, Leinier is no walk in the park in Blitz. I mean, he was a former world Blitz champion. And I know Sam is very good in Blitz too, of course. That would have been a great playoff.
Sam is also fantastic in chess 960.
Yes. He's won.
And Leinier is a bit rusty. He took maybe almost a full year off from playing classical chess. But we'll see. He will move on to the elimination bracket. He still has rapid games to play.
Yep. All right. I'm going to jump to Zoe Tang. Again, Zoe, for those joining us late, needs to win her game against Irene to tie the match. And Irene made a remarkable, bad idea of a self-inflicted wound. She had a knight that was nicely placed. I would have taken the bishop myself, centralized knight, but she made a decision which was really contrary to the rules of chess, which is she put her knight on the edge of the board, and essentially it's trapped.
She didn't make it out from a4. I see that in a couple of moves.
We were looking at knight d3, but knight f3. How can you not play knight f3? Because you're in your mind's eye, you're thinking, okay, I've got to get my knight off the back rank. And by the way, maybe I can kick your rook while doing it. So rook d1, knight d2.
So Zoe allowed Irene's knight to come out. But
whoa. Oh,
is it
okay.
that easy?
I think she might have, if she could force the trade of rooks, I think this is an easy
game over,
win.
But rook d5, right?
But rook d5.
Maybe she missed this.
Oh,
However,
okay.
even in the current position, it's not simple at all. I do think Irene improved her position because knight on a4 was absolutely terrible.
Absolutely.
And now she has a very good bishop against somewhat passive knight.
Yeah.
But still uncomfortable position for Irene down a pawn.
For sure. And by the way, as much as I would love to play the move g5 here, I'm a little bit concerned about rook c4. But let's pause ourselves and toss it to Maurice with guests.
Thanks, guys. We are with four-time U.S. champion Carissa Yip, who just defeated a four-time U.S. champion Anna Zatonskih. This was a tight game for quite some time. It was looking more or less equal-ish, a tight struggle. And then we got to this moment when you could have kept it equal, just play queen f6 and chilled. What prompted you to sacrifice the rook on e2?
Yeah, I mean, if I just moved my queen, I knew rook a1's coming, forcing the trade rooks. And then, I mean, I think black is pressing a little bit because, I don't know, my bishop's better than hers. But okay, obviously drawn. So spent a while here, and just like clock was a factor, of course. And I thought, you know, I should always have a perpetual at least. So
Always nice to have in the pocket.
exactly. So why not just go for it?
You did. Indeed, went for it, got this position. It looks like there's always going to be a perpetual, so no problem there. It took a couple of moves that she played, and she got aggressive with this rook. And the rook starts to leave the king side. You must have felt like you for sure were secure, and now you decided to go for this idea after repeating of g5.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I repeated, and, you know, I was expecting king d1, king runs. I have nothing more than a perpetual. But I was like, king e1, it's a little inaccurate. So I spent like 20 minutes here. Yeah, I was calculating g5 immediately. And I want like takes, queen takes. But then with the king on e2, you know, white has like some queen e3 ideas, that sort of thing. So
you forced the king away first.
So I kind of figured out that if I checked, she was going to go to e1. So repeated once, play g5, give the check. If she went d1, then, yeah, I think again I have to go for a perpetual. But yeah, king e1, queen takes g5. Now there's no more queen e3. And yeah,
apparently if she plays king e2, it's still close-ish with the queen e3 idea.
Yeah.
But your eyes must have perked up when you saw this.
Queen d3.
Did you realize queen d8 was just losing?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
clearly,
I
right?
realized queen d8 was just losing. So, I mean, queen d3 looks like a natural move because white wants to generate some play. But yeah, I figured like my h-pawn is just running, and the rook on b8 is kind of out of the game.
Yes, indeed. And of course, she played this and allowed this mate.
Yeah, I think she just missed queen e3.
Yesterday, you missed bishop b4. Your bishop didn't do the job. But today, your bishop turned into a superstar. Either diagonal, bishop h3, or bishop to b3 would have been mate.
Right.
So a little poetic justice, at least.
Yeah, I definitely feel better after this game. Of course, you know, actually, I just hate drawing games I should have won. I think I hate it more than losing games I should have drawn. So yesterday's game will stick with me for a while. But
let it go. It's time to move
that's
on.
your advice?
You already won the match.
Okay,
Just
sure.
I'll
let it go. I'll consider it.
Yeah, let it go. It's fine. We got to have short memories in chess. There's no reason. It's already over. By the way, you're my pick to win it all. No pressure, but you know.
Okay.
Just Yasser likes to brag, and also Nazi over there likes to brag too.
Wait, who did everyone else pick? Who's here?
Yasser picked Irene, I think, and Nazi picked Alice.
Maurice, that's how you're my favorite.
Oh my goodness, I'm getting all the love on the show. Yasser, did you hear that?
Missed it, sorry.
I don't know. You only get one moment of glaze.
Wesley already gave it to me, so on this episode. So
It's your day.
And for that, by the way, well, actually, not for that, but for being the first winner of the day, Q Boutique as a gift, and you can open it up.
Alrighty.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, this is super cute. Camera.
It's
For Irene
Hall of
taking the
Fame,
photo?
from the Hall of Fame. Mr. Hauska, Charles Hauska, is the one who designs these incredible chess boards.
Yeah, I've seen his cats
artwork,
around.
And he's got
They're
some
cute.
skills. They're cute, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's your bag.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And I think, Tom, if you don't mind getting that an instant replay about Wesley saying I'm the favorite and now Carissa saying it. I need to email that to Yasser so when he goes to sleep he can just play it.
Oh, it'll just be in his nightmares. On constant loop.
The quality of my life has just gone.
Well, now you don't have to play anything else. You won the match. Well, at least your future match to come, not to have to suffer in the loser's bracket. And good luck.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Congratulations, Carissa. I mean, I'm telling you, the quality of my life has just gone. It's a good thing the internet's been down for the last 20 minutes.
No one's going to see that.
Nobody's going to see this. We are going to kill these videos.
Look at our results so far in the women's section. So we have one win. It was by Carissa against Anna Zatonskih, and she moves on in the champions bracket. The other games are still going on, and actually, let's quickly jump to Zoe Tang against Irene Crush game because Zoe is winning.
Yeah, and this is a moment for her as she could play the move, and everybody
she's done it. Rook C4
wants
is on the
to play
board.
this move, rook to c4, and the idea is as straightforward as you possibly can get. after rook takes, knight takes, bishop takes, yes, you're welcome to munch the pawn. But who has the most dangerous passer? White.
I'll start with knight d6 tempo move.
That's a tempo on the bishop. The bishop would more or less have to choose which square, but let's say d5, and then it's just a run for the rosies.
Unstoppable pawn.
And as soon as we get to b7, black will have to give up the bishop.
How many moves does it take for black king to attack the knight? Let's say king g8. 3 moves. It's too slow.
King g8,
Wow. Just one tempo.
b5, king f8. If it was black to
It was already on
move,
e7.
Irene would be in business, but no, b7, and you must sacrifice. And this is where, now the interesting part is, okay, if the king had gone to f5, she can't possibly, no, because the knight on d6 stops. So what I was thinking, I was about to make some illegal moves. b4.
Takes away all the good squares from the king?
Precisely. b5, something like this, where I was trying to trade, like I'll provoke g3, I'll put my king on g4 and play g5. You know what I mean?
Trying to trade all the pawns.
Yeah, and it would be a knight versus pawns, but no, not even close. Maurice, back to you.
Well, the wins are coming in fast and furious, and we have Sam Sevian here, who just defeated Leinier Dominguez. Sam, I mean, he's a quality player. It's a great win for you. How does it feel?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is my first win over him in Classical. I had a lot of chances, but finally broke through today.
That's a big deal indeed. Tell us about a critical moment here in the opening we see.
Yeah, I mean, I prepared a kind of tricky line with this queen c2, and the problem for black is he has the bishop pair, but I have this super strong knight on e5, and his bishop on b6 is kind of stuck. So, I mean, he tried to simplify with this c6, c5, but then we get this opposite colored bishop position where it's really difficult for him to liquidate into an endgame. I spent a lot of time in this position because I could have taken on b6, which is kind of supernatural, and then he goes rook a8, and then I probably get an endgame with an extra pawn, but I thought it was much more difficult for black if I just keep the queens on the board and just shuffle, because eventually his king, I mean, if we just keep shuffling, I'll have a really strong attack.
That's super deep assessment there, because a lot of times people think the opposite colored bishop is not going to do, is going to be drawish tendencies, but you understood that a slightly exposed king, his being slightly more exposed than yours, would be a factor.
Yeah, I prefer to play with queens on board with attacking chances than up a pawn in an endgame.
All right, you heard that first here, folks. Remember, keep that in mind. Don't just be greedy. Keep playing the position. Well, we saw it actually work to perfection a couple moves later when rooks, even a pair of rooks came off the board, and you were able to get this move in.
Right.
And my instinct was bishop c4. Yasser and Nazi's instinct were also bishop c4, and your opponent played bishop c4. You must have been smiling, though, when you saw this move, like finally a chance to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, the whole time I figured that he wanted to put the bishop on c4 when he was playing with bishop d3, and the problem with this is after bishop d4, he's just cut off. Like, there's no defender. And even though he takes on f3, I have h4 and just a mating attack, basically.
That's exactly what transpired. In fact, the engine has a weird h3 as more accurate than h4. Obviously, the h-pawn is racing down the board as well, and then we get this beautiful finish reminiscent of a windmill. How often do you get a finish like this in chess at all, much less against a 2750 player like he is?
For sure. I think the last time I had a windmill was when I was 11.
Indeed, a very satisfying win, plus you close out the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the less blitz tiebreaks we play in this tournament, the better.
Agreed. Well, fantastic game. Congratulations, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sam. Very, very nice. As we have results.
Yes, we do. In the open section, 3 games have finished. There were 2 draws between Levon and Awonder, Wesley and Ray, but huge win for Sam Sevian against Dominguez, and he moves on to the champions bracket round 2.
And
the one game is still going on between Fabi and Mishra.
And for the ladies, do we have results? I think Rachael Li has not yet clinched the match, but when we left, she had a winning position.
Yes, I think we'll just jump right into one of the games.
Let's jump in. Yes.
And Irene Crush has resigned. Zoe Tang evens the score, evens the match, and they're going to have to play the Blitz playoff.
For for Irene. She'll be less than happy about this because, again, she came into today needing only a draw to clinch a close. And she came out of the opening very, very decently. She should not have played that knight to a4, got her into trouble, and she lost the game. All right. And I wanted to say Rachael Li.
Yes, that game is almost over. Alice Li put in the final touches.
Two extra pawns, and I'm looking at this king. Actually, Rachel's king on h4, almost like a puzzle rush tactic. How to...
Yeah, I think after Alice's final move, queen f5, we might see the resignation because she's offering the queen trade, and if you don't trade, you will get checkmated.
Exactly. There is
one check, but queen f6.
Check.
Queen f6.
Check. Check. Yes, exactly. Oops. So yeah, queen f5 might force Rachael Li to handshake.
Yeah, I think that's about it. And Alice so far seems like the most confident player, most impressive. She's going to go into the next round with 2 wins. We have a move queen a6 on the board and queen h5 checkmate.
And there is the handshake, and congratulations to Alice. As she explained in her confessional booth, she said that she had prepared this in the past, and the move knight takes d4 definitely surprised. And she was expecting bishop to g2, and it turned out to be a great game for her.
There's only 2 games left. Let's check in with Mishra and Fabi. They're playing that very drawish endgame with queen and knight and 2 pawns.
Let's just play a couple of moves and play catch-up.
Any other day, Mishra would be happy to make a draw against Fabiano, but not
today. Okay, so what is the story here? If we play knight back to d5, I'm eyeballing e7, so don't allow checkmate. I'm attacking the pawn. I'm assuming you play b3, and I'll go g4, or something like this, I think. Or
it's actually an interesting endgame, very easy to blunder.
it feels that way. It's like kind of funny because you can't just offer a trade of queens.
Knights on the board, forks are always available.
Like, yeah, but you, what is this?
If you go really low
B2.
on the clock. B2 still comes, yes.
My knight is not, the pawn is used as a decoy because the queen is overworked, and we've just seen.
Mishra played queen e4.
Okay, let me readjust my, and queen e4. So what just took place? Check.
Couple of checks.
Check.
And he came back. So we might see a repetition.
King to d7.
Fabi only needs a draw to move on to the next round.
Well, wait a minute. Is that so clear? No, king d7, knight c6. Yeah, knight d3, knight c6. And, okay.
Yeah, they're repeating now. At least twice it already happened.
And that looks...
We're going to see the handshake
Is that twice
shortly.
or thrice? Yeah.
Fabi's claiming the draw.
Yeah.
Well, Mishra had a good chance today, but it was
He
not
truly
easy.
Did. For those of you who are joining us
Play
late.
down a rook.
Yeah, Mishra sacrificed a rook that turned out to be an exchange sacrifice, and a great game. But Maurice is with a guest.
Thanks, Yaz. I am with Zoe Tang after defeating 8-time U.S. Women's Champ Irene Crush. Is this your first victory against her?
No, actually the first time I beat her was in the 2 years ago, the American Cup.
Oh, okay.
I think I might have been the first person to beat her until then, like in the American Cup specifically, classical.
Okay, so been there, done that, huh? Here you go again. Were you shocked? I mean, she needed a draw, yes, to win. Yeah. Were you shocked she decided to go give you a pawn here and go into this opposite color bishop ending?
I was kind of surprised actually. I thought I was miscalculating somewhere because obviously with back rank and stuff it looks a little bit risky, but I was like, what if I just grab the pawn? And I thought it would end up being fine. And it did end up being fine. It was a straight pawn. Yasser was quite surprised that she just willingly went for this endgame after knight to e1. We understand it's opposite colored bishop, but it's a pass b pawn. Yeah. I mean, black does have a lot of compensation. Like, I don't think this position should be winning, but yeah, it's nice for me to play. It is better to be up the pawn than down the pawn. I'm going to jump ahead a bit to this moment, though, when you got the knight on a4 and got a chance to strand it over there. You must have been excited when you saw this development. Yeah. This position I was quite happy. I was like, okay, the knight's on the edge of the board. I might be able to trap it later, and I was quite happy with this. I think actually a little bit previous. There might have been a moment where I think when she played bishop g6, yeah. Here I was thinking, what happens if just rook takes b2?
Rook takes b2.
And the line looked complicated. I mean, I was looking at bishop c3, she goes bishop b7. I was originally planning rook c7 here, but then she has knight d5. So I guess you'd have to go rook f8. Then she goes, I was thinking rook b3. You take, rook takes f7, king g6, rook e7, rook takes, king f2, rook here. I thought this would be easier for her to hold because 3 versus 2 and the f and h pawns are nice. So I thought this was what was going to happen in the game.
Okay, reasonable. The Indian gave one other move that might have been a little bit more accurate for her earlier, but okay, that was a line to play. Instead, she did put her bishop back the other way and gave you a little bit of something to hope for back over here.
Yeah,
this
once the knight's on a4, then I'm quite happy here.
Yes, you actually had a very study-like way of trapping the knight in this position. Your first move is correct, but apparently knight d3 is better than knight f3, guarding c1, stopping the knight from going to c5.
I was worried if she plays rook d1, like then my knight's
Well, king e2 now, and the rook has to leave.
Right.
And we had this very nice line, if she plays rook g1, now you bring the knight back and bury her piece.
Oh, wow, that's nice, yeah.
And then you get b3 in. So that would have been more accurate. Your line is still good, but that would have been a sweet way to finish her off. Nevertheless, what you did ended up being enough. She got her knight to c5, but now she's just down a pawn. Yeah. And you managed to trade off rooks nicely and then get this past b pawn, which of course she resigned here. A way to make a comeback. I mean, that's how you do it. How do you feel now going into this match?
I mean, it's good that I score points in classical. Now it's just time for tie breaks and play the best I can for playoffs and play the best I can there.
You mentioned you beat her that game 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That must have gone to playoffs as well, or
no.
Did you just close it out against her?
Because back then it was 4-game matches, so I won the first game, but then I lost the next 3. So.
Sorry, let's not bring that up then. We'll stick with this. Well, good luck, great job, and we'll see you in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Guys?
Congratulations as well, Zoe. Very, very nice win. And I think the most difficult thing in chess is winning on demand.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's always nice when you do have these victories, but winning when you absolutely have to is the hardest. I'm looking at this.
Yes, sir. We only have 1 game left.
And it's Tatev versus Anna. And
It's
queen
a queen
endings.
endgame.
And they are treacherous. They are notoriously difficult to navigate because so many of the rules that we have that guided us to these queen endings are suddenly out the door. So, for example, we'd love to be up material in normal positions. In queen endings, it's about who's got the most dangerous pawns. It's about who's got the perpetual pattern, perpetual
Whose
checking.
king is more covered up from the checks.
Exactly. Queen takes h7, check. And that was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I made a strange decision to take the c2 pawn instead of g3 pawn.
Right.
Well, maybe she thought that guaranteed her a draw because the queen is so much closer to the king, but turns out it's a bit trickier than that.
Let's have a look-see.
And Tatev found the correct moves, and now when you move the king, let's say king g2,
right.
Tatev has e5.
So in Anna's mind, she's setting up
perpetuals.
Perpetuals. So e5, as you just said, and I can't perpetual check you?
Turns out no, king b1. If you go queen d1, I have queen c1. If you go queen d3, I go king c1.
No more checks.
No more checks.
Buena's no check. And if I kind of linger and hang around and just...
You have to drop back.
Drop back.
I'll probably go queen e1.
Now you go queen e1. Your queen is nicely behind the pawn, and you force me to
go
take
to passive position. Yes.
If I could change the position of my king for a moment with my queen, I'd like my
Put
king.
the queen on g2, king on e6.
Yeah, I'd like the king as a blockader. I don't like the. Now you could potentially use your g pawn as a decoy.
Right. It's still not going to be easy to convert this, but Tatev has a very good chance of winning this endgame.
Well, we've seen a number of players now avoiding the playoffs. For example, Sam Sevian winning. Carissa winning what we thought was an even game, and maybe another for Tatev. She did play
she played the
e5.
correct move.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's calculated that there's no perpetual, and yeah, I'm sure she likes her chances here.
Absolutely, why not? Who has the more dangerous
They're both in
pawn?
time trouble, less than 2 minutes for both of them, so still anything can happen. And we'll keep an eye on this, but let's check in with Maurice.
Thanks, guys. We are with Alice Li after closing out her match 2-0. Alice, the opening was intriguing. Who surprised who?
I think I definitely surprised her first because she's an E4 player and she was probably expecting me to play the Petrov, which I've done in must-draw scenarios previously. But I played the Sicilian and she started thinking on move 2.
On move 2?
Yeah.
Why did you play Sicilian instead of going for your solid draw?
For this tournament, I'm actually just deciding my openings based on a wheel of openings. So I just spin the wheel and whichever opening it lands on, I play. So the wheel landed on Sicilian, so I play Sicilian.
That's a heck of a thing to do strategically for a tournament. What gave you that idea in the first place?
I actually did that last year in the American Cup against Tatev Abrahamyan in the last game. I was I didn't know what to do to play for a win as black, and it gave me Caracan, so I played Caracan and I won, and so it seems to be pretty successful.
The new strategy, get a wheel, huh? Okay, this is how they prepare these days. So you surprised her in the Sicilian. You got a good position pretty early on, and now on move 20, looked like you really started your attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely here I thought her dark squares are so weak, her king is so weak, and I seem to have a lot of play.
And so you continued with b5, and now she had to go full defensive, and you got everything going, and then came the critical moment right here when she played a3, and you said, time to finish this one off.
Yeah. I think she definitely missed b takes c4 because she spent a lot of time after that. And yeah, I just got discovered on the queen and is completely winning.
The position collapsed pretty quickly after that, and there you go, winning your piece back, and actually the position is completely shattered. It's good to win the match, close it out. In your previous experience, you won 2 of these before. Has it been that smooth? You win 2-0, get a chance to relax?
I don't think it's been that smooth. I think last year I won the first game. I was playing Nazi Paikidze, one of the commentators, and then she beat me in the next classical game, so I had to play the Blitz playoffs. So, and generally, I think maybe in 2023 I had a 2-0, but other than that, I usually don't.
Okay, well, good start, and we hope to see you continue your trend.
Yeah.
And not against Nazi, because she's working.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice, and congratulations, Alice. We in the remaining game between Tatev and Anna, completely unbeknownst to the players, of course, Anna has played c5 and b5, and the computers were basically shouting that Tatev should put her queen on e3 and push the e6 pawn for all it's worth, and was saying win, win, win. And instead, she played g4, and now the computers are saying, you know what? Play g5 and win, win, win. Okay, but g5, it's funny because your next move can't be g6 and it can't be e6.
But what is black's next move?
Well, I'm sure Anna is playing for check and b4.
Okay, so let's go king b1.
Okay, and let's go b4.
Queen d2 check.
So just to be clear, I think I'm threatening somehow perpetual checks now. Or
she's gone for b4 immediately without the check.
Okay.
I don't think that makes a big difference.
You're going to have to play AB anyway, right?
I can give you a check always, but yeah, probably have to take 8
okay.
speed.
Let's say, and again, I'm going to channel
B3, right?
my inner Anna, yeah, and
king b1.
King b1, correct? Yeah, and then
wait. So if you go queen d3 check here, and on king c1 a3, how does white avoid checks? Because you don't have queen d2.
That is true.
Something you had earlier. Now I have a pass pawn.
Do I take and somehow run with my king up the board?
Yeah, we see the eval bar saying white is completely winning, but it's not that obvious.
Not intuitively obvious. We're going to keep an eye on this one as we toss it back to Maurice, who's with Fabiano.
Yes, you know, I'm standing here, and I really want Fabi to get a chance to go and relax. You're going to relax anyway, so you can hang out with us. It's all right. But plus, Tatev is playing, and she played an opening move, D3, that we've seen you play, we've seen Levon play. Give us some intel before we get to your game.
D3, well, I'm trying to popularize this move, so I'm...
Oh, even more so. So
Yeah.
you pass it on to all your friends.
Anyone. Anyone in the world who wants to learn.
So what's the big deal behind this D3 move?
Oh, well...
Matter of fact, let's make sure the fans can see what we're talking about if they came late. Let me get to the game and go all the way back to this D3 on move 2. Give us a lesson.
Yeah, I think
on
I've played close to 30 games by now with this.
In Blitz, I imagine.
Pretty much entirely Blitz, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe one rapid game, but yeah, entirely Blitz.
So what's the value of the move D3?
It has some points. Like if knight f6, then you can play f4. It's a bit unusual.
Unusual good or unusual just weird?
Well, it's equal. Everything's equal, but it's playable. I mean,
okay.
And then if this, I've played like many games with g4, so this is kind of the main point.
Even though the engine says it doesn't look so good, but you don't trust the engine.
Well, I played in Blitz, so it's it's okay. But yeah, I mean, it's not a bad line. You know, it has some unique ideas behind it. I played it against Magnus in the Blitz World Championship. I played probably like 5 or 6 games in the Blitz World Championship with it. So
overall results?
Overall positive, like 80% or so.
80? How'd you do against Magnus?
I lost that game. But people are starting to prepare for it, unfortunately. So I played against Wesley in the American Cup Blitz. He was prepared for it. You were watching that game. That was how it started. Yeah, just trying to popularize my move, which is actually, I mean, Levon is the one who deserves credit for it, but I was the one who started to analyze it after he played it he played it against me. So I think it was like 2 years ago.
So what are we going to call it? The Caruana Aronian line or the Aronian Caruana line?
Neither really rolls off the tongue, does it?
Well, you got to come up with a name for it. I mean, if you're going to invent something, then you need some kind of Frankenstein Dracula variation or something.
I'll come up with something.
Something, yeah, that we could call it. Let's actually jump to the current position because I think it's kind of unfair to the ladies that we just ignore this finish that's going on. And I'm seeing this very exciting looking, wild looking position, but Engine's just saying this is over.
I don't think it's over. I mean, clearly she has to take. I guess she did.
She did.
So queen takes is going to be played. I mean, and probably the king goes to c2, but it is a question. And like my main question is, what about c takes b4? Like, you trade the queens by force, queen d2, and then queen c1 or queen d3. So this is very important, which I'm sure that she'll find. But this is a tough. I mean, one move wins, and it's not easy, especially with low time. I would guess there could easily be some mistakes.
Queen ending, and also your king has to run. There's queen a2 here. There's queen a4. Different moves to play.
Yeah, first you need to see this c before queen d2. Otherwise, why are you putting your king on c2?
Right.
Otherwise, it just runs into more checks.
Let's get to the live board. She played king d1, and as you predicted, definitely not an easy position to play. And now she has to find the only move, which is to take the pawn. And this pawn becomes just much a threat as the e pawn and the g pawn.
Now it's hard to say what will happen. I mean, of course, white can always give perpetual, but...
Sorry, we're still at king d1?
Yeah, I don't think that I mean, she'll probably take. Why wouldn't you?
Let's get a view of the players instead of us, because this is such a dramatic moment, and Fabi's being kind enough to hang out and look at it with us. Time on the clock, queens on the board. This has to be the worst kind of position for a chess player. Queens on the board with very little time.
Very, very tough to play. Even with time in general, these queen endings are very tough. In a time scramble, basically you just kind of wait for the blunder from one side or another because it's going to come. It's kind of inevitable.
Like queen d3 check here, for example.
Well, then there's queen d2.
Then drops queen d2, and then you're gone already.
I don't suspect that will happen. But the thing is, like, she's going to get low on time. She probably sees nothing wrong with cb4, but she probably also sees nothing wrong with giving a check. And then okay, but she plays cb. And now white cannot trade queens by force, but she might try with like queens. The queen c1. The problem is I think queen f3. Yeah, this because other squares run into some queen trades. So she might just push, but to be honest, it's not like white is really ahead in the race. Maybe slightly.
She started with a check?
Yeah, the check.
Queen G4.
The check is just a check to gain some time, I think.
But it turns out King H2 is the absolutely only move right now, because you might end up trading queens. Well, actually, it's just giving the queen the D4 square is the thing you don't want.
Yeah, it controls A1, which is, yeah, it looks like a good square.
Whoa, and she played King H1, which the engine thinks is not good.
And now you go to E4, and then...
right.
It's also as good as D4, it turns out.
Exactly, but will she find it? Centralize your queen, though. It seems like the strong players know you got to put your queen in the center in endgames.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, this position, it's very logical what she did because she gets out of the way of, like, if white promotes, it's not a check.
Right.
So now she pushes, and yeah, you also feel like maybe you could lose this to white. That's the issue with low time.
She has centralized the queen, got the right direction there, and we expect to see King H2, the seconds ticking down.
I feel like she doesn't, by her expression, she doesn't look happy. She probably feels like she spoiled it.
She who?
Tatev. Yeah.
We know she's one of your great friends. You've known her for a long, long time. So you can tell better than we can. To me, this looks like a dramatic moment. She put her king back to G1.
Because now G6 comes with check. So that actually probably gives white a bit more confidence to push the pawn, because now I can never lose. Now my pawn is going with check. So at least you see, like, the computer's now thinking maybe, okay, don't repeat, just play G6.
35 seconds ticking down.
It's very human to want to avoid checks. That's the reason why she might start giving more checks. Oh,
And
she goes for
G6
it.
on the board. By the way, just to the producer, I don't know if you can also bring in Yasser and Nazi. I know they're excited. They might want to say some words as well. We're all jumping in. They left? No, certainly they didn't. But anybody, if you guys want to say some comments, bring it in. We're all having some fun.
You and Fabi have been doing fabulous
I think King
work.
G1 was a really impractical move.
And Nasi and I are just enjoying the
H2 square is
commentary.
better. It doesn't run into... I mean, it was losing either way.
Yes.
But from a practical point of view, I think that this made Tatev's job much easier.
King G1 definitely made, and now you have to look for your checks in such a way that there's no counter queen check as well. And now she's just advanced.
Okay, but this, now after G7, you have to have, you also blocked a lot of your checks. Okay, I mean, I don't think she's going to play Queen D4. You play G7 automatically here. I can't imagine you play Queen D4 here.
G7 looks extreme.
Although Queen D4 gets rid of the check, which is nice. And then after the king goes to the side, I actually threatened the queen with check because I play Queen H4.
Yes.
So B2, Queen H4. That's game over. So Queen D4 is logical. And the same with King F1, then G7, and then Queen F4. And
you're forced. Good geometrics with the queen. She has indeed pushed the pawn right away. She sees no reason
very logical.
not to. So we got that in. And a check on A1. And she's praying that a mistake is made here. The only mistake you can make is Queen B1, it turns out. Any king move is good.
Not a likely mistake.
No. But with only 36 seconds and ticking down. And this is the kind of situation you'd like to just have one move instead of having two. Because you might start thinking, which one should I play? Instead of just play the move already.
I think King D2 is more logical. Yeah,
she has played it.
So now, if Queen B2, where she's going probably B2, yeah.
Yep.
Because she wanted to stop King C3, which was normal. So the king just runs up. King D3, King D4, King C5, and that's that.
And your massive point about the king being on G1 facilitating the advance of the G pawn. If we were on H2 right now, there'd be a lot for white to calculate.
Yeah. For example, like if the king were on H2, then in this position, I could just play this
trade queens
and
in
go
advance.
to a different pawn.
Exactly. Exactly, different fight. But instead, the king on the very suspicious square. And now there goes the white king galloping up the board, looking for the shelter in front of the pawns. And this is looking pretty dominant. And I think she's going to look a while and not really find anything here. She just looks, looks completely lost. I mean, how do you get back to the diagonal itself? Maybe if there was some way to get on the diagonal, you could try to fight.
I mean, I think you probably want to give a check from D2 because at least here you have Queen A5, but you can probably just play King C4 here, and then like the queen has to go. It gets blocked by its own pawn. I mean, I can even take the pawn now.
Right.
So she played queen c2, king d4,
and we have this, and they're starting to gain some time on the clock. While they do this, I just broadly, we can talk about your game against Abhimanyu as well. He surprised you in the opening. B4 was very enterprising.
Yeah, h3, I just don't know this move, I have to admit. It's a new thing. I didn't know it. I was basically trying to recall some prep I did in the match against Magnus, but that was 8 years ago, and basically there's a very similar line where black can play cb4, a3, b3.
Mm-hmm. I'm just keeping an eye on this game, sorry, nothing dramatic is happening.
And like we get a similar position to the game, but instead of the rookie one, there's a pawn h3. And from my memory back then, it was okay for black. Mm-hmm. But I was just going based off like a similar position I'd analyzed 8 years ago. So it was probably a bit silly.
Yeah, he played very confidently as well in the opening. It looked like pure prep, just going all the way through.
Yeah, h3 I really was not happy to see. I have to say, because I kind of have like some knowledge about the types of positions you can get, and after h3, all the types of positions that I could get weren't really positional. Like they weren't very, they didn't seem very nice to me. So that's why I spent so much time and ended up getting a poor position.
All right, we see queen d2 check here on the board, and with only 24 seconds and ticking down, there are no bad moves for white, and she just needs to play logical moves.
King c4 is practical.
And king c4 is practical, and now queen to g5 played. And that's an attempt to somehow take the pawn.
So, yeah, e6, e7 I think is a tough decision.
That's the engine's first choice, to play e6 and then e7. Why do you think it's so tough here?
Well, it's not very intuitive. Like you have a pawn on g7, and now you're giving that one up and putting a pawn. I mean, the good news for white is that like this type of position is winning. Like the e pawn is a very favorable pawn in these queen endgames.
The only thing is all these checks that start. Even as you mentioned, the ending wins, and she has decided to capture the pawn immediately, and it is a technical win, but it's one of those that's not as easy. The queen being in the middle of the board is fantastic, of course, so that does help. And she doesn't have an immediate check on b7, for example, but she does have queen g3 check. She can start with that. She also has something like queen e7.
I think she's going to play queen e7. It's the best move. Because at least you put the onus on, I mean, queen g3 is one check. I can go to a4 or, yeah, just a4. It's one check.
Right.
And then my pawn will advance. And then if you blockade it on e8, that's clearly a much worse situation for black.
But positions like this are notorious for suddenly just flipping in the evaluation, no?
Yeah, I think the issue for white is that after queen e7, you have to get your king into the game to win. So you have to start moving your king forward. And then you open yourself up to checks.
Yes.
So psychologically, it's a bit annoying.
Because the queen, the only way to eject the queen from e7 is to put a queen on f7 or d7 if you're going to do it with your queen. Oh no, she has played this mistake to our eyes. Because now she can't stop the move e7, and she's going to have to blockade on the e8 square. This was quite a mistake not playing queen e7.
I don't understand king c4 at all. I mean, king a4 had no checks. There was no downside to it. But I think they're probably getting a bit dizzy with all the, I mean, it's been a long game and they're in time trouble, so.
These are the worst. Yeah. Queen endings are the worst in time pressure.
This is a tough situation. But I think king c4 really made her life, because here there were no checks, and then the pawn goes to e7.
And then the pawn goes to e7, and that's it.
She probably just didn't see that square. She was thinking along the lines of king c4, but she's going up, so that's good.
But where's she going to hide? She can't hide in front of the pawn, can she?
Yeah, you can. The e7 pawn with the king in front of it is just winning.
Oh, when you land on g7, king d4, I mean, king d6 can be played.
Yeah. I mean, what were you thinking here? Like queen b7, I guess, king e5, queen g7, king d6, or f6, like you hide one side or the other?
You hide one side or the other, you're right. You're true, sir.
The e-pawn is notoriously...
The perfect pawn.
Yeah, the central pawns are the best ones, yeah. As you get to the side, it gets a bit worse for the winning side. Okay, queen d8 is logical, but doesn't change anything, so king e5 now.
And it's all, so to speak, winning, but but there are just some annoyances. The queen will likely, and she's now centralized everything. The king, the queen, the pawn, everything on the E line, and that king sitting on G1 away from the action where it belongs, essentially. Although it'd be great if it were in front of this pawn.
So she's going to play queen G5. Her point is a king D6, queen D8, but then queen F5.
That was my point. Oh, she doesn't want to allow any intervention
Okay,
whatsoever.
Actually makes, wait, this is actually annoying.
This is a practical move. This is a
there's-
very practical move.
This was an important one.
Mhm.
Because the king suddenly cannot hide anywhere. King d6, queen d8, king f5, queen h7. You have this
Yes.
like circle.
You're in the circle. Well. We got some technical issues here.
Yeah, this is not so easy anymore. This is the circle. But luckily you have king f3, so the circle is blocked by the king.
And now we're being told that king f4 is the key move, and she has played it. King f4, but that doesn't answer our circle problem, does it?
No, but this is the circle ends here. Because there's no queen h1.
That's cute.
Or maybe you can just play king f3 immediately. Probably also good.
Well, then queen h1, and then
Queen h1, king e3, queen h3, king d4.
and then you're able to get to
Queen
hide,
h8,
slide back up.
and then I play queen e5, I guess.
Okay, it's still complex, and they've gotten a lot more time on the clock as a result of all these checks. But I'm pretty much fixated on this game, as I really want to talk about your game. But this is just
It's fine. My game's over.
I'm glad that you feel that way, and I'm also very grateful. We're grateful that you're staying with us and watching all this drama unfold, because we know it's razor's edge right now. The match is tied. A win sends Tatev through to the champions bracket. So this is a crucial game. And what do you know about two Armenians? Are they good friends, actually?
They're friends, yeah.
They're friends. Okay. They come all the way from Armenia to America and have to play in big events like this one against each other.
Yeah, I mean, Tatev has been living in the U.S.
Oh, yeah, of course.
For over 20 years.
For a
Yeah.
long.
But Anna, she graduated. I think she graduated university and transferred quite. No, I mean, the last year's championship was her first one, right? Where she got the silver.
Yeah, she did really well. So, this is a big time battle, just absolutely huge struggle. Talking about Abhimanyu, just keep going while they figure things out. There was that position when the rook was you took the rook. You just sacked two pawns and grabbed the rook. Were you worried about him trading on g7, not trading on g7, but keeping his bishop on the board?
Yeah, I was. I mean, in general, I was worried about both the position he went for, but I thought maybe it's not so bad. And yeah, I was worried that there were some alternatives along the way. Although I thought that like what he did is just so logical, it's hard not to go for it. It looks like a good position. It's straightforward. Like somehow you kind of meet the point of resistance in a game when you don't like what you're going for. And then if he didn't like what he was going for, then he would probably look for some alternatives that would be very good. But because he liked what he was going for, he didn't. I mean, he went for it like basically instantly, right? He didn't think along the way too much. And I was just tanking. At some point, I thought I just need to make a decision, a choice of evils. I mean, either positional evils or tactical ones.
So you're pretty happy you got out of that one alive, basically.
Yeah, of course. I was very concerned during the game.
Well, that was certainly a rich battle, and you move on from here, and now we see Queen H1, and that one, like you mentioned the wheel, but
so
after King E3.
But now the queen goes to E5. This, I think, is the crucial, or, you can actually just hide on D3. And if Queen H3, King C4. So
no, Queen H3, Queen E3.
Oh, sorry, even.
Yeah, that ends it.
Yeah, so actually, yeah, also Queen D8, Queen D4. So she's going to H6, but after King D3, you're out of checks, and the pawn advances. And this is not
There's going to be a new set of checks coming, but at least the pawns
on E7.
On E7. We did all this turning around the entire chessboard just to be able to push the pawn one square. These darn queen endings are extremely annoying, but this is what you got to do if you want to win the game.
There are some things like, let's say you go.
She has to play King
she has to
D3.
play King D3. Now she'll probably put. I mean, what else can you do? You put the queen behind the pawn, or maybe she'll make some move like Queen F6 and then.
No, Queen F6, Queen D4.
Oh yeah. Also,
she's in.
There's nowhere to hide, so you put the queen behind the pawn. That's the only.
So Queen F8 might be the most sad move to play.
Yeah, you get this position.
Ugh.
And then a move like King E3 is quite sad, I have to say. You can't.
I like it. That's
you can't
a
give
key
checks,
move.
and then if you wherever you go, I'm just going to F8.
That is nice. Great geometrics. Beautiful move. King E3. That would be saucy to finish off a game.
I think this is, entirely in her hands now to win. With,
you remember when the king played King D3 many moons ago?
Yeah.
Maybe King D3 walked up the whole board, took the B pawn, trekked all the way up the board, came back around to D3, finally to be able to advance your pawn one square, which, by the way, she could have advanced a long time ago.
Yeah, it would have made her life easier, but she got there in the end. King H2. Okay, so she wants to, after E7, give some checks.
No, but you just trade queens now. Queen E2, Queen D1, Queen D2. Game over.
And she saw it quickly. So
yeah, and she saw it. That's it. And she's smiling. She knows it. That's it. A terrific fight. And Tatev has won the game indeed. Well, that was absolutely amazing struggle and made better by you being here. Let's just jump to your game really quickly. I just had a couple of critical moments. I see not only active games. If I can only find your game. Here we go. Okay, so the moment we were talking about, as we go to the game, was this rich moment back here when Bishop G7 was played. We did a lot of analysis right here. You grab the rook, he took on H6, and he could just, I say just. Bishop G5, Bishop F4. What would be your instinct seeing a move like that?
Okay, Bishop F4 is a crazy move. I mean, like Bishop G5 is logical because you threaten D6.
Right.
Bishop F4 is just absurd.
Yeah.
I just play Knight A5 and now you're down a rook. Okay, you have 3 pawns, I understand, but you're down a rook.
Yes.
Like, that it's so bad is kind of shocking. I mean, Bishop G5, here I understand why it's so bad. It's just, D6 is coming and, I mean, I can't play F6 because, there's DC.
D6,
and, so I have to get out of the way. I don't know which square I would pick. Maybe this one. I would definitely go for this. And very tough not to take the knight, I have to say. But taking the knight also looks like a pretty nasty position. But okay, it's not trivial. Right. Okay, you have 2 pawns for the exchange. I can take one back, and it's definitely not a trivial calculation.
This is not
so easy. I understand why he went for what he went. It also looks great. I thought that rook E1. This is what we talked about after the game. And then, E5, we were discussing this. And this position scared me so much. But, maybe it's okay.
Yeah, the engine doesn't get scared by much unless it's deep.
But here I was not too... I mean, I was still worried, but I wasn't overly worried. I thought I should find my way out of this one.
And you did, in fact. Then it just petered out. Well, no need for more questions. You did more than enough work. Earned your pay today, which is nothing for a commentary. But anyway, we appreciate it. Thank you so much, Fabi. Get your rest, and congratulations on moving on to the championship bracket.
Thank you very much.
Guys?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Fabi, for sharing those insights on that very dramatic queen ending. Fewer playoffs than I expected, Nasi.
It's a good thing you didn't actually make the bet. Let's have a look. Who's in the playoffs?
I thought there might be 4 playoffs. Let's take a look. Oh, we don't have it yet.
But we know that it's 3 matches.
Yes.
In the open section, it's Levon and Awonder.
Yep.
Wesley and Ray.
Yep.
And that's it.
No, and then, in the open. And then
in the ladies, we have Zoe against Irene.
Nice. So 3 matches, and the players are going to reset. They're going to get an opportunity to get in the blitz mode, because that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Mm-hmm. They're going to be playing pairs of blitz, a pair. Let's try this again. They're going to play a blitz game, and then they're going to switch colors, and they're going to play a second blitz game. Whoever wins, there you go. If the match is tied, they'll do it again, and if the match remains tied after 4 blitz games, there'll be an Armageddon. So we're definitely going to have a winner.
Ready to start already, I thought.
They didn't want to. They didn't want us to take a break.
Clearly, that was their only goal.
Of course, for sure, that was it.
And I guess the colors are decided, so it starts with the white pieces.
Seems so. I thought that they did a drawing. I may be wrong. And by the way, if they do make a tie in the pair blitz that they're about to play, they'll switch colors to start the second tie. All
Makes
blitz.
sense.
3+2.
We need to also get into the tempo of blitz.
Right. I mean, we've been telling stories
Yes,
and
'cause
over here and over
each
there.
move takes 20 minutes.
No,
Now it's
no,
going to
no.
be... Yeah, let's take a look now. We do have the graph ready. We have Levon Aronian against Awonder Liang, Wesley So against Ray Robson, and Crush against Zoe Tang. And we also have Maurice with the guest.
We are with Tatev Abrahamyan after a marathon win. Tatev, on move 2, you played the move D3. Fabi said he's trying to popularize this opening. He played it, Aronian played it. Maybe we should call it the Tatev opening now that you won.
I don't think so. Not after what happened in this game. I mean, I don't know, just trying to get a game. But then I still spent too much time in the opening, so I don't know. I don't know if I should call it the Tatev game.
Okay.
But it's a very classic Tatev preparation. You know, surprising my opponent and somehow I ended up with less time than my opponent. Anyways.
Oh, no. Got to fix that. That didn't work out. We did see a marathon endgame. What were you feeling by the time you got to that ending? Did you feel like, okay, my 2 pawns should be good?
No, actually, at some point I just wanted to take on b7 because I thought she just has a perpetual, there's nothing I can do, and then I realized I can actually hang on to my pawn. But I thought maybe more likely there's to be some kind of a perpetual. We're playing on increment, I just couldn't calculate. I was just one move at a time. I'm like, okay, one more move, keep the game going, and then we'll see what happens.
You did a great job getting your king from up the board, around your queen, back to d3.
Yeah, I don't even know how I escaped from the checks. I thought that maybe there's a perpetual. I knew there shouldn't be one because my queen can block. But then at some point I can't escape the checks. And I'm like, okay, like what's happening? But then I managed.
That's a game we could obviously talk about for quite some time. Winning the match, though, great. Because if you had drawn now, you'd have to go sit back down and play after such a marathon game.
Yeah, I was not looking forward to that. I'm very satisfied with this.
Well, you took care of business. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And go get your rest.
Thank you.
And we're going to go to a commercial break, and just right on the other side, it's playoffs time, and you don't want to miss that.
Years of preparation, decades of battles, brilliance, heartbreak, and fearless sacrifices have led to this moment. 8 elite grandmasters will face off, and only one will earn the right to challenge for the World Championship. 2 American powerhouses return to the gauntlet, chasing redemption and a shot at the crown from the youngest world champion in history. Is this their year, or will a new contender seize the spotlight? The road to the title runs through the 2026 FIDE candidates. Watch it at stlouischessclub.org.
welcome back, everyone. Coming up, playoffs, so exciting. We're going to see a lot of blitz games. Let's see who's playing. We have Levon, Aronian, and Awonder, Liang facing each other. Wesley So against Ray Robson. And in the women's section, just one match, Irene Crush against Zoe Tang.
I'm looking at these 6 players. I don't know who's the favorites.
Oh, it's blitz too. Anything can happen.
Really, I just feel the same way. Anything can happen, and they are off.
I would say that Levon is the most experienced player in the playoffs. We've seen him play against Fabi dozens and dozens of games in the American Cup. But we see on the board, on the screen, Ray against Wesley. Is this going to be another? Nope, no Berlin.
It's a Scotch.
It's the Scotch.
But not
95?
the Scotch ending, but this is the mainline Scotch. G7, G6. So there's lots of ways of playing this position as black, but Wesley, he flicked out G7, G6 as if he was ready for
I mean, he said it in the interview. He came to this tournament prepared for the blitz as well. That includes the opening prep.
Exactly. And there we have Bishop G2. So again, the pathways are Knight B6 and Bishop G7. Very quickly
They're
chosen
following
Bishop
the
G7.
theoretical line so far.
Yeah.
Black castles. There's still dozens of games in the database. I believe Rook E1 is the most common move. Ray has played it. Rook E8. Which rook though? Both are playable.
Probably for me, I would find the rook on A8 because I think F7, F6, the rook on F8 could play. Eventually, White has to get out of this pin in order to attack the knight, and that's precisely what Ray has done with Queen C2. Now the knight on B.
Wesley can pin it again, Queen C5. I don't know if it's a good
annoying.
move, but it's a move.
That is an annoying one. And by the way,
he's played it.
Bingo, nice call. Wow. Okay, now.
D2.
Hold on, is E5 hanging? What's
It
going
is.
on?
I think Wesley can take with either rook or the bishop.
But White's
It's a free
not
pawn.
happy.
Not so far, but I mean, White should have some compensation, right? There's some tactics. White knight E4 is coming with a temp. Nope, C4 is
No,
hanging.
because that would be pawn number 2. So wait a minute. So what are we doing? We're capturing this fellow. Rook takes E4, E5, rook takes E5, bishop takes E5. And I'm really looking for I mean, I can understand if I can play B3 and just knight E4 next.
But not with the bishop on E5, you
But
can't.
not with the bishop on.
It's
And
on the
he's
board.
done it. Rook takes E5. And much like myself, Wesley is asking, what are you doing?
Where is your compensation?
But Ray is playing as if this is somehow book knowledge. And
He is bishop F1 on the board.
okay,
Now he's threatening knight E4.
finally I can. Okay, but bishop F1 is a hidden move.
Which Ray found instantly.
Right? Again, I suspect this is still his prep. That is remarkable. Okay, so if the knight goes back, knight F6, then I guess the knight can go to F3, and it's a
Wesley
little bit
chose
awkward.
B6 square for his knight.
Okay.
And now the question is, how does Ray finish developing the queenside?
Well, knight B3.
It's a start, and next the bishop will come out.
So the queen is heading backwards. All the way backwards to F8 or just to E7? Just to E7.
E7.
Asked and answered.
Bishop D2. Okay. I do see how White has some compensation. Black pieces on B6 and A6, you know, are not always the best. And he's going to centralize his rook.
These 2 pieces, yeah.
And Wesley's down on the clock. Ray has a full minute advantage. Also, you see the Valbar jump?
I did, and I'm thinking after rook E1.
It's an unpleasant pin.
Oh.
Now C5 is very strong.
That was very strange. Wesley put his queen on D8, and he could have started with queen to F8, and I kind of like that move, but C5 you mentioned, that's a double
with
attack.
An intermezzo move, because after bishop takes F1, we take the knight on B6.
Fair, and then if the bishop runs away?
Then we take on A7, and we have a passer on A7.
But is that passer on A7 threatening anybody? Is it scary?
No, but it stays alive.
Uh-oh, if it stays alive, then So we're looking at c5.
You can see Wesley shuffling. He
Bishop
seems nervous. He
takes,
knows he's in
pawn
trouble.
takes, bishop h3, keeping checkmates.
Maybe
and-
b7 here.
Because I was about to
Yes,
say,
I don't like queen a8.
I'm ready to blockade. b7.
Ray's calculating all this.
And he's done it?
It's on the board, all of these moves. Now he needs to take a pause and figure out what's best, b7 or b takes a.
Boy, that I think Carissa said it very well. There are certain moments that she just relies on her intuition.
Mhm.
This is one of those moments where your intuition has to be really on the mark. But I like b7. The reason I like b7 is because then the knight can support the pawn on b7, and that's a thorn, a perpetual thorn in
Absolutely,
Wesley's
especially in the
position.
blitz.
Yeah, b7.
Ray's down to 47 seconds, and
Wow.
b7 is the only winning move in the position.
Wow.
He still has an advantage, but
Big moment,
he has
and he's
to-
reaching.
Oh,
No!
he missed it.
Oh,
Now
that was a
Wesley's
big,
back in the game.
a big moment, and Ray let it slip away. The other problem, why I especially like b7, is now that the queen is actually blockading the pawn. Don't forget,
Ooh.
there's a checkmate.
Yeah, the long diagonal can become very weak very quickly.
The moment Wesley plays c6, c5, that's not a peekaboo move.
Knight c5
That's a
played.
monster move.
Ray down to 17 seconds.
By the
Meanwhile,
way,
now Wesley enjoys the time advantage, and his
d6.
position looks pretty decent as well. d6, knight e4 on the board.
B takes was a massive, massive mistake. By the way, again, this is
Okay.
a moment for c5.
The pawn is protected. Queen a7, knight f6, right? So c5 played.
Right? c5 looks so natural, though, because of the long, the long diagonal.
But it's all about the clock, Yasser, and blitz, and Ray's down to 9 seconds while Wesley enjoys his 50 seconds. Whew, what a position.
There was a major move. No, knight f6 check. Well, I'm threatening to play queen takes e8. Check.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes, queen
Wesley
takes
spotted
e8.
that. So he moved the rook.
Check.
But
But-
now you have to move it again. Rook e6 seems to be the only move.
Okay. Rook is, but
Otherwise, you lose material.
a natural move at that.
But it's fun. f3. Oh, Ray played with 1 second on the clock.
No, 1 second. Remember, they're getting 2-second increments for each move they complete, which means they press their clocks.
King g7.
King
prophylaxis.
g7.
Another move with 1 second.
Oh, he's going to be playing every move from now on with a mere second on his clock. And Rook went back to. Oh,
Almost flagged, but he made it.
Okay, the knight was sliding. Is it time to bring the bishop all the way back?
I was thinking that, but queen h5. Okay, things are heating up. g4 maybe? Oh, another. Ray keeps making it with 1 second.
Whoa, but this
Actually,
is.
is he winning? The position is very good.
I think he's winning. Oh, sorry that we haven't kept up with the other games, but Irina Crush has lost on time, and Ray nearly lost on time. But there goes the A pawn.
Oh, now Wesley's
Big
winning.
drama as Wesley has turned the game
There's a
around.
big
There's
blunder.
a mate on. It was just,
take on
pardon
a
me.
fun- oh,
It
yeah,
was just a
check.
discover check. It was not mate, but it was.
Wesley absolutely winning now. Although careful, what is this check?
King.
h6 only move, which Wesley found.
And he
Oh, and
found
now
it
he's
with-
winning. We're gonna see the end game. Rook takes pawns and d pawn, right? D pawn is too far advanced.
And
Rook
a
b1 and
check.
d2. Look at that.
And look at this. What a
Oh,
finish.
wow. It's not completely over yet, but about
Ray,
to be.
Ray had one last swindling, and
he
there it goes.
resigns.
Wow.
Very close game. Wow.
I think Ray is feeling very frustrated because in his mind, from the time he sacrificed the pawn, he
By
had
the
what,
way,
what happened in the
Awonder. He won his game with the black pieces against Levon Aronian.
Wow.
So
Wow.
3 decisive results.
Wow, as the playoffs really got off to a big bang. Wesley winning with the black pieces, Awonder winning with the black pieces.
And Zoe won with the white. Apparently, Levon had just one move blunder. But let's go to Maurice, and he will catch us up with the other games.
Woo! What Blitz playoffs are all about. That was extremely exciting. Trying to focus on the other games and watch that craziness with Ray losing almost on time and almost until finally he blundered and then it didn't matter and he still lost on time. The game between Levon and Awonder was a really good game from the very beginning for Levon. He got a nice opening position. I'll just jump to the middle of the game, especially after this trade right here. Bishop c4 and then bishop g3. And it's just very solid. The pawn on e4 not going anywhere. And white looking to trade off the dark square bishop. And then this really smart, very smart exchange. Capturing away from the center, getting the f-file for the rook, hitting f7. And it was all Levon for a while. He did play very well to get to this point. Knight f4 might not have been the most accurate. Very smart move here with bishop to e6 just to get some of the pressure off. And then being able to play this move, knight d5, and getting some counterplay. I think this threw Levon off a bit. He should grab on b7, but he didn't want to give up the e3 point. And instead, he played a little bit more passively and allowed his opponent to solidify the game in this ending. And suddenly, he was not perfectly, but much better than he ever was Awonder getting to this point. It was that risky moment that Levon had to grab on b7, and he didn't. And now we'll jump ahead because they got to this position where Levon, you see a straight ending here, not much except the king side has become porous for black. And in this position, after rook takes g5, Levon has broken through and has some threats. Now his young opponent had to be careful. He played this move. And now he could just take on d5 with the rook, and he's winning. He's winning. He took with the queen, and he's losing because of rook to c5, a one-move blunder. Wherever your queen goes, your rook on g5 is now hanging. It just takes a move. Even the superstars of chess make these kind of blunders when the pressure is on. And bam, he's just down because of one bad move that cost him the entire game. So the youngster is ahead there, Awonder ahead of Levon, needing to win to stay alive in the match. Another youngster who took down a vet was Zoe Tang in a position that really wasn't bad at all for black. In fact, I watched this game. Not much was going on. I mean, you just see we very quickly went to an end game, and I could keep going. You're going to see triple zeros in the engine. But the problem is not the triple zeros on the engine, it's the triple zeros on her clock, because right here, Irene, under pressure, didn't make a move fast enough. 2 seconds, you see there the replay. 1 second, you got to move. And she was not fast enough by just a microsecond there in a perfectly fine position, up a pawn even if the position is more or less equal. But that was it. The clock cost her. And now she has found herself from being up 1-0 in the classical match, tied 1-1, and now going to have to go to a playoffs, and now down. What a swing 124 hours makes. And that's it. She's just in trouble now. She's got to win this if she's going to stay alive in the champions bracket. So does Levon as well, and so does Ray. So all decisive games, this is what we love.
Thank you, Maurice. A lot of drama there, losing on time. And here are the results.
Yeah, let's have a look again. So we had Awonder Liang defeating Levon Aronian, Wesley So winning against Ray Robson, and Crush flagging against Zoe Tang.
Oof, and that position, like Maurice was saying, triple zeros. Irene needs to win with the white pieces to stay in the match.
But she does get white pieces, so this is her chance to come back.
The player who has it the roughest is actually these two.
Ray and Levon.
Ray and Levon, who both have the black pieces and needing to win with the black pieces.
And in the round 2, we're going to focus on the other game.
Yeah, let's stay with Awonder and Levon. Absolutely.
It's funny because you want to play for a draw, but it's blitz. You can't play for a draw.
Exactly.
So Awonder has to choose some solid opening, but of course Levon is a very creative player. He's going to come up with a way to create chaos on the board.
For me, it's crazy that Levon, I love that decision in the first game to play f2 takes g3. it looks so good for white. There's an attack on f7. You get to play g4, knight g3, and you're doing really, really well. It's amazing that Awonder hung in there and then actually turned the table thanks to a tactic. Oof.
Yeah, and we were just saying that Levon is the most experienced player in this playoffs and knockout tournaments, and there's handshake, games are off. Let's see. We've got Sicilian, C3.
And C2, C3, a very a lapid Sicilian, big favorite of Awonder.
Good choice.
Yeah, and he's played it literally his entire career. And for Sicilian players, it's annoying.
Oh, very annoying, yes.
Because if you get your isolated queen pawn position, you're not playing a Sicilian. You're playing an isolated queen pawn position.
You're playing positional
How about
chess.
a French defense?
We're playing French now, but exchange French?
Right, and Awonder needing just a draw. Very, very hard to get much of a contest after, for example, bishop to d3. Okay,
Bishop
sorry,
b5.
bishop b5. White is going to be very quick, castling.
Levon's going to play bishop d6, I'm guessing. That's the main move. Levon's also taking a lot of time for the blitz, right? He's already down by 40 seconds, and we're in the main line of exchange French.
Exactly. Remember back in the day we had a player, Rachael Li, from the Armenia School of Chess, and he enjoyed playing these particular middle game positions as black. But I think it's just a very, very, very hard position to win.
Absolutely, yes.
Because white is super solid. White's going to take on c5, castle, go knight d2 to b3.
Easy
and
play.
It's very easy moves.
Yeah, put one of the knights on d4. Very solid position for
Rook on,
Awonder.
rook on e1 and a bishop on f4. And again, very, very hard for black to create any kind of imbalance that you could call favorable.
And we're seeing this position. Awonder only needs a draw. Wesley only needs a draw. And Zoe as well.
You know, chess properly played should be a draw, but when you need a draw, it's the hardest thing.
Yes.
Like, what's going on? And knight d2, and again, Awonder's just playing very, very good practical opening choice, and bishop h5. Okay.
I think the approach here for the players who are 1 point behind is to get your opponent in time trouble.
Yeah. Just
Then it
any
doesn't
kind-
matter if it's an equal position. We just saw Irene flag in a completely equal endgame.
Yeah. But to get an imbalance. Now, this pin bothers me a great deal, so I would play bishop e2,
I think
which...
Awonder can hear you.
Yeah, I will speak a little with a whisper. Knight h4, knight d4. Essentially, I would like to trade light square bishops, and I would like to be able to target this pawn. Levon is in anticipating that the knight is moving. He wants to be able to set up a checkmating threat with the move queen d6,
Nice
which is what bishop
battery
c7
with the queen
is
and
all
the bishop,
about.
yes. Bishop. Yeah, of course, Levon is trying to keep the pieces on the board, no
As
trades.
As many as possible, right? Yeah. Okay, rook e1,
Logical move played.
bishop f1, g3. You don't want to play queen d6 too early because you are provoking g3, but the problem is
It's not a bad move.
Yeah, after you provoke g3, there's the threat of bishop f4 as well. Okay, Awonder is saying that I see the diagonal and I might want to play bishop h4 and g3, so now we switch. So perpetually, there'll be queen takes g3.
Do not touch that knight on d4.
Exactly.
So I think just for prophylaxis, maybe king h2 somewhere should be played just to avoid that blunder.
Agreed. I don't like, in particular, this bishop, and I would also like to put it on g2 as well as my king, as you just said. Put the king on h2, put the bishop on g2. And again, it's very, very hard for black to cause
So far,
difficulties.
Levon has not managed to create any kind of imbalance in the position.
Okay, the first step. Whoa, I was about to say, don't you play a4? Yes, you do. We saw the pawn on my board went to a3 and stopped, but only for a microsecond. Now bishop g2. So Awonder has achieved, let's say, fortress-like solid.
Very solid position.
The other two games, anything happening there?
Wesley So looks better, and Irene Crush looks better as well.
Are they?
If we want to switch, I would switch to Irene's game.
All right, let's do it.
She's down to 40 seconds and has a good position.
Yeah, but I heard the 40 seconds and I hesitated. So again, Irene with the white pieces.
She's up a pawn.
She's up a pawn. And it's just about her clock. It was the clock that cost her in the first game. Her position was fine in game one. She lost on time, a pawn ahead.
Does Zoe have rook b8? It's played. Can she take the pawn back? That was actually a courageous move because there's so many discovery moves with the knight. Irene can take on e6, which she's just done.
I was about to say, don't we take on e6 and take on c5? And this is winning. This is flat out winning.
No,
there's an I missed the intermezzo. Oh no.
Zoe seems to be doing okay now because she's going to pick up the pawn.
Oh, that's shocking. I missed the intermezzo as well.
What a save.
I think Irene did too when she went into this line. Okay, now Zoe's right back in the thick of things and no time for Irene.
Down to 8 seconds.
Oh no. Her chances of staying in the match are really, really plummeted. Uh-oh.
She still has an extra pawn, but she actually blundered the f2 pawn.
She truly did.
And then her king is in trouble. Is Zoe winning?
Yes. Rook takes f2, followed by bishop g4 check.
Checkmate threats.
And there might be checkmate in the air.
Oh, she didn't do it. For some reason.
Well, there's still a bishop f1 check.
Okay.
And followed by a rook takes f2. And that...
She still hasn't done that. She played rook b5.
Uh-oh. She's getting herself into trouble.
I think she simply missed bishop e3, but Irene down to 4 seconds.
She was planning on rook h5 mate. Oh, that's a tricky.
She's playing very tricky chess.
Bishop e3, but now Irene has to pick up the tempo. Rook a4. She's done it quickly.
I guess she can trade and make the draw, right? Irene, by the way, 1 second. She played with 1 second.
Then she's going to lose the game on time again because
now it's
physically
easy for her to make moves, but
physically there goes the. I mean, you're not getting any time on your clock.
Yeah, 2 seconds is really not much
to build up any time.
Okay, at least moves are coming easy now. She can't blunder here. She can't get checkmated anymore.
I saw a touch move there. There was a touch move, and Zoe nearly left a g7 pawn hanging. Ooh.
Very easy to make blunders in this time control. However, Zoe has almost 1 minute
F5
on the
is
clock.
coming. This could be winning.
Yeah, Irene's squeezing something out of nothing here. And just to update our viewers, Wesley has drawn his game and he advances in the champions bracket.
Congratulations. But look at this. Bishops of opposite color, and now Irene is in her element. She is ready to capture this pawn on g7, and Zoe, well, they're going to be, if she wins, bishop takes
Not
g7,
yet.
bishop f7.
I guess g6 has to be played, but that's scary.
King can go to g5.
Knight f6 check.
Knight can go to f6 check. But Zoe has to play g6.
She has to.
You don't want, I mean, just there's nothing to do. You don't like it, but you have to.
And Irene is up to 10 seconds.
Amazing.
She's played really fast last couple of moves.
Knight to
there
d7
has to be
check.
some winning move, right?
King
Some
f6
discovery.
perhaps?
King f6, very nice.
King f6 just kind
She's
of
just going
dominates.
after the pawn, but it's surprising the king's still not on f6, but it's going to make it there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay,
Irene is winning.
There's a cheapo alert. Nope, king f6. Good move.
Huge chance for her to come back and force another blitz match.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think this is just winning, but she still has 3 seconds. And Levon's game looks like a draw, and if it ends in a draw, then Awonder advances.
Exactly. Well, all Irene really needs to do is bring her knight to the d6 square.
What happened?
She traded
Okay.
bishops of opposite color.
But
She's
this is
counting
a
on her 2 connected pawns winning, and
This is not a draw. This is winning.
This is winning. If the pawns were on
If pawns were far
H5
away,
and G5,
and Black Bishop was in front, then
Yeah.
it would be a draw. But this is an easy win, and Irina knows it. Wow.
Yeah.
Winning
Wow.
on demand.
Yes. G6 and F6.
Very nice. And congratulations to Awonder. He drew his game and advanced in the champions bracket.
And that's it, Zugzwang.
And Zoe now flags, and he's also lost on position. Congratulations, Irina. What a comeback.
Wow. Who has the momentum after? I mean, it's 1-1, but you just
1-1.
won with the white pieces on demand, so you feel like you got one.
Indeed. And in the open section, no more playoffs. It's over. Awonder looks quite pleased with himself. Defeating Levon Aronian. That's wow.
In
Impressive.
Blitz. And when you think about the year that, the year that just passed that Levon has had, that's a big, big victory for Awonder.
Absolutely. Huge congratulations to Awonder. And Zoe and Irina have to hang around for 2 more Blitz games. And possibly more. Over to you, Maurice.
Incredible. She had played Rook F2. She's booked a ticket home in that game and missed it and moved that bishop and let the king slip out and end up losing an opposite color bishop ending. Well, that's the way the ball bounces. Ray Robson trying to defeat Wesley So with the black pieces. A top GM has realized it's very difficult to beat Wesley when he wants to draw with white. And I mean, it's difficult to beat a lot of the players. Look what he tried. He tried B6, unmoved 2. This is not a Queen's Indian without the move on the pawn on E6. And then he decided to play D5 after that, giving his opponent everything he could want out of the center. And then he said, I'm going full hyper modern with a double fianchetto. And that's exactly what happened here. And white just took over the center, played this check. And then after castles, white said, I'm just going to dominate the game. And when your rook moves, I'm going to play the move knight e5. And guess what? You got problems. Your knight is pinned. Who's going to defend it? You're not going to play some sick move like bishop to c8 and give away the c6 square, in addition to the fact that there's queen a4 and you're just pinned 6 different ways from Sunday. So this would have just been busted anyway. So he decided to give up an exchange. Probably should have played queen h4 here to attack 2 pawns the right way, the e-pawn and the other e-pawn, because it's both doubled, of course. But he played queen g5, leaving the center one at home and said, give me the exchange, said Wesley. Let's trade queens. This was not the best way, but he knew all trades led to Rome, because now that he can just get another exchange and get this position, it was completely hopeless. He went on to actually repeat, did his opponent a favor and decide, look, just draw the game, lay down quietly before you hurt yourself. And he ended up just forcing a repetition in a mating position. I'll show you. It was here. He played queen d2. His opponent had to drop back to hit a rook, and then he just played queen to d7 and said, I'll let you play queen f4 and repeat, which they had already done a couple of times. So that game was nondescript, and Wesley did what he had to do. The other game was between Awonder and Levon. You saw most of it. There was a moment in the game where Awonder was much better, even winning. I can jump back. It was before this end game. I forget exactly where it was, but the game remained pretty even for a while, and they basically just got to nothing. He had to win this game. I mean, why do you win this position if you are black? You're just begging for something here. Yes, you picked that pawn up, but so what? And as you see here, white's the one with the better king. It was right here, this moment, when he could have played knight c4 and relegate the black knight to the hinterland. You can't play trades because the king is too good. You could just try for something with this, but now your queenside pawns are in a little bit of trouble. It didn't matter. It was too close. It was either white wins or it's a draw. He ended up drawing the game. A terrific result for Awonder Liang. His strategy paid off. Draw the first 2 classical games and win in the blitz. And we did have a moment when Irina did fumble a piece. So let's take a look. Right there. But, you know, it turned out to be not that significant because this ending is a win despite the opposite colored bishops. The reality is, if you just put those pawns, take that F pawn, make it an H pawn, you got a totally different position. But this one is all she wrote. It's too easy to advance the pawns, but she did, and won that game. So the ladies go to yet another 2 blitz games. Yasser and Nazi, you know, they told us we'd be here for the long haul. We're going to deserve our day's pay as we go immediately to the long version of the playoffs.
Very strange final position to resign, because I'm playing King H8.
No, she flagged.
Oh, she did.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean. King
H8.
You want to play F7. I'm
yeah.
going to go draw. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for the game.
Yeah.
But okay, who do you feel after those trade of victories?
First game, Irene had a problem. It was her time management. In the second game, she improved it a little bit, but still she was much lower on the clock. So if she keeps managing her time better, then I think Irene is the favorite. Of course, her experience. But if she keeps going so low on time, I mean, Zoe is playing good chess.
Well, Zoe knows it. She missed a win in game 2. This match could have been over. So from Arena's perspective, she's just so happy that the match is continuing. Zoe had the match in hand.
And if she didn't win the second game, she had a draw so many times.
Exactly.
You know? So it's very hard to recover from that, for sure.
And
colors are switched now. The second match, Irene starts with the white pieces. Maurice, what are your thoughts?
What I am forcibly stunned, I mean, really, by this moment in time. You play the move rook to b2. You're hitting 2 pawns. You see you're hitting 2 pawns. The f pawn's hanging, the a pawn's hanging. Okay, she just attacked your bishop. What's wrong with taking the f pawn? There's no weird trick. There's no mate down in your house. You just take a pawn. That was a tragic moment for her. And she had a second time to take that pawn as well. So, boy, she's got to get that out of her brain. Short memory for chess. In chess, we have to have, and just somehow get back and say, okay, I was able to fight her tooth and nail. Let's see if I can do it as well here.
Put it behind you. In English with an early bishop b4, I remember back in the 1990s when this first got the attention of some of the top players. I was not a believer in black's position, but it's survived the test of time, and you know it seems counterintuitive to encourage the knight to drop into the board. But E4,
I don't think I've seen E4 before.
No, that one is definitely not on my radar. So first things, it's like a French
Bishop
defense
F4 is
where you get to play
asked.
bishop F4. You have to play D6.
You don't want to play knight A6.
You play E3, and then the pawn on E4 looks scraggly. I mean,
scraggly.
Scraggly. I'm also a pawn grubber, so I'm not averse to queen c2.
Irene didn't play bishop F4.
That's the least ambitious move that
Plus,
Irene could have
She
played.
took almost a full minute before she made that move.
That's wrong. She could have played queen c2. Queen c2 was a very nice way of trying to punish Zoe for what I think is a poor opening choice. Now, anyway,
I still like
2
Irene's
bishops. Let's go.
position. Exactly. You can
Let's
play
go.
B3, fianchetto the bishop.
I love it. Knight e2, knight c3. I love it.
That's a lot of talk,
bishop.
guys. That's a lot of talk, but the clock is going to be much louder soon. You're right that she has a very nice position, and the E4 move looks suspicious, but man, she better start handling her clock a little bit better.
Yeah, B3. But these are easy moves now for Irene to play.
But look how quickly Zoe is playing.
She's got
9 seconds she's used.
She made 10 moves in 9 seconds.
10 moves in 9 seconds. That's very, very impressive. I'm thinking bishop b2. I'm kind of happy about this pawn sacrifice. Maybe not happy. But the problem is the desirable knight takes d5 does allow queen e5, right?
She's allowed it, but Zoe just instantly exchanged the knights.
Instantly. And why didn't we take with the queen?
She wants to put the knight on e5. Knight d7, knight d5.
Yeah, but why didn't we take with the queen?
It's a strange decision. And again, twice as much time for Zoe on the clock. That's huge.
Okay, Irene is finally setting up for, you know, just parking on the long
But
diagonal.
Irene is so behind in development. Can you even castle short? Because I would be worried about getting checkmated on the king side. Queen g5. Without a thought, I'm going queen g5.
Really?
Go ahead and castle.
Wow, wow. Queen g5.
That knight is a manimal on e5. Your bishop will never get through there.
Well, you got queen g5 on the board.
Queen g5 on the board. It's black for choice here. Black, that bishop on b2 has no real future. Black is perfectly developed, and it's her initiative to talk about.
Okay, so f4.
f4.
Can I be?
I can take on g2.
Okay.
Oh,
I
you taking
take
on
on
e5?
e5.
Okay.
You
F4 is
take
dangerous.
on h1.
Oh, she's castled.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Bishop h3?
Bishop
Wow.
h3. No,
That was
queen takes e4.
f5. f5, it was winning.
f5 f4. No, queen g6.
Yeah, it's just winning. It was missed.
Missed the win.
Oh, there was a win
Bishop
on the
h3
spot.
was winning the game
Okay,
instantly. She just missed
now I'm playing f4. She's done it. And now, isn't it time for Irene to take over the g file?
It is.
And play f4? She could be winning thanks to this long diagonal. That's mate.
Yeah, Zoe rushed
Queen
too much.
h6. This looks like well,
No,
I
Irene's
want to
position
play
is great now.
e4.
She just needs to start playing faster.
Yeah, that's been.
She's still doing well. She'll be able to put her knight on g6 at least. So it's not easy for those pawns to advance.
But wait a minute, what's going on here? e4, bishop c1. Ah, the queen has h7. Sorry, I'm blind. You know what I want? e4, f4.
No, white has to be careful. That's just like gimme initiative. You will be able to put something. She did the right thing to just not let this rook enter on c2. It's not just an easy diagonal you're going to crack open because your pawns have to advance the right way. And playing an immediate f4 is just not possible. Look at Zoe play aggressively with h4, saying you've got to deal with issues as well. And Irene down to 10 seconds.
No.
This is what we're talking about, to 1:56 on the clock.
That's not the way we do it.
And fumbling a piece there down to 4. So play that with 2 seconds on the clock.
That's crazy. But e4, now Zoe in her mind is thinking, I'm going to move the bishop. I'm going to post up with the queen on f4.
Yes, queen f4 looks beautiful.
Which is gorgeous. By the way, queen d2 is even.
You know, those harassing moves, she's played that with 1 second on the clock, could be deadly as well. And now another rook has shown up, and she's got to defend this
Knight
position.
d3.
You can forget about it.
Knight d3, and there we go.
Zoe played like a speed demon that game.
Zoe outplayed Irene.
Wow, very impressive victory by Zoe. I didn't like her opening choice, but it paid off brilliantly. And she missed. She
missed
played
the win
everything.
earlier,
Queen
yeah.
g5, she played everything. Wow.
But it's not over yet. Irina will get another chance to come back, but next time she'll be with the black pieces. Harder to do, but...
I'm seeing, like Zoe especially, very, very impressive blitzing out of moves. Like
She's really fast.
You said in her first 10 moves, she used 9 seconds.
Yes.
She's playing like she's playing playing bullet chess. Like
Right. Wow.
She has tremendous instincts. When you look at her flowing, that's a blitz player. It's like somebody who either natural born blitz player or somebody who plays a lot of blitz consistently, because she didn't care about the board so much. She was just making the best moves she could see. She reminds me of Hikaru Nakamura. Maybe I don't play the 100% move. I play the 90, even the 85% move, but I do it so quickly. And you look at the clock. Look how Irene's got under 10 seconds. Look how that time is
2
flying,
minutes.
and she's fumbling pieces. This is blitz. You can't do that and survive. Meantime, Zoe would spend a quick hot second here only. After this, she's going to fly through her moves.
Right, because Zoe, after her next move, bishop g6, she's looking at queen f4. The knight is beautiful on e5.
But she finds even a stronger move with queen d2.
Exactly, and Irene Irene's attack it was stillborn and never got off the ground.
After this next move, Queen D2, which is the worst move for you to see as a defender, 3 seconds left, have to protect yourself, trade, give her the C file. Now your bishop is hanging. And now every move is going to come from Zoe just like a runaway train when she's realized, here I come. And it was bang, bang, rook C2, and then here comes knight D3.
Wow.
And time to resign.
Yeah, that was overwhelming.
Yeah,
very impressive
Zoe
finish.
spotted those tactics in half a second.
Yeah, and the time the hang, this down to a second. That's almost a poster, with 1 second. And here we have our results.
Yes, we do. So Awonder Liang won his match against Levon Aronian. Wesley So took down Robson. And Irene Crush and Zoe Tang are still playing, but Zoe Tang has a 1-point lead.
Love those double elimination tournaments. Everybody will get a second life, and Irene fighting for her life.
But the time, remember, the colors flipped, right?
Yeah.
So before, she had white to come back.
Yes.
But because the colors flipped, she just lost with the black pieces. Now Zoe's the one with the serve. Can she do a Wesley So? Oh, no. You get nothing. Solidified. And what does Irina have in her bag to try to keep the game complicated without just having an inferior position?
Right. Well, one of the things that we saw there with Robson, for example, against Wesley So, sometimes you feel as black you have to take excessive risks. And before you know it, you're in a very bad position as black, as your opponent expected that. And knight e5, by the way, by Wesley was a boss move.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Well played. And Zoe, even though she's young and not as experienced as Irina, she's very calm.
I love her demeanor.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, I also love the way she presents. When she was here, I've not interviewed her before. When she was here, I felt like I saw a future commentator talking. I'm not saying she's taking your job anytime soon now, Nazi. She's still too young for that. But I can see 10 years from now when she's
after she's achieved Grandmaster title,
done what she needed to do, and
U.S. championships, after boring herself winning U.S. championships. Yeah.
Yeah, after she's hung up those pawns,
right.
and said, you know what, I don't need to play anymore. We might have a contract for her. Because she's definitely got those presentation skills and the demeanor, the smile. She just knows how to speak with great clarity as well. So
yeah, she's very impressive lady. And we see a d4, knight f6. Oh, Trompovsky.
As played in the first game of Blitz.
It's important to choose openings that you're very comfortable playing in Blitz.
Yes.
Even if it's not objectively the best opening.
No, but if you like to play the King's Indian and give up space, but counterattack, if you will, I mean...
the position that you're very familiar with, that's what matters the most.
Absolutely.
Now for Irina, she cannot go down a minute on the clock. Like, that's just not acceptable.
And spending a minute on moves 1 through 10 is not good. And already she's down 15 seconds. It's time to play h6 and just play.
Yeah,
play
Zoe has
fast.
already used the incremental advantage. She's above 3 minutes. She started with 3, but those 2-second increments, she's not allowing to dip. Meantime, Irina is already at 2:36. Not bad, not terrible, but this is a disadvantage you don't want to have with the black pieces going into a must-win game.
Absolutely. Now, strategically, I don't think it's a good idea, but the position in the match demands that you play something like c5, c4,
yes,
bishop c2,
and
b5. You get your b4. White's going to play e4, but it's going to be a clash. You get the center, I get the queen side, and let's go.
Try to get a double edge position.
Right.
Yes.
Maybe you checkmate me, but maybe I crash through on c3.
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm playing for. Queen c2 says, Irina, and again, her clock time
But they
down
lost
by a
a4,
minute.
so it's no more chance for c4, b5. At least not easily. You can still prepare it with a6.
h6. I think that is a useful inclusion. By the way, we saw
I
the
like
bishop
a5
trade.
now for Zoe, actually.
a5.
Yes, because it's not a pawn blunder. Oh,
She's preparing e4.
Okay, so actually, this gives an imbalance, the position an imbalance that maybe Irina will be happy with, takes e4, play knight to d7, drop a knight on e5, and try to play with the hanging pawns.
Absolutely, she can even push c4 right now.
c4, bishop c2.
Then just queen c5 and develop the rooks.
Fair, 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 fair. There's a b2 pawn on
You
the
have
board,
space
by the way.
advantage, control in the center.
Got it, got it. I like it, like it. I just thought, okay, I kind of like this idea of controlling. Okay, she stepped back. She's avoiding the threat.
But how does Zoe have 250 on her clock to 130?
By playing very, very, very
so
fast.
fast. Now
Wow.
she's finally paused. This is her first real pause, and she's not letting it happen for too long. She just took, and now maybe not sure what to do basically in this position, but playing like she does, even if
Yeah.
she's getting, looks like the worst end of the stick.
Yeah, I didn't like the move rook e8 because any kind of trades make it easy for white. Instead, I would have been playing for rook b8, pardon me, bishop a8, and just saying to white, go ahead and play b3 so that I can play queen a5 and find a target.
Oh, look at that move. Irene just played d4, opening up her bishop.
I think this is not bad, but just kind of premature. I mean,
Trades too many pieces.
yeah, anything that forces a lot of trades is ideal for Zoe. Zoe's going to take on e8, play rook e1.
Irene has a pass pawn in the middle, but it's firmly blockaded at the moment. She's going to need, as she's just swooped her queen to f4. I like moves like that. Not the move itself, but the way you make the move.
Right.
Just kind of intimidate your opponent just a little bit because you just dropped it on the board, even if it's an easy response like a knight b3, for example. She's played knight to c4.
Knight to c4.
Which looks not so bad either, to be frank.
Knight b3 to c5 seemed a lot more natural, but
Yes.
knight c4. Okay. Eyeballing d6.
But look at the clock. Again, this is
Under a
going to be
minute.
her downfall if she loses this game and this
55
match.
seconds.
She is down a ton of time. Remember, you still have to work out the win at some point.
Right.
Like
bishop e4, bishop d5.
Okay, now if I were Zoe, I would just trade the rooks and go rook e1. Right
Of
away.
course.
Very
Get-
smart.
Yeah, get those guys off the board. Anything that kind of weakens the back rank, setting up.
Yeah,
Here
she's
we
going
go.
for it.
There go. Now she cannot trade rooks here.
No, you gotta have something on the position.
Rook c8?
Material to win.
'Cause I don't like rook d8. It's just staring at the pawn. Let's try rook c8.
Yeah.
Let's try any move.
I would play bishop
32
e4.
seconds.
Bishop e4. Get going, Irene. Come on, Irene.
This is it. She's just not in flow at all. What is she calculating? It's not about the moves. It's about
All
the
she has is a
clock.
pass pawn in the position, and the bishop on d3 is doing a great job at blockading the pass pawn. I'm not saying bishop e4 is winning. I'm saying use your trumps and play 23 seconds. No, it's not. It's not going
I
well.
also understand
There's
Zoe's
no
a bit
flow.
uncomfortable here.
Ooh,
Okay.
well, that just opened up a world of possibility.
Yeah.
What was F?
But
not as bad as
14
it looks.
seconds. she's so far down on the clock.
Well, she's pouncing on the e3 square that the last
Queen
move
e2 threatens
f3.
mate.
Rook e4, I like this move.
Rook
Queen
e4.
f6.
Now
defends.
queen e2 again threatens mate.
Oh yeah, last rank.
Oh, don't forget about the and
queen
queen
e1
e1 threatens mate.
Pay attention.
I think you gotta go g5 or something, right? Bishop c6.
Okay.
Knight a5 or knight e5.
Well, there is knight f4. Knight takes. Well, wait a minute. I want to
There's a
play.
knight e5.
Okay,
There's a knight
Arena
e5 move
needs
that
to
could
play
be
knight
really
f4.
problematic.
Some knight e5. Good move.
a4 is hanging, however. It's not that easy.
Queen h. Oh,
Oh, sure.
g5 instantly.
G5 is
Thank
a free
you.
move.
5 seconds
Thank
for
you.
Irina. 4.
Thank you. No.
Whoa, she
Who
traded
would-
into an end game.
Who
Now her
would trade?
D pawn is extremely weak and she's
It's gone.
She's
Never
dropped
mind.
it, and now she's with only 2 seconds left. She took that pawn in deep trouble now. Almost lost a piece immediately, but it looks like she's just dead.
Yeah,
She-
this is a draw.
She's very fortunate to get this far.
Rook a3.
Dead draw. With a draw, Zoe advances. And that's a little cute little move. Okay, you got bishop e6. We are going to see rook and knight versus rook and bishop with
Take the pawn.
three pawns on the same side. And she's got an extra minute on the clock. as Irene is down to 2 seconds. Oof.
Yeah, Irene needs a miracle here.
Totally. H4.
There are really no bad moves unless it's a blunder.
No, how do you put a knight on F4 now, and that's going to be the end of the party.
Correct.
Just don't play for a win. Because sometimes
just keep
when
playing
your
fast.
opponent is so low on time, you might want to put some pressure on her, but not here. You just need a draw.
Exactly.
But she's now starting to take a little bit more time.
Just smart
and
decision.
G5 played, more pawns off the board.
Any pawn trades is perfect for Zoe. Pawn trades are perfect. Rook
Pairing
A6.
F5 and F4 maybe one day.
Rook A6, just I hate
That's
being
something
in a pin.
to fear, F5.
I would fear
F5,
F5,
Rook A6
F4.
would have been played, so.
But Rook A6 was a moment ago, and this
And now
is
F5.
Wait a minute,
Okay,
wait
just
a minute.
second. F4 check might hurt somebody's feelings.
No, but there's no setup.
No, Bishop F5, Rook B2.
Put the rook on A2 maybe.
No, this is so drawn, it's not even funny. Just put the rook on A8, the white rook on A8, you never win.
Correct. Yeah, that's a very good decision.
Yeah,
Very
it's just a
good.
very safe setup
Oh
here.
She just
and
keeps playing with
Irene's
no
playing
time
with
on the
1
clock,
second.
somehow surviving and trading down now. Almost made if she could have played rook H1.
Right?
So close, yet so far.
Yep. Now Rook to
Yeah,
the
just any
8th
moves
rank.
now.
No, now it's dead drawn.
And again.
Completely drawn. And she sees it.
Yeah, she
Irina
knows
knows it
Well,
now.
well done,
There's
Zoe.
nothing to do.
She played a very good game.
She truly did. Nicely done.
Can they
And Irina is
claim a
repeating,
draw?
acquiescing to the reality.
I think we've had a repetition
Probably.
more than 3 times. Yes, it's officially 4-time repetition, and Zoe's claiming it. It's a draw, and she advances to the next round in the champions bracket.
Our congratulations, Zoe. Nicely done. And for Irina, in the titles that Irina won, she did it in royal fashion, just cruising. She won the first classical game, did Irina, and oh yes, shades of glory. But nope, she
now
will
she'll
have
to fight in the elimination bracket to
She
come
will.
back.
Zoe was just so much faster. She won with over a minute on her clock still, to show
Very
you that she
impressive.
was never in any time pressure. Just kept it on her
Wow.
opponent.
Wow.
And Irina always in time pressure there. Just too much for her to bear.
It just seems like Irina just didn't adjust to the blitz.
Mhm.
First, she didn't expect to lose the classical game, so she
Right.
didn't recover in time because she was not supposed to lose that game. She was fine.
Yeah. One of the things is that the 2 seconds, you don't really get a chance to build up because actually the physical act of moving the pieces and pressing the clock is like 1 second. So the best you can do is gain a second. That's the best, and that's when you're prepared to make a move. If you hesitate, there goes the 2 seconds.
Let's take a look again at the end of that game, how it ended.
Well, there wasn't much happening at this finishing point. I mean,
Yes.
we just basically at the very, very end when it was already clearly a draw. Your king has no progress to make. The rook is pinning your pawn.
But I just see that it's kind of like this languish, and you know, you go in, with your hand. Irina's like, she's not gripping the pieces.
No, by now she's already accepted the
recognizing.
fact that it was a draw.
Yeah.
If
yeah.
only there were chances earlier.
Yeah.
But it was just nothing to play for. In fact, it was Zoe who was trying to beat her at some point.
Exactly. Impressive.
Absolutely.
Impressive performance by very young Zoe.
So we don't get to see an Armageddon game today.
Darn it.
But I'm sure throughout the tournament there'll be at least one Armageddon.
I'm gonna go 2.
2, okay.
Yeah, I'll go the over. Yeah, I'll go the over.
Let's have a look
And the
at the
results.
results of the open section and the brackets after today's results. Oh, we start with the women's. So Carissa Yip will be facing Tatev Abrahamyan. Alice Li will be playing Zoe Tang.
Both ladies going through by virtue of winning their game, classical game 2, and in the Opens champions bracket.
Right, we have Fabiano Caruana playing Awonder Liang, and Wesley against Sevian. But we have Maurice with our winner, Zoe Tang.
Thanks, Nazi. We're with the winner of this match, Zoe Tang, an upset to be sure, as her opponent was an illustrious champion. Zoe, this was a boring match. Nobody won, maybe one win. No, it was actually the exact opposite this match. It was incredible. A win, a win, a win, a win, a win, and finally a draw at the end. A roller coaster ride to be sure.
Yeah. I mean, because Blitz, right? So anything can happen. So it was like you win one, and then you're like, you still have to focus for the next game. Then you lose it, and then you have to keep going.
How did you have such a short memory to play the game?
I think it's good because like Blitz was so fast that it kind of just went by all in a blur. So yeah, I could forget everything as it was happening.
Yeah, indeed, incredible. What we did notice, however, were your blitz skills compared to Irene. You were always way ahead on the clock. Do you practice a lot of blitz?
No. I mean, my strategy was just play fast, especially after the first game when she flagged. I was like, well, you know, I have an advantage on the clock, might as well keep using it.
That's amazing. You just look like a natural blitz player, so that was quite fortunate for you. I mean, well done for you, I would say. Now you get an opponent that you must know well, Alice Li.
Yeah, played her many times before.
And tell us about the history of your battles.
I think I've drawn twice, and I've lost every single other time.
Okay. What are you going to do to change that trend?
Play better.
Simply said. All right, well, we'll leave it at that. Congratulations. I know it's been a marathon match. You want to get your rest. Good luck in this match. Guys?
Congratulations, Zoe. And again, brackets. Let's have
a look. In the women's section, both champions bracket and the elimination will start with the champions bracket. So it's Carissa with the white pieces against Tatev Abrahamyan. Alice Li will have white pieces against Zoe Tang. Are we going to have a look at the elimination? Not yet. We don't have it.
Right.
And let's
open champions bracket.
We did look at it.
We did.
Yes. What about predictions, Yasser? Are you happy today?
No.
Oh, so I'm so sorry. I forgot.
I mean, rub it in.
I thought you picked Carissa.
No, I picked.
Okay, my guys are doing great.
Well,
Fabi.
as well, I like.
Okay, one of my Fabi was just very, very popular choice.
Var had a tough day because both Levon and Anna moved to the elimination bracket today.
Exactly. But
Me and Maurice are doing very well.
Yasser, you forgot about your favorite commentator. I mean, you did pretty well today.
You see how it is? He's going to lord it over me. Go ahead, Maurice.
You know that's
every dog gets a day in the sun.
Yasser, you and I are the vets in this commentary team. We go all the way back to the 80s. We've forgotten more than these young folks can remember.
True that.
Great fun as always, and a fun day today for sure. Just really exciting chess. We love the decisive games. Just so many decisive games, beautiful fights, terrific fights, and then the playoffs. This tournament gives everything you could hope for, and it all happens on the same day. Right. So more of the same starting tomorrow.
Absolutely. That's what going to happen. Nasi, it was an absolutely wonderful day. Always great to call the action with you.
Blitz
and Maurice.
woke us up too, right?
Yeah, right. I mean,
got the adrenaline
feel
going.
energized. I'm kind of sad there's not an Armageddon.
I kind of feel like I was the one playing.
It feels good.
Well, thank you everyone for watching, and join us again tomorrow for another day of Champions Bracket and Elimination Bracket as well.
Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.